Okay, friends, I think I made it just in the nick of time for the lookout community meeting. I'll turn off my own webcam or move it if I can, if it's in the way of the chat. Um, Hopefully it begins right now. To adjust a couple lights in here. Let's see if we've got audio that's good. Okay, it's not quite on yet. Thanks everybody for joining. We're going to do the lookout, and then there's a back-to-back Bedrock community meeting, I think. Yeah, here we go.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for being
volume?
here. My name is Randy Pyle. I'm a Public Information Officer with, thank you, Public Information Officer with Northwest Team 6. Want to thank everybody for their continued support. The firefighters out there, they're working really hard, and they're seeing all the signs that you guys are making. It really lifts their spirit, keep motivated. Tonight, we're here in person. We're also live on Facebook. So I want to thank folks for joining us on Facebook. Before we start, real quick, there's 3 emergency exits. You guys all came in one. Most you guys are locals. You've been here before, but 2 right next to the bleachers that you're sitting on, and 1 right back here. Should there be something that happens, those are your exit points, and bathrooms are out your main entrance.
That's not me. They're uh-oh. Hopefully this will work. Did I hear about Hurricane Hilary? I'm sorry, I have not SP. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should refresh this or whatever. I had a terrible stomach problem this morning. It's just my reoccurring run-of-the-mill stomach problem. So I was kind of out of the loop. I was about to just catch up here right after these meetings.
Some of them are actually in charge of this fire. They wanted to be here so you guys could have access, because we want to be transparent. We want to let you know what's going on. With that, I'm not going to stay up here too much longer, but we're going to hold all questions until the end.
Oh dear, this is a very troubled broadcast. It's got to be their upload. Speed isn't very good. SP says it's a tropical storm coming to Southern California. Oh no, it went north. Oh, was it that one that was off of Baja yesterday? I didn't catch the name of that one. Oh boy, occasionally that happens. That's pretty rare, but hold on to your butts. This is not my internet problem, it's theirs. I'm hoping they're recording live as well. Okay, here we're back.
Thanks, Randy. Good evening, everybody. My name is Reed, and I am an agency administrator representing the Willamette National Forest on the Lookout Fire. A lot has changed in the last week since we had our last public meeting here, and so we wanted to get you all up to speed. First, we'd like to thank you all for your patience and your understanding during this time. We empathize with what you're going through. We have about 60 Forest Service employees right now that are in some evacuation level status. Many of these employees, like you all, have gone through past fires in the area, including most recently the Holiday Farm fire. There are some local Forest Service leaders in the audience that will be here after the incident management teams leave. Darren Cross, the McKenzie District Ranger, Dan Trapanese, the Fire Management Officer, and Dwayne Bishop, the Deputy Forest Supervisor for the Willamette National Forest. Connect with those folks if you after the talk to them and ask them questions. Tonight is in facts and to have your questions answered, and we really hope you take advantage of that. Number 1 priority in wildfire management is always firefighter and public, every time. And the highest priority value on the lookout fire are the communities of the Upper Mackenzie, the communities of Mackenzie Bridge, Rainbow, and Blue River, the communities to which many of you belong. That's our number one priority for this incident. Before I turn it over to the next speaker, I'd like to go back to firefighter safety. The Willamette National Forest has had 2 firefighter fatalities over the last 2 years, and that's something the forest takes extremely seriously. Before I turn to Agency Administrator Klein, I'd just like to give a quick summary of the wildland fire triangle. It's fuels, weather, and topography, and that might be a little bit different than the fire triangle you learned when you were young. Usually, if 1 or 2 of those things cooperate, you can catch a fire pretty quickly. When all 3 of those things don't cooperate, you end up with a really challenging incident. And that's where we are right now with the lookout fire. Over the last 12 days, those 3 factors have not cooperated. And currently they are starting, which you'll hear today, for specialists, they are starting to cooperate and get in a better situation. So thank you for being here. We understand and we empathize with what you're going through.
Thanks, Ian. Good evening, folks. My name is Chris Klein. I'm District Forester for the Oregon Department of Forestry. And so we have a protection responsibility, probably for most of your lands, for the private protection, private landowners that are up in this area and across the district. And I would like to acknowledge that my agency is here. We're heavily engaged. We are present. You may not see us. We're not down into your houses, but we are, and around your properties, we're up on the hill. And so this fire isn't even actually to our protection yet. But yet, we are engaged. We don't want it to get to our protection. We do not want it to get to your homes. We do not want it to get to your timberlands. And so I have folks from my district, specialized people, heavily engaged, up on the hill in partnership with the U.S. Forest Service, trying to keep this from ever making in the first place. So even though you may not see it like you might think, we don't want it to ever get there. So we're up on the hill. Another thing to know, if you weren't aware, there is a heavy industrial component. So there are several owners in this area that are your neighbors. Justina Resources and Justina Land and Timber. And those people are amazing community members and partners to you. They're up there on the hill in conjunction with us in the Forest Service. They have got their employees and their timber company owners involved. They have their loggers. They have their equipment. They are highly invested to protect your community. They are great neighbors, and I hope you folks realize what a true gem they are. And then I guess finally, I just want to let you know that I sympathize, kind of like Ian said, I sympathize with you. I've been here. I've been up in this area about 9 years, and I realize I was here for the holiday farm fire, the angst and the tragedy that happened. I sympathize with you. I hurt deeply for the smoke and the fire on the hill, and we are doing absolutely everything we can do to try to keep this away from your homes. I will stick around afterwards as long as I need to talk to you, and thank you again for taking the time to come here tonight.
Good evening. I'm Claire McGrew, Agency Administrator for Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office. I see some folks leaning in, so I'll try to make sure I keep the microphone close. I won't go into some of the same comments as what my fellow agency administrators have mentioned. I think a lot of us have had some similar experiences here, and we certainly are thoughtful about what you're going through. Agency, we actually, we're the structural component of this unified effort here in your community. So we don't have firefighters in our agency. We have responsibility for mobilization. So we work with Oregon's 306 fire agencies in the state. Every county has its own fire defense board chief. So the way that we got here was when your local fire chief connected with your fire defense board chief, and then who then directly connected with us. We mobilized 9 task forces resources to come and assist. And so you will see us in your communities. So if there is something that we can do when we're out and about, we would help answer questions or help to get you connected with next pieces. We serve a different part of the role from what Chris and Ian bring as well. We certainly have community aspect. We help to make sure that that structural protection and the community assets are protected so that they can actually help to do their job up on the hill as well. We want to make sure that we're all working together in the manner possible. We have some resources that are here not only from Oregon. Of course, when your fire broke out, the weather patterns here certainly were high, and there were high fire challenges in the state of Oregon, so a lot of communities could not send firefighters. But you have folks in your community right now from as far north as Tillamook and Clatsop County, and we actually have California resources that came to help as well, so you'll see those in the yellow trucks out there as well. So please make sure if you see them out in the field, please say hello, ask them questions. They would love to help. They're helpful. They're there to help you build defensible space, help to do some structural triage. My partners down here will help to mention that. I also will be around here until the end, so if you have any questions about what our agency can do, please let me know. And again, my thoughts are with everything that you're going through here today.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Steve Bregman, and I am one of the Unified Incident Commanders that's here managing the Lookout Fire. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about Unified Command and what we're doing. As you heard, I represent the Oregon State Fire Marshal and the Blue Incident Management Team. As was mentioned, we focus on structural protection. All the folks that are working, all the firefighters are coming from those structural departments across the state. And what it allows us to do is bring in our subject matter expertise of structures and unify with our forestry partners. So when we're in this wildland-urban interface, we can most effectively respond to the threats out there. And so by being unified, we...
Oh dear. Hopefully this...
those two areas
okay, they're back.
Those two disciplines. As was mentioned, we've got 9 task forces. They've come all across the state. And we have a very robust what's called OFMAS, or the Oregon Fire Mutual Aid System. And that system allows us to surge those resources. So as was mentioned, we've got fire agencies here from Tillamook County, Clatsop County, Yamhill, Deschutes, Marion, and Clackamas. And then on top of that, after the governor declared the Conflagration Act, we were able to go into what's called an EMAC, or an Emergency Management Assistance Compact, and that brought up additional task forces from California. So we're looking very good right now with
Okay, we lost the video.
We're in a really good spot. That being said, you might see in the next couple days rigs moving around, looking like they're leaving. They're not. We're moving. Our camp is kind of busting at the seams right now. And so the camp that's up at the airstrip in Bridge River, we've overloaded that. And so we've now got another camp that we're looking at in Walterville, and we'll be building that out and having more of the resources down there. So you'll see stuff shuffling around. We will get to a point where we do get the structure protection resources. We want to get those resources back into the system. One of the first ones that will go will be the Lane County Task Force. They've been here the longest. And so kind of first in, they're going to be first.
Oh, dang it. Okay.
Good evening. My name's Adam Veal. I'm the commander for Northwest Team 6. I just want to take a moment and acknowledge the stress and anxiety if you guys are in a level 1, 2, or 3 evacuation. That's a big deal. Part of my job every morning is I give the briefing, and I give leaders intent, and behind me is what we call the incident objectives. And the first one of those incident objectives is the community that's at risk, which is Mackenzie.
Darn it. I was really hoping this wouldn't be this choppy. Well, they say that they're gonna re-upload it in the chat, so we may have to wait for the complete stream to be uploaded. Just when they got to the meat and potatoes.
The 13th at 0 evening, about 8 o'clock, we started going to level 3 evacuation. That night, Lane County.
They're explaining how they went to level 3 evacuations. Well, we were live there at the time. I'll put the webcam back on, but right now it would be in front of their chat. The lookout fire, I don't know if you guys can read this, it's small print, especially on a phone. The lookout fire just said this time resources are being placed strategically around the fire, and resources may be moved around to new locations as they are needed to support the fire operation. I would have hoped that that would be worded a little bit more carefully. The fire operation. Firefighting operation? Because that can be confused with firing ops, which is lighting backfires to try to stop the fire spread or reduce fuel. So, you know, but I'm sure what they meant is the firefighting operation, but it applies to both. Yeah, people are saying internet issues, dang the technology. Yeah. And so I deleted that comment. No worries about that. But we tend not to try to mention other streamers while live. It just makes other people leave the channel to go somewhere else. I'm gonna give this just one more minute. It could come back to life. I'm gonna try to refresh.
And I was here,
here it is.
like others have said, for the holiday farm fires. And my first thought was, oh my gosh, how are they feeling? You know, what are they feeling like up there? So you were first on my mind when I saw the fire breakout, having spent a couple of weeks up here on the holiday farm fire. So you heard about the fire behavior triangle, and weather is one of the most variable parts of that. So we bring a meteorologist like myself out to try and deal with the weather part. And we're coming out of a historic heat wave, which
didn't help.
Or over 100 degrees in some locations, very dry air and some offshore or easterly winds. And luckily we're kind of climbing out of that now. It was still, although it wasn't much, we'll certainly take anything we can get at this time of the year. And I don't know exactly how much rain we.
All right, please work again.
And that's going to help now. And I've got a weather matrix that I think I'll pull up for you, and there it is. And although this can be kind of an eye chart, it's really easy to follow along because, as you might imagine, it's green good, red bad. So this is based on the Pebble Ross, which is a weather station that's just east of the fire. And the reason we use this site is because we have decades of that we can correlate with fire conditions. And so where you have green on the chart there, its conditions are favorable for suppression or unfavorable for fire activity. And where they're yellow, that's elevated burning conditions. And then where they're red, that kind of helps the fire along. So it's pretty easy to see from the back. You don't have to know what these numbers mean, but you can tell which parameters, whether it's temperature, humidity, or wind, are bad or good, and on which days. And so the good news is, having come out of this historic heat wave now, we're going into a pattern that's more typical for this time of the year around here. Temperatures just a little bit above normal, so we're kind of still in that elevated burning condition category of temperatures. Humidities are also somewhat problematic, but not nearly as bad as they have been for the last week or so. And the westerly flow coming in, while gusty, and we don't really want windy conditions, certainly, it's helping to bring in some higher humidities, especially at night. And so our recoveries, we call them, which is the degree to which the humidity rises at night, is getting better as we go through. So that's helping us out there. It's not terribly unstable. We don't have any chance of rain really for the next week, but conditions are definitely moderated. And so that's going to help us out here for the fire, we think. And we're just going to have to watch those winds, watch those humidities. But all in all, compared to where we've been and compared to where we could be, we're doing pretty well.
Luck.
So that's what I've got for you. I hope you have a good day. Thanks.
We have had luck, yes.
Good evening. My name is Spencer Ware, Fire Behavior for Team 6. And if we could put the map of the fire back.
I was just going to say, if we lose the picture again, but they continue talking, I'm just going to show the fire.
Generally explain the fire behavior that we're seeing out there and what we're projecting out for the next couple periods. Starting off, we're going to do on the west side of the fire, this side. The fire edge is going to the back and flank across the hillside towards Mills Creek and 2633 on the south aspect. As we jump over into Outlook Creek, this west continue to back down and start coming across the hillside and work its way to J.H. Andrews Work Center. This fire behavior is going to primarily be surface fire. And if we get the right weather parameters, we could start seeing some torching trees.
Ugh. This is our 12-hour time lapse of the fire because the video is absent right now. Hopefully the audio will come back. So when he's talking about the western flank, he's mentioning right here. It's drifting in and out of smoke here. I like the whole raindrops on the lens thing. Go look at the weather in a minute. I'm going to give this community meeting a couple more minutes to work before I give up on it. It's a troubled broadcast, to say the least. But they are, chat is live, and so they are they are answering questions in chat. A really good one. Sue Ann Elliott says, how is the 700 road going? Because that's the biggest, that's the new Great Wall of China, right? They breached the old one up on the ridge, right? The fire did. If you think of the fire being like barbarians, right? Well, the Forest Service Road 700 goes east and west, a little bit on the hill. Not exactly down the flatlands next to the river, so it really has to hold. It's like Helm's Deep that the fences have to hold. And so I'm really happy that they replied in chat. This is pretty cool of them. Fire crews are actively working on Forest Service Road 700. Well, at least they replied, but I'd like more details. In fact, details are what we really needed today. Their morning updates are giving us the basics. This is still playing, but I don't think a refresh is going to matter. So Woody Cabinet, nice Facebook name, says, questions for OSFM. Will OSFM staff be working on assessing the cabins on Delta Drive off King Road? Would it be possible to meet OSFM staff at my cabin to discuss priorities for improving defense? So somebody else is saying, what is the fire size right now? I want to, as we're waiting for the troubled thing to come back, this is the different time lapse that I'm going to show. We have new evacuations, level 1, from last night's troubling image here on the Smith Ridge cam. So if we do the 12-hour time lapse, oh shoot, we'd have to go back to my old broadcast, I think. But we saw, this is the camera looking from the northeast of the lookout fire to the southwest, west by southwest, really. We saw the fire pour over the eastern Cascades to the east side, the slope of eastern Oregon, basically. So we were on pins and needles, and I kept my broadcast going till like 4 in the morning because I was really, really concerned that the fire was going to make a run on the eastern Oregon side. I know there's lava beds and stuff that might stop it, like actual lava beds, like basalt, where nothing is growing, but not everywhere. It could just travel north or south on the Cascades in that heavy old growth timber and become a gigantic thing. So when it came over the ridge, we were pretty concerned about it. So I do see that there are level 1 evacuations. I have to wait till this time lapse is over. It's not really showing us that much good information. That was quite concerning. And if we go to we'll see the evacuation map. This is watch duty. Whoops, that's Northern California. Come over here to Lookout Fire, which is by far the biggest threat that Oregon has right now, except for the flat fires, kind of ever-looming threat. We do see expanded level 1s, and I'll show you the map right here. If it'll load. These things have been difficult to load. Here we go. So we still have our level 3s at the over here. You'd think who lives over there, but it's actually the experimental forest university. It's like a little campus there. It's a headquarters. This is University Experimental Forests, or this old growth bit of the eastern portion of the Central Cascades in Oregon. And so it's burning right up against the edge of where the mountains stop. And when we saw it spill over the edge here on the eastern edge, this is the Mackenzie River, by the way, for orientation. This is the east-west highway. Highway 126 goes basically from Eugene and eventually makes its way to Bend. So everything south of the river is still level 1 evacuation, which is baffling to me. The Mackenzie River is no barrier. I would at least have that at level 2. Like, I'd be ready to go a moment's notice. Just my opinion. So as the fire spilled over the ridge right here.
The forecast around 8:30 each morning. So that's where we can get that forecast.
That scared me.
And I can relate to you guys in terms of smoke fatigue. I know you dealt with the Cedar Creek fire last year. Of course, what was mentioned, the Holiday Farm. I'm from Northern California, Redding area. We've had a lot of extended periods of smoke. I will be here afterwards to answer any and all of your questions that you may have.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Let's try to get the video back one more time.
And I'm going to take you guys around the
Come on.
fire and where it's at right now and what we accomplished today and how we're moving forward. So we continue to practice, full as we can on the landscape. Starting on the east side.
Dang it. Okay. Well, I had hopes for a second that they're going to post it hopefully right after this is concluded. Now we have the Bedrock Fire coming up next, which is coming up at 7:30. I think they planned it so that people who watch these back to back, because it's same forest, same general area that is affected. So we will hopefully be watching the Bedrock Fire in a second. It's still playing, so if by any miracle the picture comes back, I'll go back to it. Man, that scared the dickens out of me. So the point was, fire poured over the ridge. We did not want it to. That's bad.
Coming around to Division Bravo and Alpha, that would be the north and the west side of the fire. We've got some pretty good lines established in there. We're staying pretty close to the fire's edge. We'll probably be starting a burnout operation in the next couple of days to get the fire to the fire line so that we can start mopping that up and securing the west side. Okay. Around to the south of Lookout Ridge, we have continued to get our fire line in there. It's getting pretty close to being ready for us to backfire. Looking at potentially even starting that tonight. Or into tomorrow morning early afternoon, and that would secure the south end of the western part of the fire, taking it around to the south. You can see on the map where if you've been watching it, the fire was up a little higher on the ridge, and then all of a sudden it's right down on the 700 road. That's from our burnout operations a couple of days ago, and we've been mopping that up and trying to secure that edge. And I'm going to let Mark talk about our integrated structure protection work that we're doing. Thanks.
Well, Lookout Ridge is where it breached.
Dan. Good evening, everybody. Mark Corliss, Oregon State Fire Marshal, Blue Team, one of the operations chiefs. So while Dan was focusing on the footprint of the fire, the State Fire Marshal came in, like some folks have talked about, and we're going to take care. We're looking at primarily the residences. So everybody that's in a level 3, so from 126 up to the edge of the fire, we've done about 70% prep on that, and I know that prep is kind of one of those words that people don't understand. So we do two kind of preps. We do surface prep and full prep. And so what surface prep is just kind of getting those ember traps away from your house, off your roof, out of your gutters, those kind of things. Where full prep is, we go in and we might remove some smaller brush and stuff that might be right up against your house. So we've had crews in there kind of work on that. And I know that one of the other concerns the PIOs have been bringing up is the triage placards that you guys have seen, the big green ones. And so I know there's been a bunch of questions. I will be here later to talk about that. So if you have questions about that specifically, come and ask me. So we've been up in the HL and HJ Andrews area as well, working with our east and west structure groups from the wildland side. They have folks on helping with the structures. We have folks, we kind of share resources back and forth. So we've been up there doing some work up in the Forest Service land, and we've been working all that 126 corridor all the way out to Belknap and starting to turn that corner and go up and just look at the structures out there. So we'll be here later if you have any more questions.
Okay. I asked, what will the fire do if it gets into the holiday fire burn scar? Lots of dead trees there, thousands.
Do you want me? I'm Rainbow. A lot has changed since our last community meeting, and as promised, we were watching the fire very closely on a local level with our partners, and last weekend we made the decision through the County Fire Defense Board and the State Fire Marshal's Office to call for conflagration early, and it's working exactly how it's supposed to, and those of us
I'm showing the Lookout Fire 12-hour time lapse because we lost the video. We're still hearing the audio portions of the Lookout Fire meeting. Still not quite giving up on it yet. I would like to at least hear what they're saying, and I'm looking at the chat. I'm asking questions in the chat. I just asked what will happen if the Lookout Fire gets into
and
the holiday fire burn scar.
Businesses, and I'm very, very grateful for the time that we have been given, that cushion of time, and I'm so thankful. I don't even have words to tell everyone how thankful I am for the resources that have come in and the places that they are in this valley. They've covered every inch of the ground, every home. They are looking at every driveway, every home, every roof, every gutter, every business. They are covering all the bases, and our partners on the forestry side are here in force as well, and they are covering that. It's a wonderful, wonderful unified effort, and I just am so grateful. I'm very grateful for all of the community members that have come out tonight, anyone who's watching online, everyone who's engaged. I know everyone is grabbing any bit of information they can, utilizing it wisely. Please ask questions. Please come to the fire station and tell the firefighters thank you. If you see them on the road, wave. They are here. They've left their homes and families to come to our community and protect our houses so that 2020 doesn't happen again. And I am very certain and very confident that we are in a very good place. And I am trusting these teams to do exactly what they have been trained to do. And I just want you all to know that we are in place in the local level as well. We will continue to answer 911 calls, and you see our volunteers scattered throughout the crowd tonight. This is normally our drill night where we train. I said, let's go to the community meeting together, show our support, let everyone know that we're still here. And I just want to be very clear that nothing has changed with that level of service. And thank you to everyone. And we'll get through this together.
Who else thinks emotional support stuff should be at the end of the meeting, but the meat and
Thanks,
potatoes
Chief.
first?
Good evening, everybody. Cliff Harold, your Lane County Sheriff. I've been your sheriff for 4 years, and each year we've been engaged in this sort of activity, and so we've learned a lot. One of the things I learned right away is that we want to have good relationships with these folks, and I can tell you that we've worked with this team before. The relationships are really great. We're in constant communication with them, using their expertise, both wildland and structure protection, as far as advice regards to your safety and the safety of your homes. And so we meet regularly, and we're in communication throughout the day so that we can make good decisions on these evacuation zones. And so that's what I'm here to talk a little bit about tonight. I'll run through these real quick, but I think most of you know it, and there's not a lot of detail on this map. But you know that we have homes that are in a level 3 here and here. And that happened early on, obviously, when the fire was real active. And then on the south side of the highway, these are all level 1s. And the only thing new today was that Linn County installed a level 1 up here, and that's largely a really popular recreation area. And while the fire's a little ways away from there yet, the idea is that we don't want folks who are coming from out of state planning on recreating in that area to come later potentially to have to be evacuated. So that level 1 was initiated today. Let's talk a little bit about what those zones mean. You folks probably know this, but I think we've got slides. Level 1, of course, is really where we want any of you who live up here to be all the time. You live in a wildland urban interface, and it means that you're aware of that fact. And I think probably everybody who's lived up here for the last few years is quite aware of that fact. But we do want you to be thoughtful about these things throughout the year, and know that you have to have a little higher level of awareness. Level 2 is really when we want you to have your car packed. Honestly, you should have a bag packed. You should know where your prescriptions are, your important papers. You should have a plan for your pets. You don't want to be making a decision about what to do for your pets when we hit a level 3. So have some intentionality and purpose in that, and make sure you have a plan for your pets. At a level 2, if you've got family members or if you have concerns about your mobility or ability to relocate, it's probably time to be having a thought about that. You know, if somebody's confined to a bed and is going to need some assistance, then at a level 2, you'd probably be thinking about moving them out of the area. And I don't know that it's particularly relevant in this moment, but at level 2, if you got a bunch of livestock, we've got some folks here from particularly the east side of the state where all of a sudden they're needing to move a bunch of livestock. So at a level 2, you ought to be thinking about those things too. For our Lane County Sheriff's Office, when we have a level 2, we are going to come up and knock on your door. We're going to use all our tools. You know, we have a number of different tools to alert you. At a level 2, we're going to use almost all of our tools. We won't necessarily make everybody's phone scream, but we will have teams of volunteers come up, and we come up and knock on your door, tell you that you're in a level 2, give you some information, receive some information from you if you are going to have some issues or need some assistance to move out. And so we do a little bit of data collection at a level 2. At a level 3, when we go to a level 3, if it's safe for us, we're going to send folks back to your door. But as anybody that was up here in 2020 knows, that's not always possible. 2020, we had folks going in, some of my folks going into some areas that just frankly they probably shouldn't have. So what we always say is at a level 2, we may not be able to come back to your door. So we really, at a level 2, if you don't choose, I'm just going to go ahead and leave now, you really got to be paying attention to all the different sources of information. And then a level 3, of course, is go now. Grab your bag that you've already packed at a level 2, grab your pets, and head out. I want you to know that when we make these decisions, I've been up here regularly because I feel the responsibility for these decisions, and I know what it means to be telling you to leave your house, and that's a pretty big deal. It's a real big deal to me, and these guys that meet with me all the time, they know that it's a big deal to me. And so I just want you to know that I take that responsibility very, very, it weighs heavy on me, frankly, and I want you to know that I take it real seriously. A little bit more about how we make those decisions. So I already shared that they tell us their expertise, they give us access to their fire behavior analyst and all those things. And then some of the factors we take into account are density of population in an area. So we've pre-planned, okay, if the fire does this, then this zone maybe needs to be increased. Well, how many homes are in that zone? How many people are in that zone? How long will it take us to get to every door in that zone? We take all of those factors. Obviously, weather is a factor. So when the winds are really blowing and it moves faster, then we're going to move faster. When it dies down a little bit, then we have a little more time. And then one other factor, you heard one of the ops chiefs talking about backburn, and so you know that sometimes they really do fight fire with fire. So they let us know about that, and so you may be in a zone that's elevated because we know that they intend to do some burning in that area. So that is what's going on there. A couple of questions that we've heard. One is, when you are asked to evacuate, where are you supposed to go? Currently, the Red Cross is set up at the Lowell High School. I know that's not super convenient for y'all. The Belknap fire has been on the landscape longer than Lookout, and so those preparations were already in place. Red Cross has limited staff, so rather than opening up 2 shelters, they opened one and asked us to send folks there. Now, I also know that the Red Cross is trying to make a longer time frame plan, because school's going to be in session in not too long, and Lowell High School is going to want to use their school. So keep your ears open for a future change, but if something were to happen right now, the Red Cross has that shelter open. We have the livestock arena down in Eugene open for livestock and or pets. There's a ton of information for you available at the county website, so lanecountyor.gov. It's a yellow banner at the top with all the fire stuff. Click on that. There's a lot of information about resources for you. There's a searchable, you can search your address. If you're not sure what zone you're in, it'll tell you. And then also, if you're not signed up for the county's new alert system, lanealerts.org is where you want to sign up. But you can find that at the county website also. I think I kind of covered it. One of the other questions I was preloaded with is this idea that we have a 3 and a 1 and no 2s. And I guess our brains are kind of designed where we want things to be sequential like that. But in this particular case, as we've consulted with these folks, you know, we've got the highway, we've got all the implements. I got to tell you, they've worked hard on that southern line. They've been working hard on that for a few days. And so as we've consulted with them, there just hasn't been a reason to put south side of the highway on a level 2. We're going to continue to talk to them. If the weather changes, if something changes, we'll do it. But I guess I just want you to know, of course, we're thinking about that. I think sometimes people look at the map and think, oh, they must have messed up. There's no 2 on there. But that's not the case in this case. And I also know those of you that are in level 3 want to know, well, what's it take for that 3 to get back to a 2? And again, that's going to be a combination of all the factors I've already.
Okay. Poll. Is this choppy audio driving anybody else insane? Should we just wait for it to be over? Because we do have some roundup of different various things. I'm showing you flight radar here. If you're looking at the screen, I just showed a whole bunch of weather information. We can't see anything of the lookout fire right now because it's actually cloudy over it. We have light rain over Eugene and the west side of the western edge of the Cascades. But that's about driving me nuts, and it's a bunch of fluff. So I'm thinking that we have 15 minutes until roughly the Bedrock community meeting begins. Maybe just abandon that and watch it again once it's uploaded, because they're looking at charts and stuff and pointing at things that we can't see. Yeah, and I don't want people to go, oh God, this is awful, right? I mean, we do have a lot to say about it right now. This is our 12-hour time lapse. So the really cool thing is that there's rain droplets on the lens here. I don't know if they got any measurable amount of rain. It could be just condensation, but the humidity is looking good. This is kind of an eerie mix of just look at how the smoke fell down and mixed with almost like a fog. We have a high temperature of like 74 degrees in Portland tomorrow. I had to double take that. So we've got some we've got some cooler weather coming, and also a hurricane coming too. What I was trying to show you guys, and I couldn't say. There's a hurricane with Fernando that's off of Baja, California. It's a Pacific hurricane. It's not an Atlantic one. I thought those were called cyclones, but what do I know? Either way, it's going to track north, probably devastate LA. A lot of people are going to welcome the rain, but I think it's going to be a Category 4 hurricane or 3, so that may be just horrible, like just seriously horrible. Last time that kind of happened that I can remember, that we saw houses sliding down hills and massive mudslides. It's that old song. It never rains in Southern California, but it pours. I wouldn't get too excited or happy about that. So I want to address these things real quick. I have just sort of woken up from a nap. I had a terrible morning where I had some stomach issues, just the same old, nothing new. But as I clicked on Zoom Earth here, you can see that the hurricane will break up over time because it loses all of its energy over land. It needs hot water to stay energized. Hot water is what causes these things. That's why there's summer season. And El Nino is hotter than average Pacific temperatures, water temperatures. So hold on to your butts. So what I was surprised to see that the forecasted track, and of course this can change drastically, is for it to end kind of near where this fire is that we're talking about in southern central Oregon as a low pressure storm. But currently it's a Category 3 major hurricane. It will strengthen, according to the forecast here on Zoom Earth, to Category 4 by tomorrow at 11 a.m. It will have 140 mile an hour winds, praying for the people here of Baja California. It may weaken to around a Category 3 around Saturday, around 11 p.m. It'll track north, according to this preliminary thing, as a Category 2 and be a Category 1 or 2 hurricane, or perhaps mostly a tropical depression, we hope, once it slams LA and Southern California. This is such a wide swath that it could affect the entirety of California, south of San Francisco. Remember, they're wide, and even if on radar it looks like just the tail end, like the edges of a hurricane are going to affect you, hold on to your butts, because I went through one of those in the Caribbean, and on radar it looked like where we were at. And on our island, it wasn't that big of a deal, but it picked up tables, like dining chairs and tables, and threw them off of our pier into the ocean. And the low pressure made the swimming pool, which is kind of like 2 feet low, a flood all over the place before my eyes in like a matter of 20 minutes. And then torrential rain. So look out. The last time this sort of thing happened, homes just slid down mountainsides, and it was horrifically devastating, or flash floods, blah, blah, blah. Look out, desert too. It may track over Reno and then end up in, go over Paisley and Klamath Falls and head towards Bend as a low pressure storm, which would still be probably a pretty big deal. So that's wow, oh my God, kind of news of today. So, this is Hilary and not Fernando. Oh, it's Hilary. I'm sorry. Sorry, friends. I got confused in chat. So Fernando's headed for Hawaii. Hilary's headed for LA. My bad. Thank you for the correction. Like I said, I had a terrible stomach problem. I took a nap and I just kind of woke up from it. So I knew that we had to be here for these community meetings because they're so dang important. That is critical information we need to know about the flat fire. The flat fire got just completely out of control. They did an amazing job trying to hold the 700 road. So far, it seems like it's holding. That's incredible. We have, I think, help here because if you look at the humidity for the lookout fire here, a nice 44%. We'll take it. During the daytime, we'll take it. It's been 18 because we had Eastern Oregon desert hot winds that were coming. And now we have a bunch of stuff coming in from the Pacific. So thank you, Pacific, for your cool morning kiss. And it's downright dewy and damp, and that's just incredible. That time lapse with all the smoke running around, mixing in with like a fog or low clouds, that was eerie, but good. So this is buying them the time that they need. And that's all they need for fires is time. However, there's no aircraft over right now. The visibility's complete crap. However, we do see a lot of aircraft on the Northern California fires, and Northern California, I think, is still in a state of complete chaos from the 4,000 plus lightning strikes they endured over like 48 hours a day and a half ago. So hold on to your butts. We're going to look at California after the Bedrock Fires community meeting, which is going to start in like 10 minutes. Right now, rest assured that there's aircraft. The big VLAT tankers are working the scenes over by Fortuna and Eureka. Tanker 912, the big DC-10 is over there. They changed the location of some of the big aircraft. Some of them are based out of Medford right now. One of them just blipped off the screen. Some from Medford have come down, and some from further north have come down to Medford, like they seem to have come down from Washington. So we've got a lot of action over in, gosh, is this Tehama County? I can't remember, or Mono County, over here by MacArthur. So we've got and Fall River Mills, Glenburn, Pondoza. We do have helicopters for the most part working that. I saw some airplanes. I think leaving out of Anderson, or actually Reddings Airport, we've got a whole fleet of these turbo trackers leaving the Redding area. So it looked to me like the Deep Fire and some others were possibly getting aircraft on them, because the Deep Fire would be over here by Whiskeytown Lake. Right now, currently, Tanker 912 is over here by Eureka, and they renamed all these fires, so let me go check them out. We were very, very concerned because of the crazy amount of lightning strike fires. This is pretty much all lightning strike from just the last, 72 hours ago. They renamed lightning strike fires. It's been hard for me to keep track. First they had numbers, then they had road names, and as they grew together, then they became a new name with a complex. Some of them, I don't understand why they named them separate names, because they're not grown together yet. Like the SRF Bluff complex, it has been pretty difficult to keep track of them. We had very scary images where we thought we might have a camera burn over, especially like on the Wildwood cam. So I could probably just show you Wild Frontier cam number 1 and 2. So we do have some images now of what's going on. See if I can get like a 12-hour. Yeah, right here. You notice the big propane tanks, whatever that appears to be? I was told that could be something a little bit less flammable, but oh my God. So this is called Upper Coon Mountain by Gasquet, northwestern California, Del Norte County. I'm dismayed to see that even though this is critical radio infrastructure and communications, probably cell phones too. Oh, there's fire crews. That they didn't keep a defensible space around there, and why on God's green earth are there trees and a lot of dead limbs? So this would be incredibly difficult to defend. Where it would be incredibly easy if they had, just cut the trees down and put a rock garden there. But what do we know, right? What do we know? So last night, the fire crept over that ridge, which identified as probably, I think it was called the Kelly Creek Ridge. But this little area seems to have been saved in the nick of time by changes in the wind. They were completely erratic, but that's why it's so dangerous. So we may not see, this is an old telegraph pole, the explosion that we perhaps might see, that we were wondering might happen last night on camera. That would be a first. We've seen a lot of camera burnovers, but the camera is so low to the ground here that I think the camera would probably die. And even if this radio tower survived, somehow this equipment here that powers it may not survive. So I'm very concerned for communities like Gasquet, and I wanted to just look real quick to see if it's now under level 3 or something. They kept it at number 1, even though the fire is approaching from three different sides, 3 different fires. So okay, Gasquet is now on level 2. I would have said that should happen yesterday. It got hairy yesterday. We saw a lot of scary camera images where the fire started approaching the cameras. and marching over the hills. We had a big wind come up and fan all of them right at sunset about 8:30 yesterday, and that blew up the ones in Canada too. A couple of people came into the chat, showed me their images, and we had the formation of pyrocumulus clouds at sunset, which is pretty dang unusual. Usually the heat of the day fuels that. Let's put the thing back on. Hi. To have it happen after the heat of the day ends is quite unusual, but that can happen with wind. So there's a particular vulnerability for everyone that's in the northwestern coast range of California. The fact that all the roads are down in gully washes and you can't see the horizon, you can never see a fire approaching you or your town. I showed the video where I drove behind a wildfire without having any idea about it. I just had to pull over and stop, and I had no idea I was driving towards it the whole time for hours. It's just because you can't see. So it says fires are burning in extremely rugged terrain with limited access. The vegetation is especially dry, and they can't predict where the winds are. So we don't have that many cams out there. I think we've got Wild Frontier, High Divide. If we do a 12-hour time lapse, looks like it's pretty smoky. I'm just hoping that we can get some moisture instead of the mostly dry lightning that we've had. Oh my God, that's smoke and that's ash flying past the camera. It's not insects. That's ash. So, dang. High wind kind of situation. So, hold on to your butts. You can see the smoke over here as it's burning in that, down there in that canyon. Holy mackerel. Then out in the distance, you can see beyond different ridgelines, different sections of the fire with multiple lightning strikes everywhere. Unknown if they've kind of grown together. But these are not clouds. Over here, right above the ridgeline, that's not clouds. That's smoke because there's a huge, massive amount of burning going on over there. Last thing I have to say about the lookout here for a minute, we're going to go and watch that community meeting once they upload it. But we have 3 minutes now till the Bedrock fire. I'm going to see if they're doing that community meeting live. Hopefully it won't be as troubled. But even though it is kind of foggy and soggy, over by the lookout fire in the Cascades, you still have less than an hour ago. I think, yeah, that's less than an hour ago. Yeah, 1 to 6 hours old. A lot of activity on the eastern flank of the lookout. It got completely out of control yesterday and last night. And it poured over this ridge, and it was a scary thing on the camera, which is over here, the Smith Ridge camera, where it was looking to the northeast, and you could see all this ash flying right in front of the camera, and then it turned around backwards, and you could see the fires just march over the ridge. We wanted it to stay up here, but now we have a new bag of crap to hold, basically, for the poor firefighters working on this one. This is incredibly tough. Now that the fire is like up here, you see how it can just like go down a slip and slide, like a slide at a water park down this ridge. It's this is like a wind tunnel. So we do have level 1 evacuations over here on the east side of the Cascades for the lookout fire, and I was hoping that they would explain how they were going to try to tie up and prevent the lookout fire from marching north in the Willamette National Forest or marching, northeast. Like I said, there's some lava beds out here. Like it says lava because it is lava. It's 100% lava. Like nothing can burn out here. There's a couple of trees trying to survive in basically that's all just rock. So fire would not be able to burn very well in that. So they've kind of got a nice little thing there. However, we've got a lot of things to lose. Still up here down here in the riverbeds, there's a lot of things to burn, and well, there's a dam, so you don't want that to burn. The equipment there, and the old growth here in the Willamette National Forest. So We hate to see that burn because A, it hasn't seen fire in a long time, and B, there's not much left after the last 3 years of fires. Let me turn off the structures here. So let me look up at the bedrock fire and see if they're going to do a live Facebook. Oh, wait, yeah, that was yesterday, posting that they would hold a community meeting tomorrow. So 7 hours ago, they had our air resources update. It doesn't look like they're live quite yet, because this is yesterday's post saying there would be a community meeting tomorrow at the Pleasant Hill Community Center, blah, blah, August 17th, 7:30. That's right now. So community members will have an opportunity to ask questions. The meeting will be recorded for those unable to attend. So I don't know if it's a live update. That's what I was hoping for. They were a little bit vague on that. So let's just kind of see if the channel goes live. It may be better if it's just recorded. In which case, I would expect it would take at least an hour for it to be like, maybe if it was a half-hour meeting, that then they would have to roll tape for half an hour, and then it might take another half an hour to at least upload it to the internet. So we may have to wait a little bit on that. So let me look at chat finally. But here's the massive problem about everything near the flat fire and the bedrock fire is this standing dead trees in the landscape from previous fires. They needed to go. Make no mistake, these things are this bad and this uncontrollable because salvage logging did not occur after these wildfires. So you got a tremendous fuel load. And so look at all you need for a big mega fire is a couple of years of brush growth at the base of this stacked up bonfire-esque dead trees and landscape ready to burn. And since baby trees and young trees and brush have no resistance for fire, they don't have thick enough bark for it to matter. They burn readily, and so it's like stacking up the tinder at the base of a bonfire. First couple of years, like year 1, year 2, after a big fire, the ground is like sterile and there's almost nothing growing. But you get a couple of years of brush growth, that's all it takes. Then you have a mega fire worse in intensity than the one that happened in the first place. The one that happened in the first place, the first time around, only burns off the limbs of trees because the trunks were full of water because they were living at the time. But now that they've had years to dry out, they're just ready to go. And this is the best example I can give of why these things get so bad. So there's a lot that we could change, and they won't be that bad in the future, but we have to learn from our mistakes we haven't quite learned yet. I mean, we did in the 1930s, but people forgot. I mean, see what I'm saying? If you think that is ready to burn, it's all dry, yeah, you're correct. When lightning strikes hit these, it just starts a fire. When lightning strikes a living tree, usually it does not. Lightning tends to strike what's standing up tall, and guess what? If a fire has already taken out all the living trees, that means that every single tree that lightning strikes is going to be dead. So you can understand how if we were a little bit more intelligent about grooming the forest and setting it up for success instead of failure, we wouldn't have these things be so bad. But here we are. The firefighters, it's not their fault. They have this. Sorry about the kitchen noises over there. C-Probe's going to attempt dinner. He's very lovely. Everybody give him a hand because he's feeding me tonight. I called in the cavalry. He's not quite done moving, but it works out both ways. He can't cook in his new place yet because he doesn't have any utensils. And I get a free meal. I'm letting him cook at my place. So, yeah, he's a wonderful guy. So that's okay. He can make noises in the background all he wants. So let's just refresh and see if they've gone live. If not, then we're just going to try to one by one look at the crisis that's unfolding in Northern California. There's still aircraft on the scene and will be for about another hour for most situations, I would think. Most places. Fix this. This webcam cutting off the top of my head. Okay. All right, friends. So let me look back at the chat. This Wild Frontier cam is looking east of Crescent City. So I keep forgetting the names of these fires. Yeah, I guess that's now just been rounded up into. Okay, no, that would be the Prospect, I believe. So 6 hours ago, we had a map here. There's almost nothing to say on watch duty, but you can see what's going on. Yeah, Wild Frontier 2, as I look back at the chat. So let me scroll up a bit. We're going to talk about the hurricane that might hit, well, seems like it will hit California. The Hurricane Hilary. Yeah. So thanks, guys, for the feedback. Yeah. Vanessa says, whoopsies, that's better. Yeah. So I'm so sorry that they had that trouble broadcast. Whoopsie. I just clicked something on accident. Vanessa says, I was really tempted to stay in LA until Monday because there's some fun stuff my friends are doing this weekend, but nah, I'm glad I came home. Yeah, that's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? And I'm sorry I couldn't greet everybody as the chaos of trying to do that video came. We will be watching that as soon as that's uploaded. Cheryl says satellite loop for Hilary. Yeah. Let's see here. Big Dog says the last pic I saw of West Kelowna was a giant mushroom cloud forming. Uh-oh. Where's Kelowna? Where is that, Big Dog? C-Pro says hello. Yeah, kitchen staff is making supper. Yeah. Big Dog says for the second time we have an August complex fire. I think we might have one very frequently in California. Like I was trying to say last month, August is lightning strike season for not only the Sierras, but the Coast Range, just for California in general. What? Okay, C-Pro is on 20-second delay, so he probably just replied to something 20 seconds ago. I don't know what he just said. So like I tried to explain to the public in my broadcast, let's go back to airplanes. August is lightning strike season, late July and all of August, and so California is in a race against time to get these out before the Santa Ana wind season happens in October, also known as Diablo wind season. Basically the same thing. They usually happen at the same time. So when California fails to put out or really solidly contain all of the August lightning fires or any other reason fires, hold on to your butts. I mean, it's start the timer now. They have to work their tails off now to get this done by at least the first week of October. We've had some of the deadliest fires, the fires that took out Santa Rosa, because PG&E power lines not de-energizing the lines during the big windstorms. But August through January is California's craziest and deadliest fire season. It's winter. A lot of people are surprised by that, but it's winter. The summer stuff is pretty much easy to fight compared to the winter stuff. But if you have hurricane force winds, I'll just put up the graphic again. You just look up Diablo winds for the Wikipedia. It has perfect graphic. The jet stream changes for California and will align a couple of times a year usually. Sometimes more frequently than that. Don't ask me, I'm not a meteorologist, but all it takes is high pressure to kind of push the jet stream into pushing hot, dry desert winds, like in that pattern. And then you get the winds mostly they get pushed as a roller coaster over the Sierra Nevada, and even in the drainages, like say Feather River Canyon and others, they pick up even more speed because they're funneled. It's like sticking your thumb in a garden hose, so you get a faster, narrower stream. And that's when you get town erasing fires like Paradise, which was PG&E not de-energizing its lines during these crazy windstorms. In November 8th, 2018, 2017, the year before, Cascade Fire, which was two different fires actually that took out two different towns just south of Paradise, which my family friend did not survive. and his girlfriend at the time, and so many others got injured, and a couple others died. That was the same night Santa Rosa was burning down, because all of these winds have to find their way to the ocean. Hot, dry desert winds going 75 plus miles an hour in the wind gusts, so tornado force. They exit in two places in California, which is Mount Diablo by San Francisco Bay, Santa Ana down by LA. Those are the two big gaps in the Coast Range Mountains, and so the wind will funnel towards those areas. So all of those things, all those four things I just said, were power lines down by PG&E. So we have everything to fear from them not doing the right thing. They are supposed to have a policy of turning the power off when massive windstorms hit. But like we saw with the McKinney fire, and I think that was last year, the McKinney fire, a different power company, Pacific Power, Pacific Core, did not apparently do that. And it seems like that caused the McKinney. I'm not sure 100% if they've ruled that as the cause, but it seems to have at least contributed to that. Plus, the Beach Creek fire in Oregon in 2020, Pacific Core again, or Pacific Power, was found guilty by a jury of making the Beach Creek fire infinitely worse, and basically having power lines go down everywhere from Detroit Lake towards Staten, and erasing pretty much most of those towns: Mill City, Detroit, Lyons, Gates. So we have everything to fear from power companies not doing the right thing during this wind season, but occasionally it's just the lightning strike fires that are still going from August that they can't all get a handle on, that they have to deal with too, and try to seriously contain, especially in the Sierras, before October. So Santa Rosa burning down in the Cascade Fire, October 2017. November 8th, Paradise. Oakland Firestorm was in October as well, in early 90s. Was that 1991? And that erased a big part of Oakland. Thank you. Okay, got foods. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, friends. Now, which fires do you want to look at? Looks like we're going to wait on the. This is a critical to understand. Everybody must understand that this is a race against time. That once these winds begin, and they can always randomly kind of get a north wind, which is a curse for the Northern California and the Shasta area. If a north wind comes, which is mostly out of the eastern Oregon desert, that's when you get situations like the Carr fire that spawned fire tornadoes, confirmed fire tornadoes that made a path, got an F rating, I think it was an F2, erased homes that otherwise weren't affected by the fire, killed families in their homes, just like, Oklahoma style. This is all a super race right now. If they play nice for a bit, they don't move around towards civilization for a bit, they're still tremendously dangerous. Tremendously dangerous. Just wait until we get a big windstorm. And what's coming along? A hurricane? Great. If it rains directly on them, that'll be okay. If it doesn't, if it's just the tail end of the hurricane and winds as it passes by, oh God. Oh God. So hold on to your butts, guys. Hold on to your butts. Now, let's go back to the airplanes. Godspeed, all of you firefighters and heroes and everybody helping them. This could be rough. So, looking back at the chat, let's see. Oh, hi, November 6th Golf. How are you doing? Trying to look at the chat, see what next we should see. Yeah, Oregon Coast Green Man, how are you? Welcome back. I am in northwest of Eugene, southwest of Corvallis. Lookout fire due east of me. We have smoke from it recently. Yeah, it sort of filled up the entire valley. We have a really eerie time lapse of that. You want to see this? I'll just show you guys again. This is the last 12 hours of a lookout fire. It's kind of beautiful in a way, the way the smoke moves around. I mean, the fire's not beautiful, but it's like a dance of smoke. the way the wind is moving. I wish it was just clouds. So, I believe the August complex was 2020. They called it California's largest wildfire ever, and that's really not true. Really, it isn't. A complex is when multiple fires burn together, and so they get a new name, and it's called a complex. And that's very, very typical of lightning, because lightning, far from the saying "lightning never strikes twice in the same place," it should be erased with it, corrected to lightning usually strikes in the same place. Lightning is not something where you get one bolt and that's it. In the region, whatever storm's causing the lightning is causing a lot of it. And sometimes it's just cloud to cloud and it doesn't affect the ground. But wherever it does affect the ground, it's touching that ground and that spot and multiple, again and again, right next to where that spot is, because that, for whatever reason, maybe a meteorologist could explain, is closest to where the storm is. The highest poles, the highest buildings, highest peaks, highest trees, whatever is going to attract it, right? The Empire State Building, part of its radio spire and all that, and when the Twin Towers stood, that part of its function is to be a lightning rod, and that's why you get like those spires on the old like high rises on the New York City skyline. And people would just sit there. It was a photographer's delight and capture multiple lightning strikes, bang, 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 all night. So that's why you typically have a whole bunch of little lightning strike fires right next to each other, and it's extremely common for them to grow together. So the August 2020, we had a perfect storm of Newsom and his infinite wisdom, California's governor, shutting down most of the program for the firefighters that volunteer to get time off that are inmates. So we're talking mostly white collar, low, not like serious crimes usually. California has a program where to get rid of you can volunteer as a firefighter and get some time off for convictions. So these inmates comprised, I think, a gigantic force. I don't have the statistics for you, but some people have said at some years almost a majority of firefighters that were working in California. And I really don't have the statistics. I can't verify that, but they were a huge force. So with 2020 COVID, he sort of gutted that program that year with COVID concerns as the excuse. So we had a hugely reduced firefighting team, and a 70 in the worst year possible, because we had a once every 100 years or every 75-year wind event, where it was like Santa Ana winds for all three western states. So California has them seasonally. Oregon and Washington don't, but the jet stream did something weird in 2020 in Labor Day, early September, which is weird, but remember it was La Nina, so we get weird weather. And these hot, dry desert winds were pushed at hurricane force speed past through all the mountain passes of the Cascades of Washington and Oregon. And so we had the crazy Riverside fire that almost erased Estacada and other towns. Malala, even southeast Portland, was on evacuation notice. And the Beachy Creek that poured out of just south of it in the mountains and almost erased Salem, got really close. Deadly, erased a whole bunch of towns. Like I was just saying, Detroit, Mill City, Lyons got hit, Gates, a couple others. The Holiday Farm fire, which is affecting, which we're very nervous about, which is right next to where the Lookout fire is to date in the pass east of Eugene. That Holiday Farm fire, we really hope that the Lookout fire doesn't reach its burn scar and start burning up its dead trees. That would be really bad, extremely bad. That got very close to Eugene. And another one was down by Roseburg. Medford was closed in on 3 different sides by wildfires, like the Ovachan. The one to the south, we watched live on my stream, come up and erase 2 different towns, Talent and Phoenix. And they barely stopped it and saved Medford. So we had everywhere by Cave Junction on fire at the same time. Even weird places like the Oregon coast were on fire, like Lincoln City. Turns out that was probably power lines down with the Echo Complex fire. At the same time, California was dealing with crazy fires as well. And so that was a bad time for the, I don't know, near suspension or almost termination that year of the inmate firefighting system of California. And then we had all the other crazy stuff happen, the glass fire, the LNU complex. So the reason that the August complex became, quote, California's largest fire is it was ignored for the bigger, the more pressing situations that were happening all over California, the fires that threatened civilization, you know, and the big cities and critical infrastructure of places like the Bay Area, and priority for the Sierras because they didn't want those fires to be burning during the Santa Ana wind season starting in October. So the August complex was completely unstaffed with many of it. So all the, unfortunately, northwestern California gets abandoned, and so does southwestern Oregon because it's low population, not much civilization there. For other targets, it's just a matter of not having enough resources, not paying enough people, and not recruiting enough, and not having enough airplanes. It's a money problem, not a, oh, the fires got so bad we couldn't fight them problem. You know, it's when you have thousands of lightning strikes like you do every August, you have to hit them all at once while they're small, and you can't just tell them to wait on hold for a week or two while we get to you. What if the next windstorm happens? So in reality, California's biggest fire ever was the Dixie Fire. It had a single start, and it grew into 5 different and spread over 5 different counties. It's absolutely gigantic. And they did try to stop it with everything, and they couldn't. Everything that they had, 35% of the nation's firefighters were on the Dixie Fire, and this entire thing here, see this? It began right down here. Do you see this? This is the Dixie Fire's burn scar that wrapped itself all the way around Lake Almanor, which is a huge lake. Huge. And that's 5 different counties that it straddles. Gigantic portion of California on fire with nothing to stop it except the rains in November. So if you look at the August complex, let's see, where is it? This thing? Yeah, that's because they didn't try to fight it most of the time. And it's dozens of little lightning strike fires that met each other. So don't believe the false statistics. What we are worried about is that right now the airplanes and the attention is on northwestern California, where the crazy amount of lightning strikes have occurred. We also saw something happen yesterday near Grass Valley. I hope that's been okay. Looks like we got McClellan, tankers leaving McClellan. I saw some Hercules earlier. But if something else happens, if new fires break out, they will start to ignore. Make no mistake, northwestern California, the town of Hayfork, we've seen year after year get abandoned. Like the McCash and McFarland fires, I believe 2021, were abandoned when the Dixie got super out of control. So they're doing things like trying to protect themselves with their own people because they expect to be abandoned. You know, this would be like the 4th year in a row that would happen. So that's why I'm just hoping that they can get a handle on this because the clock is ticking right now. Now let me look back at the chat. Big Dog says if Big Bear gets the rain as forecast, there will be mudslides and debris flows. Yeah, this is not good for a Category 3-ish or 2 hurricane or even a Category 1 to hit LA. Never mind the water, you can get it from somewhere else. And this would be catastrophic damage. We're talking fatalities. We're talking people driving along freeways. And because a lot of the LA River and others are right next to freeways, flash floods could spill over the banks and wash away cars and drown people in their cars. We're talking uncontrolled releases from the dams down there. I hope they're draining the dams right now in anticipation, because they'll just open the floodgates and say, They have to be open, otherwise the water will overtop the dams. You remember the San Francisco Dam collapse? A lot of people don't remember it, but Mulholland, the guy, controversial figure who brought water to LA by stealing it from other states and stealing it from farmers, designed a dam that failed pretty immediately after it was built, and it washed away towns and hundreds of people's lives in the middle of the night, in the 1930s or late 20s, all the way to Ventura. So when a dam fails down there, it's serious. If they just open the floodgates, levees and such will probably breach if they're just wide open, plus torrential rain at the same time. So there's a lot to fear. This isn't good. Anybody welcoming any kind of category hurricane or anything near it towards LA and saying, "Oh, a rain," wisen up. That's all I gotta say. Our best case scenario is it will weaken to just some sort of a weak tropical storm, and then that might be all right. But it would still torrentially rain. LA is really not prepared for that. There's a lot of slopes. People live on a lot of slopes. Mudslides can bury people at the bottom of them. So Pasadena, everywhere's at risk. The mountain passes, the deserts, flash flooding. It's remember all the burn scars down there. Right after the 2020 fires and during 2021 spring, we had all these mudslides that buried towns that escaped the fires, near the sequoias and such. It was unreal. It was like lava, but it was mud, just burying towns and flowing down the slopes. And California's not ready for it. The burn scars of Caldor. I mean, look out Tahoe. Look out Dixie fire area. Now this is like a new track that has changed already. I hope it's just a low pressure area by the time it reaches like Reno, but I'm not really sure. Don't put a lot of stake in hurricane tracking. It's still an infancy science, But this could be quite bad. We don't have forests anymore to absorb the water and deep tree roots in the Sierras to prevent massive mudslides. So analyze where you are. Are you in these areas? Do you have slopes above you, especially fire damaged slopes? Look out. You may not have to evacuate from a fire. You may have to evacuate during mudslides. If you feel safer going somewhere else as the hurricane approaches, I definitely would go somewhere else as the hurricane approaches. But keep an eye on this. Be preparing now. So let's go back and see where they're going to be working these fires. We do still have some east of Eureka on the coast. There's some over by Janesville. So let's do a little fire roundup. Now, the highway fire was what we covered yesterday, which is over by Nevada County. Hopefully they'll upload the Lookout Fire community meeting soon in the Bedrock, and I'll play that. So I would like to eat my food that's in front of me, but can't do that while talking. Let's see, did they change? They said changes to the evacuations as of 3 hours ago for the highway fire in Nevada County by the town of Washington and the Omega area. So they said, yes, they lifted the evacuations for many of the zones. That's great. They downgraded some mandatory to a warning. So stay vigilant. But that's awesome. The town of Washington remains under evacuation order, though. That's probably wise. But it speaks of confidence, though, that they've been reducing the other ones. Let's see, do we still have the evacuation map handy for that on this tab? This is Lynn County, this is Oregon. Let's click on it again. Where did it go? The link is in the description of this video, by the way, if you guys need to know anything about that fire. Oh yeah, that looks much reduced, much reduced. So here's Nevada County. Here's Lake Tahoe for scale. Yeah, I have high confidence they'll be all right with this one. I don't know how it started. I don't know if it was related to any lightning or whatnot, but back-to-back lightning storms have been rolling all over California, and Tahoe area got pummeled by lightning. So it's very possible. I just don't have that info for you. So on the same map, if you click a different county, Siskiyou, let's see if it will do this. Yeah, okay. This has been pretty much the largest evacuation map I've ever seen in my life. This is insane. So this one is for the head fire, which we frustratingly lost all the cams to last night, and we were kind of deaf, dumb, and blind to it. Didn't have any radio to listen to. This is going all the way to the Oregon border from Steelhead and Said Valley and Scott Bar, Hamburg, all the way to the Oregon border. That is enormous. Wow. Let's see if the Fort Jones camera, which Fort Jones is down here, is still up. That was the only one that was looking at the situation. See if it's gone up again. Let's see, duplicate the tab. Oh, looks like they might be up. Okay. Yeah. Fort Jones. Let's see if we, nope. I'm hoping this is good. Like, I don't know if that's smoke or if there's a little bit of moisture mixed in. We're going to look back at the weather. Oh, yeah, we can't see anything, so it's not that great. However, I'm happy to see that the cams are back up. We lost the Hornbrook as well and Antelope Mountain plus the Fort Jones, and I don't know if that was fire related. Probably was, but they're back. What? No. Thanks.
This.
No, I'm not. I just took my first bite. I'm sorry. He's ready to take my plate. I haven't taken a bite yet, but thank you anyway. Yeah, he's a good waiter as well, guys. C-Probe's awesome. I'm trying. I was planning to eat while the community meetings were happening, so I didn't have to talk, but I have to talk right now. All right, let's look back at the chat. I'll just let chat guide me. Instead of like doing this fire, that fire, this fire, that fire, at the moment, what fires are you guys concerned about? We are still waiting for the upload for the Lookout Fires community meeting. Oh, that's extremely concerning for Oregon. And I'm very worried about it. Do we have it up yet? Let's just do a quick check. But what do you want me to check on? Because whoever's in the chat right now having a concern at the moment, let's prioritize you and then do a roundup of fire information, because there's just a gigantic amount of fires to cover right now. Northern California is in crisis. I don't know if a state of emergency has been declared. It should have been. There's so much going on in the steep, rugged, and nearly impossible terrain. Wait, that's flat fire. Let's see. Did we get? It's finally uploaded. And I wonder if they ever answered my questions. So if you click on the comments, we should. Yeah, okay, we should be able to see this stuff here. I asked some questions like, what would happen? What would the fire do if it went into the burn scar? But I don't see that we're seeing all the comments. Let's refresh. The holiday fire burn scar has a huge, tremendous amount of thousands of, like, seriously, some of its old growth, dead trees and landscape. Oh, here it is. It says, here's a question. My question, what will the fire do if it gets in the holiday fire burn scar? There's lots of dead trees there, thousands. And they replied, cool, since the holiday farm burn scar is more recent and there are less fuels available to burn actively, it would likely be moderating, depending on the wind condition and the slope. So I'm glad that they answered that question. The reason that I had to ask it is I don't know how much brush has grown at the base yet in 3 years. Now, Oregon's got a tremendous amount of invasive species weeds. So it's hard to tell. You know, they colonize, unfortunately, the areas first after a fire. Once the tree limbs have burned off, they have all the sunlight they need, so they'll just race into there, outcompete the native plants. That's why you should never be afraid of salvage logging. Excuse me, I'm in the kitchen. Never be afraid of salvage logging. The whole argument that, oh, the tractors and stuff are going to crush the stuff, the forest stuff trying to grow back. Okay, nothing's trying to grow back the first year because all the seeds were turned into ash due to the fire, mega fire. Mega fires are not the regenerative type. It's not the natural kind. They are the human-caused, for multiple reasons, land sterilizing, incinerating, obliterating type. Not natural. So whatever is going to grow back in the first couple of years is usually the invasive weeds that need to be squished anyway. And loggers should be paid to remove them as they see them sprout up. You know, to give the forest the best chance it has to regen. So don't worry about that. Because I haven't been there recently, I had no idea how much like weeds and stuff are growing there. So looking down here, still waiting for them to upload the video, it looks like. Were there other really good questions about the lookout fire that people asked that I didn't read already? It's really cool that people had individual questions about their own homes, and they were like, here, talk to our state fire marshal crews. They'll be happy to connect with you. What's your phone number? That's very cool. I really do like the fact that they are at least answering questions. Other fires previously, they kind of ignored chat. So this is very, very good. So these were already answered in chat. 6 more comments. Where and how will we learn that level 3 evacuations are reduced? What's the fire size? It's 4,721 acres. The lookout. Is the fire on the west flank of the lookout contained? And Rolf Lang says crews, with the official site here, says crews are working to build control lines on the west part of the lookout fire using the 2633 road. So that's good info. That's great. What we need to know is the specifics, the details. So while we're watching with the cams, especially as they're doing more firing ops, and they mentioned even trying some maybe tonight, which would be a good time probably. It looks like it's very humid, kind of moist, maybe even a little rainy. That'd be a great time for control burns. What we need to know is if we should be scared watching these scary images at night. Like, is it supposed to burn up to that road? Is that they're doing? Or did the fire just get out of control and move up to that road? Like, is it planned or is it a crisis? And if they tell us exactly which roads they're building as control lines, then we can rest easy if the fire reaches those roads but doesn't pass those roads specifically. And that's the best way to communicate with the public, to keep everybody calm and not with BS, with info. A lot of times people are very scared because they see these cams and they just don't know what they're seeing. A lot of times people get depressed because they'll see, even though it was mild weather, like say a little bit of rain or something, people get depressed because the acreage went up 1,000 acres last night. How did that happen? It should have, it should have not expanded. And in reality, it was, say, backburns. So whenever the acreage goes up, it's not always necessarily a bad thing. But you got to tell the public what's going on. So a state of fear is what you don't want. So David says the Caldor fire burns cars, just that. Yeah, it's basically a desert in the mountains now. David Dillon says, really concerned about the head fire. We have friends in Scott Bart. So am I. So let me check out the head fire. That's the most enormous evacuation zone I've ever seen. I just checked the cams. Fort Jones 1 and 2. On the, in fact, I'm just going to link that to you. Keep checking Fort Jones 1 and 2 to see if we can ever see anything on the lookout, on the head fire, because it's a long distance cam. See how far away it is. It's kind of looking over a ridge. It's always been difficult to figure out what's going on from the Fort Jones cam. They should have put maybe on this ridge, but anyway. At least you can tell when the weather's clear from a distance if there's a pyrocumulus that started or not, because you'll see the gigantic mushroom cloud stuff and the smoke go above the clouds as long as it's clear. So do keep checking that. Right now we just can't see a dang thing. I'm going to look at information. This has been one of the hardest fires to get any information about. Like, look, 9 hours ago is the last update. 11 a.m. So Klamath National Forest has fire activity moderated last night due to light rainfall and good humidity. Yes. Good. We were deaf, dumb, and blind last night because the cams were out. Ridge tops are much drier, though, and the fire continues to back and flank. So what backing is a fire moving slowly. Backing usually means a fire is moving slowly because think of it like you can walk backwards, right? Looking over your shoulder. But you're going to do it a lot slower than walking forward, right? So backing is usually the way that fire doesn't like to spread, like downhill. Like it'll race uphill and go woohoo, but it'll back downhill. Backing is also against the wind. Like if the wind's pretty mild, just because vegetation touches each other. So if a bush is on fire, even upwind, the tree touching that bush is going to ignite. So that means it's a much slower, right? So it can just be touching, going downhill, or against the wind, that sort of thing. So flanking, that's when it's wind driven at the very start of a fire, it's going to have a narrow, short path, like the wind just drives it forward, right? Well, when the initial wind that just pushed it starts to kind of die down a little bit, then the sides of it spread out wider. The sides that were not in line with the wind, right? So that's relatively slow. This is great. We would like to see the word creeping. That would be great. That's like when literally a snail can outrun the fire or have a good chance. Old lady with a walker can outrun the fire, right? That's creeping. But we'll take backing and flanking. This buys them a little bit of time. So, whoops. It says structure protection in Hamburg, I don't know how to say that. Horse Creek, Scott Bar remains a priority. I think that's a best thing that they can do right now because they had some crazy erratic winds. Couldn't use aircraft. They have like no visibility. Then just focus on saving the structures. Now, there's a point of hope here that I want to say about Scott Bar, Syed Valley, Hamburg, excuse me. I haven't analyzed this, like where the structures are, but if fire is above you and your community is in a little canyon and your community is tight together, like most of the structures are right next to each other, that means it's easier to defend. And oftentimes firefighters will, if they have enough time to set that up, pumpkins, which are like doughboy swimming pools that are portable, put those in people's driveways, set up little sprinklers around the house, cut down some dead trees, groom it, Oftentimes they can just sit there and defend the property and the town really easily. If the fire just goes over the top of them to the next ridge in that canyon, they could just sit there in that little canyon As long as they are confident and they've had enough time to set up that they can defend themselves and what they're sitting next to, then they will. So smaller communities and canyons have a better chance of survival than anything larger. So we just have to figure out what they're doing. They have to just tell us. If they just went immediately to structure protection, awesome. That's the best choice they could have made, in my opinion, and they're doing good. So it says Type 1 team has command of the incident. They are developing a plan. Crews will be going as direct as possible when with the weather today. Yes. Direct means going at the fire and attacking it rather than being defensive and backing away from it. So they've got a window of opportunity. It says there's a red flag warning in effect today and command expects abundant lightning. However, storms will trend wetter to the weekend. So hopefully all in there in that chaos, they're doing a good job. I hope that answers your questions about the head fire, but we have not found any broadcastify to listen to regarding that. If anybody does, that would be pretty awesome. So yeah, you're very welcome. It's extreme concern. That's the largest evacuation zone I've ever seen. Like, wow. I wish lakes were more prominent, or if you zoomed out, you could still see it. But that's a gigantic piece of Northern California. Ends at the Oregon border. Only because there's an Oregon border there. Like, it doesn't mean that fire can't run across it. It's just that these are done by county. Ashland should be a little bit sweating right now. So, like I said, Godspeed to all the firefighting efforts there. Let's watch the end of the aircraft show here. Looks like we have all the aircraft peeled away from MacArthur up there, and I know yesterday somebody was asking me about it. What was it called? Oh no. They wrapped up all of the different fires in northeastern California into one called SKU, August Lightning Complex East. Please don't recycle fire names. People will get so confused in the future looking back at these last 3 years because people say, oh, the August complex was California's largest fire ever. Well, okay, 2020, and that was an entirely different mountain range. So now they're calling it August Complex Lightning East SKU, which is Siskiyou, blah, 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 blah. I think you have to wait at least 8 years before you recycle a fire name. It's just too confusing for the public. And if they're not run together, they don't deserve their own names, but what do I know? So it looks like we may not even get individual updates on these fires, like what's going on by Pondoza and MacArthur versus anywhere else. Okay. We also just have a 9-hour ago update. Fires are actively burning in timber. Currently, the Wildfire Ranch Fire have merged together and now considered the Ranch Fire, which is 700 acres with 10% containment, and the Long Fire is 75 acres with 30% containment. And so if we get on the cameras and try to figure out what we're looking at, we can't anymore because we don't have a map with the different names anymore. That's terribly confusing. We're going to have to do primitive stuff like say, well, the fire that's by such and such lake, whatever it's called, how are people supposed to search for that, find info? Yeah. But here we are. Firefighters continue to go direct, building and strengthening containment lines, but due to steep and accessible terrain and narrow winding roads, it's challenging firefighters. Yeah. What do we always say here? We need fire access roads. So all these fires have ground and air resources assigned. Stay alert and be prepared as conditions change. I want to check the weather real quick. Yeah, the Pondoza area, blah, blah, blah. Long Ranch and White Fires, blah, blah. Okay, due to the number of Shasta County residents monitoring this fire, we have added that county back in. Oh, I guess 2 updates. Please note the fire is not at this time in Shasta County. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right, because they made the decision, Watch Duty did, to not notify Shasta County residents because it moved out of the county, but they still want to look at it. I would too. If it's right on your doorstep. Okay, well, it's nice that they listen to the public, but that makes it much more complicated to try to track all that stuff. So let's look at the weather real quick and what kind of. See, where's our Google Earth? Do we have the meetings uploaded yet? Is anybody checking that? We'll be checking on the hurricane thing. So what I want to know, we might have to turn on my radar, is are we getting lightning storms right now? Looks like possibility. Pacific is pushing heavy, serious winds in through the San Francisco Bay, and even some of the Pacific's winds have made it into California through the Eureka area. It's more rare because it's just hard for the wind to break in through the mountains. So, are we getting rain? Oh, that would be awesome. What? I turned on the precipitation layer and we're not? Okay. But the radar says light rain, less than an inch, moderate to light rain. So when I turn on precip, why does it disappear? Oh, because that's a different time. Okay. Did it just stop? Okay. This is a little bit ambiguous. Cheryl says BC, British Columbia has 3 major fires. That's Canada. And NWT has, what's NWT? Has 20,000 on the go. Let's cross our fingers and toes will be okay. I know Canada is just, I wish we could help Canada more. Okay, so we may have, Reading people, Shasta County people, did you guys just get rain? I don't want to check multiple weather places if I have to, if I don't have to, but I'm just confused by the precipitation layer shows nothing, but the radar layer does. This is Zoom Earth, which is more visual than informational, but okay. Radar, it says 8:20 p.m. This starts at 7:20, goes to 8:20 p.m. All right. That would be awesome. That'd be totally awesome. I don't see any lightning strikes here, but we're going to have to check Windy and others now, I guess, to cross-reference this. Yeah, so Windy is showing for the last hour lightning though at Weaverville, northwest of Reading. Headed over towards fire that's by Hoopa, and I think there's level 2 evacuations over there. We're going to check that next, which is the Hoopa Indian land over there by Willow Creek and Eureka. We saw some aircraft working it, which is great. So that's weather radar, but where's rain layer? It says starting at midnight. What we want to see is the blue move over. It's 4 p.m. today, 6, 7, 8 p.m. So it looks like a little bit of rain fell, 0.02 inches at Etna and 0.01 at Happy Camp. We wanted more, especially since we had lightning there. We wanted a lot more. Great. Christopher, the trail says just FYI, a thunderstorm at Redding, California, and it did rain. Good. How bad? I mean, how much? How much did it rain? Where you were? Weatherbug shows many strikes by Weaverville and Trinity. Yeah. Hey, Semperfi, how you doing? Okay, so other fires, I'm sorry if I missed you. Just go ahead and put your question in again. Do at KATH, like start typing my name if you're on desktop. at KATH, and then you'll see this pop-up that shows my name. Click that, and then type the rest of your question. That's going to flag me with a highlighted thing, so I see what you're saying in chat much better. I don't skip anybody on purpose. On a phone, this doesn't really work though. So right now, I'm tentatively hopeful that there's a little bit of moisture here that's helped the situation. And it's not the dry lightning stuff. Question: will tropical depression, tropical storm, or Hurricane Hilary put out any fires? If it rains on them, yeah, it could. Definitely. It could completely put some of them out, especially the small ones and wherever the eye moves. However, right outside of its rain band, if there's no rain, like as it moves past, then you just get high winds. If that's dry, oh God help us. Remember what just happened to Hawaii? A hurricane went by, but it was dry. See how I'm a bit agitated? You know, you just saw what happened with Hawaii. A hurricane went by, but the dry winds adjacent to it just caused a mass fatality event. Yeah, Jay says, I pray in Jesus' name the winds don't start up another disaster like Lahaina. Exactly. I pray too, Jay. Exactly. So, guys, be super prepared. And if you get a bad feeling, if in the pit of your stomach you think, okay, just think about where you are right now. Would this affect me? Like, am I at the base of a slope? Would mudslides potentially happen above me? How stable is the slope? And think about big picture slope, like the big side of a mountain type of a thing. Has it ever had instability? Has it had mudslides before? Has it had rock falls before? Is it in a burn scar? Is it recently logged? How stable is it? Is it flowers holding the hillside together? That's not deep. You need deep, old tree roots, big, old trees holding it. And even sometimes that doesn't work. So if you feel vulnerable, then you should relocate ahead of the storm to higher ground or somewhere else. Visit somebody else. You know, think about flash floods. And what's the history of flash flooding? Like last time a big storm went by, what happened to your neighborhood? You can go back in time. Just Google, even if you're a new resident, the history of the disasters in your neighborhood. You know, just Google like such and such county disasters or weather, freak weather phenomenon, right? Because geography doesn't change, and that means history repeats itself if geography sets up a situation. Where avalanches have happened before, avalanches happen again. Steepness of the slope, right? So that's the way I want you to look at the situation. Don't wait for and don't count on the government pointing out your vulnerability. You gotta assess the situation for yourself. If you're next to an active wildfire right now, if the hurricane misses you and the dry winds that might be on either side of it fan up that that fire, especially like everything near the head, the Prospect, this Smith River complex, are you by Whiskeytown Lake, by the Deep Fire? I would seriously consider going somewhere else that has a lot more evacuation routes. You want 3 different paved roads in 3 different directions. You have, for most of these fires, 1 single road as an escape route, going like 1 direction. You do not want that. So go to the beach, this weekend, or go stay with friends or whatever. I showed the video where I drove into a wildfire and right up to it on accident, trying to get to Highway 101 from Maxwell, California in the valley years ago. I had no idea I was driving straight towards a wildfire because every single one of these roads in the Coast Range from San Francisco Bay all the way to like Brookings, every single one of these is in the canyons. You cannot see the horizon. You will have no idea if you're headed straight towards a wildfire until you turn the bend and it's right in front of your face. I don't see a lot of good shelter-in-place options. I don't see a lot of lakes. I don't see a lot of deep rivers or anything. Take notes of culverts and bridges. Get out, drive those right now. Get out, well, with daylight, check them out. Take note, put them on your little map, mapping software or a paper map in your glove box, so that if you find yourself blinded by smoke, you only see 5 feet in front of your bumper, you can just follow your map, get to the nearest culvert and bridge, park there. Don't drive through smoke or flames. And if you have to, get out of your car and get into the culvert or under the bridge. That's a better situation than trying to drive like a bat out of hell when you're blind. A lot of people die in car crashes. Because they're trying to do that, they're in a panic. Just stay cool. Look for your swimming pools, your ponds, lakes, little reservoirs, even neighbors and such. Your airstrips. Don't park on a runway, please. But, the parking lot of the airport. Baseball diamonds, the big school parking lots, the big box store parking lot. Recently plowed fields that are just dirt or short grass. Just park there, ride it out. There's plenty of shelter-in-place options around you, and you need to find out what yours are. Like the football fields and green grass, the golf courses are not going to burn. The farmers that have cows grazing and they're grazing on green grass and it's short, go there. It'll be okay. If you're going to stick around and you find yourself cut off from communication, that's all you got to do. This takes hours to drive anywhere. I've had the misfortune to try to drive in like 105-degree weather and 110-degree weather from like Crescent City to Grants Pass. That was god awful. That was a god awful route. It just took forever. It just takes forever to drive anywhere here, and doing it blind and in the middle of a disaster, no thanks. So do move way before you're told. They should have, in my opinion, put gasket all day yesterday at level 2 and various places at level 3. I have no idea why they did not. We watched the heat signatures last night, to my dismay, get closer and closer to these towns, and they were still just on a level 1. And we saw the fires get closer and closer to the cameras. And I'm like, what in God's name are you waiting for? Sometimes they are trying desperately to update evacuation zones, and the sheriff is deep, into knocking on doors and has no radio and no cell phone service. And so sometimes that is the really good explanation for why these evacuations come late. They're trying to communicate and they can't. Fires will run to the very few, hills where the radio stations are and the cell phone towers, and they will chew through them and disconnect everybody. And so the last thing you may see is a level 1 evacuation or a level 2 when they're desperately trying to make it level 3 and they can't. Do remember that. We don't rely on technology here. Some of the places, what was it, not Washington, like as in Nevada County, but Del Norte. We saw, there's Gasquet. We saw the satellite detection go over it. Here's Washington Peak. So, let's see, a different map is going to show us here. Case in point, Washington Flat was under a level 1, and we saw this. We saw a heat signature right over the top of it, and it was still at level 1. It's like, what? What? We looked at Gasquet, looking down the barrel of a gun here multiple ways. There's 2 fires north, 1 fire to the east. When wind really gets cooking, it will travel the fastest through the wind tunnels, which is the drainages, the canyons, where the rivers are, where the creeks are. Look at Gasquet. So the fire is just to the east of it. It can just run in record time with a high north or east wind pushing it to Gasquet. Look north of it, it's got fire there. That could come down this drainage, wind tunnel, and the fire up here. So it had a triple threat from 3 sides. It was only at level 1 yesterday. I have no idea why. I would have people just getting the hell out of there. but that's just me. So you can see the enormous amount of heat signatures which started to surround the town, surround that area. Gasquet's now at level 2. I would be leaving already, just my opinion. There's only one way out, and that would be to the west. So if the wind here blew the fire's embers, say as it got over here by Pioneer Road, if the wind blew the embers over here, it would start a fire to the west of the town and cut off everyone's avenue of escape, potentially. So this is why I would be this is why I'm telling you right now, straight up, these are worst case scenarios. And I can tell you the best case scenario is it gets rained out tonight or tomorrow or something, right? Or the wind changes, blows it to the northeast or somewhere else that's not going to affect many people. Or the wind changes direction so much it doesn't expand much in any direction. That's luck. This is luck. Don't depend on luck. Best case scenario. And then here, the remnants of a hurricane kind of rain it out. Could be happening. But don't count on luck. So Matt says she's speaking the lost art of common sense. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's crazy how common sense seems to have diminished as technology has advanced. So people taking videos of the flames rather than running. Well, for that kind of situation, when people don't know what to do, they tend to freeze. Fight, flight, or freeze. Your instincts take over, which are not intelligent. Your instincts are dumb. They're part of the ancient past. I mean, even animals have instincts, and they don't really have much of a thought in their head. I mean, even things like earthworms have instincts, right? So that is usually not what you want to use your decision-making process. You want knowledge, and unfortunately, I mean, part of the government has something to do with that, and that is not giving people the knowledge they need to survive. Like, I know Y equals mx plus b, but I've never had to fire a rocket or a mortar round. But for some reason, I had to learn that in high school, just in case I got drafted like into a World War II scenario. I mean, World War II is when they pen and paper figured out slope for firing rockets and mortars. And now that would be automatic, so I don't know what, but that's the old curriculum, right? Is to prepare people for the wars of yesteryear in high school, and yet here I was every summer living in critical fire danger zones in the foothills of California, near where the Paradise Fire was, in extreme fire danger zones, and on the top of a hill at a dead-end road, where it took more than 45 minutes to drive down to the nearest paved road to try to escape a wildfire. Like, I should have been taught, and we should have been taught in schools how to survive that and how to prepare our homes. I don't give a damn that Y equals mx plus b. That's cute and everything, but I did not need to know slope. We needed to know how to survive. So when people do not know what to do, they tend to do fight, flight, or freeze, which is an instinctual reaction. They have to go in their instincts. That's when adrenaline's flooding you. If you don't know what to do, your subconscious mind takes over, floods you with adrenaline, and you can't really even remember your address and your phone number very well. Adrenaline cuts off your intelligence. That's when your subconscious says, well, the conscious mind doesn't know what to do. I'm taking over. Here's some adrenaline. Go, 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 go. Fight and run, or freeze. Oh, everything's scary. Freeze. They say fight, flight, or freeze because snakes, for example, don't bite you if you don't move in general. So, like, there's an instinct in some scary situations, just like freeze. Anyway, it's instinctual. So, but do you know what to do? If you know what to do, you have a plan. You're never going to get that adrenaline rush. It's never going to turn off your intelligence. And that's why first responders who have already drilled and trained and know what to do, they don't panic. They're just calm as a cucumber as they go to work. So part of it's not just like, oh, society's getting dumber. It's we can fix that. People actually know what the hell to do. Here's where I come in, because government is not. All right, did we get our videos? Thanks everybody for being here. We are donation funded. Thank you so much. I did hear the cha-ching note for somebody donating to PayPal. Thank you very, very much. I'm sorry, I really don't have time to check it. Sometimes it doesn't want to load on my phone anyway. It says every time I look at it, PayPal wants to update and I can't see what it's doing, and I just But thank you, very much appreciated. We're donation based because I never want to put ads on this. I might be forced to try to creatively come up with fundraising, but I stopped my life and I don't work in order to be here all summer. So we are donation funded. I appreciate everybody who's been able to do that. PayPal's the best way with the link in the chat. The second best way is a super chat button, but YouTube takes 30%. 30% of whatever you donate. Let's refresh, see if we got our community meeting. But it's better than nothing. Everybody else who has hit the like button, that helps us trend so that people looking for this fire information can find us. That's tremendously important. And just sharing the links on your Twitter or your Facebook or your thing, just hit the share button, text it to somebody you know who might need this information. That is tremendously helpful to connect people who are looking for it. I hate it when a year later people are like, oh, I didn't know you were alive during that fire. I wish I knew. But we're up against the algorithm which punishes channels like ours. A lot of people unsubscribe once their fire is over and they don't want information about it. So when I get, like, say, 1,000 or 2 people unsubscribing after a fire season, the algorithm just thinks I offended people or I'm a jerk or something. And that's usually the reason why people unsubscribe. You know, in entertainment channels. And so I'm pushed to the bottom of all search results, even if I'm covering the exact same thing that people want to know about. So this is all tremendously helpful. We're just fighting a kind of a brutal system. So Lookout Fire 4 hours ago had some cool pictures. Looks like we don't have our video yet. I assume it's going to be uploaded tonight. I would hope that right after the meeting is over, that they would upload that. Let's check on the bedrock. If the bedrock beats us to it, that'd be kind of amazing. All right, refresh the bedrock. Community meeting happened at 7:30. It should be over. Don't see it. All right, friends. Sorry about that. I was hoping they'd have it live, back to back after the lookout, and we just be done by now. These are 2 tremendously concerning fires. Burning an old growth. That's potential for mega fire in Oregon. Some of the last old growth we have there. So it's tremendously concerning. So let's look at our lookout cams. Remember this one, Wild Frontier. If this camera burns over, we might see explosions from these propane tanks. As I was half expecting that to happen last night because we saw the fire crest over the ridge. This is we identified this as Upper Coon Mountain with the fire that burned over the ridge in the Kelly Creek drainage over there by Gasquet, which they're now calling the blah 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 complex fire. But now it's looking, this fire's still closer to the camera down below, but now it's looking in the distance because it's rampaging. The classification I would give all these Northwestern California fires is completely out of control and on a rampage and going where they like. So hold on to your butts. Who the heck knows what's going to happen with these hurricane force winds that are going to come in from like a hurricane. So looking at the deep fire that's by Whiskey Town. And do let me know what you want to look at next. Christopher Luttrell says, hey, just FYI, British Columbia is on fire right now. God, yeah. Wait. You mean like towns? Wait, what? Is there something happening that I'm not aware of? David Dillon says I could see a light on top of the ridge line directly west of Redding, just south of Shasta. Would that be the deep fire? Shasta, the town? Shasta Lake or Shasta Mountain? West of Redding, that's got to be Shasta, the town, right? You're seeing a glow in the... Okay, let's investigate. But please tell me what's going on in BC. I don't have a TV, so I don't watch regular news very often. So I can be kind of blind to that. What everybody else like knows about first. I do have a TV, but I'm doing the stream on it. It's my monitor, so I can't watch TV at the same time. West of Reading. That was the deep fire, right? So we don't have any ghost detections right now, but the deep was at Whiskey Town Lake, just west of it. Let's look for it. So you're saying just west of Reading, not like far northwest? Okay, let me look back. The ridge line directly west of Reading, just south of Shasta Valley? Bally? What's that? What is that? Is that a mountain? Help out? Sorry, I'm not familiar with all this stuff. Okay, let's Forest Service map up. Is that like a mountain? Okay, guys, I may have to refresh my VPN. Either that or Caltopo's having issues. Oh, it's where the Forest Service map ends. Okay, so I'll just scan topo. These can be a bit old, but okay, Shasta Valley Recreation Area with radio towers. Okay, all right, I understand now. We don't have a heat signature. So is it like a red glow like fire? Because sometimes is it cloudy there too? If there's fire beneath the clouds, you can see the reflected light up underneath on the underside of the clouds. We're going to have most of our cameras flip into infrared very quickly. So let's go look at the cams that we have in the region. So Reading. Shasta Valley is next to what? Whiskey Town Lake. Yeah, I would say that's the deep fire. Okay, but let's verify. So we're in, whoops. But that's not just west of Reading. Yeah, it is. Okay. Scan topos. Well, I don't see a heat signature, but if we look back at deep fire, maybe it's the castle. That was a 1 acre though. The deep is actually by Trinity. Why was I saying Whiskey Town? I'm sorry, just mind blip. Well, we could have had some new lightning strikes. I hate the way that they rounded up all these fires. Do let us know about that situation. I would call your local agencies and say, what the hell is that? Don't assume it's been reported already. Let's look at the cams that we have in the area. There's Whiskey Town, Trinity, there's Reading. Anything looking that direction? I don't see that we do, except maybe McCabe Ridge 2. Now, 1. It's kind of in the wrong spot. Let's see if it rotates. Doesn't rotate. Don't know. But thank you for the info. That is concerning. I don't know what that is. It looks like lights from vehicles. Oh, what's this? Duckett Peak? Is that a rotator then? Duckett Peak 2. All right, let's do a quick time lapse. All right, there's the clouds going by. Oh, look at all the dead trees, dear God. Whoa. All right, did you see that? Was that lightning? Okay, rewinding. Look right here on the screen where the V in the left side of the mountains is right there. Yeah, possible lightning right there. Couple of flashes, look. Wow, okay. You may have just got a new one. That may not be reported yet. I would definitely report that. I would call immediately and say possible new fire. Don't assume it's been reported. It's non-emergency number or possibly a 911 that I would do, especially if it's growing, rather than flashing. If it's constant and growing, I definitely call that in. Try to give them as precise pinpoint as you can give. Like if you know that region or something, try to give them like even a long latitude kind of thing, or like the intersection of roads. If the more vague you are, the more they're going to probably misunderstand it. Like the Caldor fire got really bad because somebody said Caldor Road, and there's like 8 different Caldor roads near Tahoe because Caldor was a ghost town that no longer exists. And so there's the Caldor ghost town site. It was a lumber ghost town. And then all of the different railroads that served that ghost town that got torn up were called the Caldor Railroad Road, and then it got renamed to the Caldor Road. And so the person said Caldor Road. 911 didn't hear the word road, sent the fire department from the nearest area 6 miles east in rugged terrain, which took them like an hour to get there to find out that there was no fire there. And that's part of the reason why I got so bad. So try to be as specific as possible. And hopefully the infrared aircraft, if they're able to fly tonight, are going to pick all this stuff up. But they will that'll get put on their list. So that might be really critical to report immediately so that they know that they should fly over. Okay. Yeah, Terry Dean says many people have no prior experience with fires to draw from. Exactly. I mean, I hated fire. So with Shasta Valley Mountain. Okay. I hated fire, and so I didn't want to learn how to even protect myself from it. I just wanted to live in my ignorant bliss of I'm sure the firefighters will take care of it. Like all throughout the 80s and 90s and 2000s, there was all this enthusiasm that the public shared with each other that we're not going to have the big mega fires of the 1930s anymore that the grandparents talk about. That's all historic. Oh, we got aircraft now. We got communications. We got satellites. We can track it. We've got blah, blah, blah sophistication. In reality, we're letting our infrastructures. Yeah, thank you, David Dillon, for reporting that. I've done that a few times. I've seen stuff on the cams, and I've just picked up the phone and I've called non-emergency numbers. I've called the sheriff's offices of different counties randomly and just said, look, I've got a heat detection I can't explain. Please send somebody out to look at it. And once that was kind of it turned out to be nothing, and once it was something. So don't ever get embarrassed or anything. Just see something, say something. So I never wanted to learn about fire. It terrified me to learn about it, but now that I know about it, I'm so glad I do. I feel a lot less frightened of anything, right? I know I'm one of the best people to be around if a fire breaks out because everywhere I go now, I'm thinking in my head, where can I shelter? And I'm noticing them all. And it gives me a sense of confidence everywhere I go. Not only could I save myself, if that's possible, I could save others. So what we have to do is tell people it's not that scary. Fire behavior is pretty easy to understand. Children can understand it. I think just Smokey the Bear should have taught more than, don't throw cigarettes into trash cans and out the window. Smokey the Bear should teach kids about survival too. But I only started learning it for real when we lost our family friend in a place where we used to live and realized it could have been us. And I heard it about so many different power lines fires going down. I realized we're not safe anywhere there's power lines above ground. with wildfires, especially. California's been letting fire access roads degrade, not maintaining them. So it's harder than ever to fight fires, actually, and letting the vegetation grow up. There's a lot of different mismanagement. Fire promoting weeds have come around. The beetles have come around. The climate's a bit different than it was. We got new challenges, and so mega fires are here again, most of which we can solve. Whoa, wild frontier cam. Okay, it flipped into infrared. See what I mean? You've seen some pretty scary images. This is Northwest California. So that's a good job that you, if you guys see something, definitely call your local people. David Dillon says the car fire started at the base of Shasta Valley. Oh God, we do not want a fire in a car fire burn scar. It's ready to go into a new mega fire. That is one of the worst case scenarios. It's got all those trees, millions of them, standing dead trees on the landscape, and a lot of brush has grown since then at the bases. It's ready to burn. That is a possible nightmare that me and John Bruno, the retired fire chief who lives in Shasta County now, that we've been discussing. So, dear God. Cheryl says cell service is non-existent in different parts of Canada. You can download maps prior to leaving. Yeah, you can. You just can't trust smoke anymore, Desi says. No, you can. You can. There's a Smokey Bear 2.0 thing. It's just that they need to do more. David Trifecta says the CZU fire started from lightning 3 years ago yesterday. Jeez, yeah. Yeah, it was bad. So David Dillon says, I've not seen this much lightning in Redding since the lightning fires of 2008. It's been a bad year. El Nino. Look up, I wonder if we had 2008 El Nino too. Yep, it did. A lot of this stuff is repeating patterns. El Nino, yeah, it began in 2008 in a cold phase, which was La Nina, which developed during September of 2007. It peaked in February 2008 and began to dissipate in March. Wait a second. Was that La Nina then? Right? What? It's contradictory. Come on. No weather. The El Nino Southern Oscillation began in 2008 in a cold phase, which is La Nina. So would you just call it La Nina? Either way, those are wild cards. El Nino is usually more predictable than La Nina. La Nina is always a wild card, but El Nino can be a wild card for crazy weather. Okay, so let me look back at the chat. One must consult Don Theodore. I'm not sure who that is. High divide camera 1 and 2 have fire on them too. Okay, let's take a look. These are all northwestern California. That's Wild Frontier. Where did I put my high divide? Let me know, guys, if they uploaded yet the videos, because I want to eat. My steak is ice cold in front of me. Gonna turn into a steak sandwich, I guess. High divide was quite concerning. It's north of Gasquet, looking due east, as far as I remember. That was its position, looking due east. Whoops. Yesterday. It had some downright terrifying looking stuff on it. Yeah, high divide. It's now looking east by northeast. High divide 2 is a different zoom level, but the same thing. So let's do a 6-hour time lapse. That's ash flying by. When you see ash flying in the wind like snowflakes, you know the wind's got pretty bad. You all right there, C-Probe? You all right there? Okay. He had some computer equipment at my place. He's moving him to his new place. I was going to have him make the announcement, but he finally moved to Oregon for good and proper. Okay, yeah, we've got fire over the ridge lines. So this is pretty good. This is nice clarity. I like this. It's not 4K or anything, but this is a good, much nicer quality camera than normal. And so we can identify these ridges based on what they look like. Please don't unplug me while I'm streaming, though. I just lost that monitor. No, I lost my monitor. Okay, it just went offline. Oh no. Okay, friends, I'm sorry. I have to fix that. Am I still live? He just unplugged something from my battery backup thing, and my monitor just went offline. Dang it. The monitor with the control panel of what I'm streaming. Oh man, I wish I could have just gotten it for him. Oh, okay, it's on again. You just loosened it up. Okay. Okay, we're all right. We're all right. Okay, what's going on? Is there a town in danger or something in BC? Actually, I am pretty wise, Joseph Williams, about what's going on. More than the average person. Though I mean well. Oh, I mean well. Did you just say bless your little heart to me? Okay, if I'm not a wise person about these fires, then why have I been able to predict what they were going to do when even experts were wrong? And apologizing to the public. Think about that. Why do I have thousands of subscribers? To tell people the straight dope. I'm using all the information available to me. If I have gaps in my information, of course, there's going to be inaccuracies, but as soon as we fill those gaps, we correct. No, there's nothing else we can do. We have to give the public as much information as possible so they can get information, which is a tool of survival. If you're talking about, like, say, what's really causing the fires and stuff, that's not exactly what the point of my channel is. It's teaching people how to survive, giving people the early warnings, and telling people what can be verified and what their best case, worst case, middle ground scenarios are. Do not expect perfection here because, look, we're looking at a cam, right? I really like it if government agencies and stuff would do this, talk to the public 24 hours a day and give them the straight dope, give them more information. I'm sure that a lot of them who might tune in are going, oh, damn it. She just worried that a fire jumped a line, but we did that on purpose. Well, how could we know, though, if you don't tell us? I wish more of the boots on the grounds could actually contact the public and give us information. They'd take their own personal pictures and they could give us a lot of reassurance, as well as a lot of information we would need to convince people to evacuate for their own safety, and yet they're not allowed to. So a lot of what we're doing is speculative, but it is with the consultation of experts. We have real firefighters in chat. I have the phone number for experts like John Bruno. We can give a call. In fact, I accidentally blew him off the other day. I feel like a jerk. But really, fire's behavior and survival is what the point of the channel is. Like the basics. I'm not going to be able to tell you like a physicist how wind forms and how thunderstorms form like a meteorologist. We don't need to know that info. We have to just tell the public, look, it's not rocket science. Fire goes where the wind blows. It's fastest that it can move. As like the moving wall of flame is uphill and driven by wind. Climbing and then being pushed by wind at the same time. That's fastest it can do. Just really, it's basic stuff. Public can understand it so that you don't make the critical mistake that 20 plus people did and they died before Paradise was the biggest fatality event in California near LA. It was volunteer firefighters who didn't know anything about firefighting, who were pressed into service and fire got away from them and they tried to outrun it uphill and it caught them. So you just can learn these lessons without needing to know, say, the physics behind it. You don't need to be a physicist. You don't need to understand how to manufacture a car to drive one. You don't need to understand how ice forms on roads just to know what to do if you encounter it, right? So, good, I'm still alive. Great, great. So, anyway, if people are going to try to use my channel for their theories about what, quote, is really going on, like conspiracy or this or that, I would say just write me a letter. I want to know what people are talking about. But remember, the point of my channel is not to do anything but teach people how to live through it, how to protect themselves, protect the environment, push for change, that kind of thing. I'm perfectly qualified for that. I have the great fortune for people who have taken me under their wing, and I learn fast. Still learning. We are all still learning about fire and fire behavior in general. So right now, if you overestimate fire's power, you're the safest because it keeps surprising us. We'll have new extreme fire behavior because we have new conditions for fire to act in extreme ways. Look at that. It just burned right over that ridge and just flared up. Now, when you see big flares like that, remember this is a time lapse. It's only taking an image like once every minute. Yeah. 20:59:45 to 21:01:58. Yeah, like every 1 minute. So as soon as like wind hits it, where it finds a big new fuel source, you're going to see like a bigger image, and it's usually the camera failing to calibrate quick enough to get it like back in a frame and not blow it out. But if you do a time lapse, you'll see that as flashing. So if you do one still at a time, just know that say for 1 minute winds fan it up, and it'll die a little back down, and then winds will fan it up again. That's the nature of wind gusts. They go, they fade, they go, they fade. So that sort of flashing is completely normal, especially if the camera has been calibrated like it is for fire to be on the other side of the ridge and it crests the ridge like that's coming right over the side. It hasn't had time to calibrate it down so that it's not blowing out the highlights, right? It needs to squeeze its shutter down tighter because there's been more light available to the camera. So it means it's incredibly hard during these frames to tell exactly what just happened. But you have to wait for the next frames to come by. But this this lookout cam here is looking due east by northeast, northeast of Crescent City. So if we remember our vulnerable town of Gasquet right here, this is looking at fire just really pretty close to it. So Wild Frontier 1 and 2 are down here. And these are the ones that could have a burnover with explosions. Also by the vulnerable town of Gasquet, because we saw the propane tanks and stuff right next to the radio towers, critical infrastructure. So when I say that we identified it as Kelly Creek, that's Kelly Creek right there. It came right over this ridge last night, right here. The fire is right here. I don't know if it's anything fell down in there, and like Kelly Creek is on fire right down there. But we saw firefighters today pull up in the car and take a look at the situation because there's a bunch of trees growing around it. They never made defensible space. If the fire goes up to it, I imagine those propane tanks just might explode. Whoops. So, anyway, yeah, I'm going to show that one, Desi. Let's try to be gentle. Let's try to be gentle. The people, I understand too, that the people who are coming into the channel trying to warn people of the shadow government's technology that we don't understand, those people have good intentions as well. They're trying to come in here and warn people, but I don't put that stuff in my stream because other people are already covering that. And I want this to be a refuge for people to not get any new stress on them. We have fire victims here. People lost everything. We just want to keep it supportive and just give information of what we can verify. If you can't prove something, then why put more stress on people? They just need to know if fire's coming and not exactly why. Like, it doesn't really particularly matter if it's started by lightning or some other reason. You just got to know what to do. I don't want, all the feedback I got was it stresses people out if we just talk conspiracy all day. So I don't allow that talk here. We're going to try to keep this as least stressful as very possible for this, for people who are in crisis. Just be sensitive about that. That's what I'm asking. Warning people about threats they can't defend themselves against too has no real purpose. Okay, Marina Cam II, hello, how are you? Where can you find, I'm sorry if I butchered your name, where can you find an emergency handbook for fire, especially like the one in Maui? What do you do if you're stuck and you can't get out of the way of a fast moving fire? Yeah, you know what? I should make it. I should make it. That's a really good question. I really wanted to, during the winter, to make a series of pretty short videos of what do you do and here's how you form your evacuation plans. That is the best question ever. But I was struggling for my life with a major health event for like 6 months bedridden. I'm still not 100%. Let's see if there's any infrared flights. Do we have the community meetings up, by the way? I was going to put them in a series of short digestible videos because I've gone over most of the survival tactics over time on the channel. And what I do is I ask people to give me a cross street, not your actual address. I don't want to put that on there. But if anybody wants me to help them form an evacuation plan, I just drop everything and help them, especially if there's a fire next to them or if we have a little downtime. What you should do is form your own plan, independent of government's evacuation plan, and then you have that in your, not only in your phone, but in a paper map like that you keep in your glove box. You keep a couple of things in your car ready to go at all times. Like I'm always sitting on a wool blanket in my car, and I have one across the back seat for others. Always have a gallon of water back there, a fire extinguisher, N95 masks, and a backup cell phone that doesn't have any minutes on it, but it can always call 911. A couple of battery backups, a couple extra chargers, flashlight, right? Wool cap, and some gloves. And I actually have like a long broomstick. It's kind of like a Swiffer pole, actually, but it's great. If you have that in the car and it telescopes, say you sheltered in your car, like in a big box store parking lot, and like a trash can on fire rolled up against it, well, you just get out, push it with a pole, or you wrap the blanket around your leg and punt it away. Just kick it. So I've gone over all these survival things. You craft your own evacuation plan and keep it in the glove box and drill a couple of times throughout the year. I don't know what kind of sewer system Lahaina had, but that could have been a shelter. Did it have manholes? Entire neighborhoods can be saved if somebody has a strength and a crowbar to open up the manhole. People could have sheltered in swimming pools. So if you look at the first thing you do to make your own evacuation plan is you make 3 different main roads that are paved in 3 different ways out of your community. If you don't have them, consider yourself 1 level above in vulnerability than anybody else. Let's look at the Wild Frontier camp for 6 hours. So like say, like here at Gasquet, there's like 1 highway out of the town. That's a major road. Don't do the dirt roads. You can't travel fast enough to really escape a fire on those. Don't do the windy ones. Don't do the climbing ones. Don't do the ones where you don't have good visibility. You want the paved roads. And then you have your shelter in place option because you have to realize that the window of opportunity to leave by vehicle is one that closes. You should not attempt it once that is shut. Like once the traffic jam is there, once the smoke is so thick you can't see 5 feet in front of your bumper, when you cannot verify the fire is not in front of you as well as behind you, that opportunity is shut. So instead of like panicking or trying to defend your home with a garden hose, you should have within walking distance, reasonable walking distance, shelter in place options. If you don't, you need to make one. Spas don't work. They can melt. It's just not enough water to be okay. But a swimming pool generally is okay. Ponds. Look at your neighbors. First thing you do is you get in a satellite view of your neighbors. Like let's say East Reading. That's where some of my family has evacuated before. So let's say I live right there. I'm just going to pick a random spot. I live right here. Okay. So it looks like a 2-story to 3-story apartment complex, judging by the size of the parking lot. What do I have for shelter in the immediate area? Oh, there's a river. That's the river, isn't it? Or it's a big creek. But what's wrong with it? Big tall trees growing along the banks. So what you have to realize is you can't shelter near a body of water if a big tall tree that's on fire is going to fall on you, right? So I teach little things like this. I mean to make shorts like this, digestible ones. I want to have a playlist where people can just look and look and look and look and craft your escape plan ahead of time. But since I don't live here, I don't know the height of these trees or if they still exist. But the sandbars are usually a good option. Is this a recently plowed field? It is in the satellite picture. Depending on the height of these trees, parking your car right here might be all right, or just standing there. It really depends. If all of those trees were on fire at once, the tremendous heat might drive you away. So I think that's probably not good. So who has a pool? That neighbor does. Could you possibly get in the sewer? Depends on how strong you are. Here are some pools. They're really tiny though, not particularly great. The tremendous heat of the home burning next to the pool might drive you away or just give you second-degree burns on your face. So these are last resort shelters, but where else could you go within reasonable walking distance or short drive? Big box store parking lot, perfect. Right there, park there, stay there. You're safe. Everybody in Paradise, for the most part, who couldn't get out, we're into big box store parking lots. Perfect. Right there is good. This one looks fine too. Perfect. That's fine. Is this a recently plowed field? If it's all like that, most of the time it's dirt. Perfect. Drive right there. Are you in the traffic jam? Is this all solid brick wall? Lead people. Maybe you can drive over this barrier, maybe you can't. If you have a truck, you're going to ram that fence down. You're going to tell everybody else, coming out here, lead people through it into this parking lot. Looks like a good amount of parking space. I don't know if these are big box stores or what, but anybody who's trying to get on the freeway, you would say, stop, stay where you are. You're in a perfect spot already. Look at all this. You don't have to evacuate. You need to park here. That's all these traffic jams begin. You're all right. So what if you couldn't get out of your neighborhood? It started in your neighborhood. Hopefully grown men would help people get in the manholes open and into the street. I don't know what happened in Lahaina, but what you do is you mark all these places and then you check them out for yourself before the crisis hits. Are these plans feasible? Like, is this dry now or is this wet? This is perfect. Oh, this is perfect. Sit right here. Right here on the banks. Put your wool blanket over you. Because the weird thing is, if you have to get wet, like say you have to get up in your neck and just sit there, don't tread water. Just a place you can sit in the water. Throw the wool blanket over your head. You trap breathable air. Get a little bit of the smoke out of the way. Stick your N95 on. If you get wet, then the wool blanket will keep you alive because it'll insulate when it's wet. Because you might have a really miserable night being cold. It's weird how wildfires, like, a lot of their heat goes straight up in the air and they don't emit much light except like a general glow in the sky. So you can't see very well. And they don't emit much heat if the pyrocumulus is going. Most of the heat is straight up. So this sort of thing is really simple. Plowed fields, golf courses, baseball diamonds. These are awesome places to go. In fact, if you make it to a golf course nearby, firefighters will probably meet you there and be like, oh, hi there. That's where they're going to stage. So construction sites, quarries and stuff, just make sure you can actually access them. Make sure this imagery is up to date. It's fine. These neighborhoods, right there. Right there. And remember, if you have to break down a fence or something, just do it. Pay for it later. Doesn't matter. You won't be held responsible for doing something in a true emergency. Overpasses, I would say, might be safe, but there's actually a lot of wooden constructions I didn't know about. I don't know if they can burn. It may vary between overpasses. But, don't leave a place of safety just because don't be the lemming that follows the other lemmings off the cliff. Most people die in their cars, just like in hurricanes, after the window of opportunity to leave by vehicle has closed. So I need to make these videos And what I'm going to do is I plan to write down all this advice so that people can print it out, laminate it, make their own little survival thing. It's not going to be tailored for all instances, but maybe a little picture book is what people need, and maybe people could just reprint them around the world, you know? Maybe we could even get some translation. Yeah. So, Melina says fire was moving 1 mile in 1 minute in Maui. Yeah, that's the way it does in a conflagration. Like the Oakland firestorm in California, there was a building on fire every 38 seconds, a new one. You can't fight that. Firefighters can't even get to you, just like with Paradise. So I think a lot of people may have survived if they stayed in their own backyard pools or if the neighbors went into the pools. Stezo for life says, I think that's where all the homeless are. Well, yeah, the river bottoms is where homeless are all over California. But it also would be the safe place to go. But make sure there's no tree that's above you that could be on fire that'll fall on you. The trees, as they're on fire, are incredibly dangerous because it's difficult to figure out how they're going to fall. Even if the wind is, say, blowing the flames to the west side of the tree because it's coming from the east, right? If the west side of the tree looks the weakest, you'd think that the top would break off and fall west. It depends on how the fire has been eating the tree from the inside. And if there's a big cavity inside the tree, like a hollow, and it's actually weakest on the east side of the tree, because that's where there's not much bark or not much wood holding it up. If the fire has just eaten through that, then the top will break off and it'll fall on the other side of the tree. You can't judge. You're incredibly deadly and dangerous for firefighters to work around. So don't think like, oh, I'm on the east side of the tree, the wind will push it over west. It can go in any direction. Plus, when towns start to burn, they're going to make their own weather, generate their own winds, and that's part of what happened at Lahaina. Is they're going to be erratic. I used to have a marking pen here and draw, but what happens is once the pyrocumulus cloud forms and conflagration happens, so much heat is being pushed up into the sky that air is going to be sucked in 360 degrees from below everywhere near the fire. It's going to be sucked in to replace the air that's leaving into the sky. And so you will have wind going towards the center of the fire in different directions than the way the wind is blowing. So it's a completely unpredictable once it's in the urban area. So I'm very sorry I was not able to accomplish this goal over winter. It's more than ever, it's super important. But I do want to vet all the advice with the true firefighters first. That's my second delay. I want to run it by them and say, is this practical good advice? I do study where people have survived. I read their survival stories. I interview them. I go to where they did survive or where people did not, and I try to figure out what could they have done. Let's look back at this one to see if there's a glow. This is the one by Reading. We don't want to see a glow. Now, hopefully, the best case scenario with what happened over by Reading is that lightning started a fire and got rained out immediately. No, it may not be. We may not be that lucky though. But if you continue watching the channel, you'll learn enough so that you could make your own. I'm so sorry for what you went through. It's just the PTSD of just watching what happened with Hawaii. I think a lot of people didn't understand that that was a mass fatality event, but as I saw more, I knew it had to be. And I had asked the other firefighters here, Brokefish and JB. I mean, I'm a firefighter too. I mean, the others here in chat, especially the firefighters, I asked them, "Is this a mass fatality event?" And he's like, "Yeah." So, cities and municipalities have to rethink everything too in their advice. You know how they say this is a safe place to go in a tsunami? Like if you ever gone to the beach and it says tsunami evacuation point that way, you should put signs in big box store parking lots saying fire evacuation place. Sit here, shelter here. This will help the public. You know, They should just unlock the gates so that people can just drive onto the, track and field at the local high schools and stuff, and herd people into those situations. And municipalities can do a lot. If there's a really good culvert next to a highway, then there should be a sign pointing at the culvert saying evacuation, option of last resort here. If there's fire in front of you or behind you, go get in this culvert. They should strategically make some, even though there aren't any. Just identify the highways where there's dead zones, where there's no culverts or bridges, because there's maybe there's no creeks, and create some. Let's dig into the sides of hillsides, or just put a culvert in the side of a hill with a little door on it, say fire evacuation shelter. Put gravel where people could pull over and get in. It would actually work in tornadoes too. So, but we can push for this kind of thing in our municipalities. Hey, thanks for being here, Melina, and I'm very sorry I have not. Right now, the best thing I can do is answer people's questions live. Do we not have the video up yet? It's 9:30. It may not come up tonight. It may be on their to-do list for tomorrow. I guess the Bedrock Fire video is not here. Oh, that's frustrating. Did the Lookout Fire show up? Lookout Fire video? That's what I really wanted to know about. They plan to go live, yeah. Information updates from 5 hours ago. Friends, I don't know that it'll be. Oh, wait, no, that's the live that was troubled. All right. Yeah, see that's.
Might see
on.
Yeah, that's not the thing we were hoping for. So, dang it. All right. I imagine that. I mean, I'll stay live here for at least half an hour more. But I'm just thinking we are probably not going to see these two videos tonight. That really sucks. So anybody who just didn't go there doesn't have the critical information today that they needed, right? Shoot. So, what is this little video? It says, this is a lookout fire in Oregon. Yesterday, as the inversion lifted, air operations were able to quickly join the fight and help cool the fire on the southern and eastern edge. Well, it ran over the side of the mountains on the eastern edge, so I'm not saying that it did nothing, but it was able to breach on the eastern edge. So here's a time-lapse video from the golf club. Oh, that's cute, seeing all the video, different trucks and stuff go by. In the video, you can see two air sats dropping water on the fire while a task force moves into position to monitor the fire near the structures. So let's make that larger. Can we make that full screen? Yeah, let's do that real quick. Let's go back. Let's get me out of the way. My food is still cold on my plate. God, I'll find a video to watch and just scarf really quick. Put in the chat, please, which thing you're looking, which fire you want me to cover right now, and what's going on. Are there any compelling webcams? All right, let's go back. Let's go back. Oh, let's hide this. All right, here we go. Unadulterated video. Pure, fresh, pure Michigan. Says the golf club southwest of the Lookout Fire, looking to the northeast. It's just east of Eugene, the Mackenzie River Highway and river, near town of Mackenzie Bridge. Now they were trying to keep it up there on the hills, and it breached their best containment hope The line up the very top, the lookout ridge, forest right up there. So it roared over the hillside a couple nights ago when we were tremendously worried about it. Oh God, why does Facebook think I want to see this? Can I just right click and say never show me this crap again? Oh, mother passes away and there's something to do with a baby? Like, get away from me. See less of this. Hide this. God. Don't autoplay it for God's sake. Sorry, friends. Anyway, you'd think fire topics would be what Facebook wants to show me. Transform fit to screen. Turn back on the clock. All right, where's my webcam? Okay, where's my clock? Right. Jeez. Okay. So yes, I do. It is planned for the future that I would make a comprehensive guide of fire survival. There's really good ones already out there for prepping people's homes, but I would make some that fill in the gaps, such as the new information that most homes, even in the urban situations, like what happened with Lahaina was a lot of the embers that were from buildings burning down the edge of town and just other things burning at the edge of town. The embers traveled by the wind and started to go up through the soffit vents that did not have a fine enough mesh. I'm going to show you what a soffit vent is. And so I should have said just soffit vent. It's the stuff underneath your roof, under the roof eaves. Some of them they're like little round holes, and birds love to get in through those, and squirrels. So it depends on your architectural style, but you need a very fine mesh screen to keep the embers out. And most homes and buildings during a wildfire are taken out by embers they tend to, the way that wind works, accumulate underneath roof eaves. They're trying to blow up and over a house, but they're getting stuck underneath the roof. It's like a lip, they're trying to go up and they can't. They're getting stuck. So where these vents don't have a fine mesh screen, you can just go get a staple gun to fix this. In a pinch. Go to the hardware store, order it off Amazon. Ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Just staple it. Where most of these buildings are burning down, even if they have a sprinkler system, they do not have one in their attics. That's very rare. Businesses or homes to have an attic sprinkler system, although attic fires are the number one way a home will burn down in a wildfire. If you've ever seen one house make it and the rest of the blocks is toast, I mean, sometimes that's where firefighters try to protect that single house, save their own lives, and watch the fire go past them. Sometimes, though, when this house is gone, that one's not. This house is gone, that one's not. The others had the embers accumulate up in the attic, and hundreds of them will go in. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds per minute. It's like being in a blizzard with the snowflakes not being white, but being glowing embers. And so they're going to start the attic on fire because it's got all that dry wood up there. So then the roof's going to be on fire. And it doesn't matter if you've got sprinklers below. The worst thing about, say, Lahaina's downtown and others is sometimes these buildings have a firewall type wall between them, like to separate them, but not in the attic. It might be shared attic space. So if the fire gets in the attic at one end, it will just race from one end of the building to the other. And the entire roof for the entire block, the buildings for the entire block are on fire. So gutter guards are your next key. If you've got a good fireproof kind of not wooden shingles kind of a roof, the next thing you need is to keep stuff from accumulating in your gutters. Even if you just clean them all the time, remember, any kind of trees above you in these hurricane force winds that'll happen during a big firestorm, they're going to blow more pine needles and more leaves and more stuff, and just burning debris from other people's homes are going to go into your gutters, and it's going to catch the roof. So you need gutter guards. I mean, that's a brand name, but you know what I'm talking about. They now make soffit vents that are fireproof. And lastly, the embers can get underneath the house. So you need these special vents underneath the house. So what are they called? the basement area. Get your staple gun, ka-ching, 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 and do that as a temporary measure. So the under vents, I don't know what these things are called. They make now fireproof ones. They'll stop those embers, because if you just have this old kind, that mesh is not good enough. Actually, that's an air vent. Actually, it's a foundation air vent. Yeah, that is not good enough. You have this, go around your property and look, especially underneath your wooden deck. If you have a wooden deck, we'll get rid of it. But if you can't, then go underneath the deck and prevent the buildup of leaves and stuff down there. Remember, it'll be pushed up there by the wind. How good. This is good. You have to prevent this. See the leaves under here? Yeah, you've got to prevent that. Look at the bare floor and all this. So you can first get the gazebo style, wood, or not wood, that wouldn't be good, but gazebo style fake wood. That's usually pretty fire resistant to keep out really big debris. And then you just all temporary, right? You make it pretty later. Get the screens to prevent embers from going up under there. Not just critters, but embers too. So this is the best way to protect your house. It's way better than sprinklers on the roof, because sprinklers on the roof do not prevent the embers from going up underneath. Brokefish said, he's a firefighter, and he tried to protect his own home, and he left it. He had sprinklers and stuff going, but I said the way that your home got taken out, it's got to be the embers went up underneath the vent. So I'm not going to show the fire tests. I'm not talking out of my butt here. I'm reading the latest information that we know from tests where they built homes and made wind tunnels and then threw embers and tried. I think it was a National Fire Agency that did that. I'm just not going to show them because they're PTSD triggering, because it's showing a house ignite, right? Just trust me on that. A staple gun and mesh screen is the best way to protect your home right now, apart from, defensible space. So that's the only missing gap in the existing defensible space videos that I'm not really seeing that covered a lot. Cal Fire puts out a whole bunch, other people put out a whole bunch, but they're not mentioning that critical factor. And that would take away some of the conspiracy theory stuff, because that's why people think, well, the laser didn't hit that house, just burned a path like this, a squiggle path. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. The other reason that homes can be spared and others not in a fire is a true fire tornado went through the neighborhood. And that's a pattern of destruction for like a small fire tornado. It'll be just like another tornado where some homes are okay. The ones on the north side of the street are not. PG&E Lunar Sparkles 1, hey, welcome back, says, is doing tree limbing but being told to leave dead branches in our culvert ditch. Oh my God. That sucks, man. Great. Marina Kiawe, I hope I'm saying your name right. Yeah, Hawaii has lots of single-walled structures and houses with no attics, hardly. Okay. We have water catchments made out of above-ground swimming pools. Lots of non-permitted structures and houses. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've never been there. I wish I had been there now. I wanted to make documentary films about ghost towns and historic towns. That was on my list, I love history, and the Hawaiian people just lost so much more than lives and property. Lost a chunk of their history. What happened to Hawaii is like the Hawaiian people just lost their capital. It's like as traumatized as we would be losing all of Washington, D.C. White House burning down, everything. Like, just think of it. That was their capital for a long time, ages. Just, wow. I really hope that the banyan tree survives. It's got a chance. But don't get your hopes up if it sprouts a little bit of greenery in, say, a couple of months. It doesn't mean it's out of the woods, but I really hope. Older trees have the best chance of survival. So, But you got to be on patrol. You got to look at your home and see if there's any gaps and stuff. Go into your attic with a flashlight, of course, turn off the lights, and then see, can you see daylight in your attic anywhere, any cracks? Figure that out. Go out to the outside and you want caulking and you want screen mesh. Just in case the caulking breaks in the heat, the seal breaks and the embers can get in. Caulk first, but staple gun, ka-chunk, 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 around that caulking. You can always make it pretty later. Just do the basic job. I would severely encourage people to get iron shutters on their doors. Now, are there any current fires I should be monitoring, like right now? Oh yeah, old wooden structures. Yeah, I mean every wooden structure is ready to burn because I mean these days wood is kiln dried or cured ahead of being sold. So like even a new house is just as dry as say 100-year-old wooden house. In fact, I mean with a place like Hawaii, that new lumber that you buy that just came off the boat might be much more dry than what's there on the island because of the humidity of the island in general. Humidity can kind of add a little bit of moisture back into furniture. I have antique furniture, and so just with antique furniture care, I was warned to never have, like in winter, let my bedroom get below X amount of humidity because it'll start cracking the wood. You don't want to have temperature extremes, and you don't want to have anything too dry. So new lumber has been kiln dried so that it doesn't warp after you've made the structure. So I mean, you've got a little bit of a point there, but also in a tropical location, it varies, Okay, now which fire? I mean, look at all these. What do we want to cover right now? You guys, you're the audience. You tell me what's concerning you. Southern California's got two. A vegetation fire. Oh, these are those super high def cams that are beautiful. The HP Wrens. Is this over by where the Bobcat fire was? Wait a sec. Buffalo Bump South. No, it's Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. Wow, they've got an HP Wren high def camera. Even at night, they're high def. These are insanely expensive and good. They have a vegetation fire burning 1,000 meters downrange. Initial size up an hour ago was 1/4 acre, and light to medium and fuels was slower to spread. That was 8 hours ago. So, wow. Yeah, that's not near the Griffith Observatory. Coyote fires on the border with Mexico. Lots of evacuation orders for resorts. 400-acre fire updated 1 hour ago. Evacuation map. Let's take a look. I'm completely unfamiliar with this area, so don't ask me about it. Potrero. Okay. Being that that's sparsely inhabited except for maybe some resorts, I'm sure everybody's already aware of this. Over by Tecate. I hope I'm saying that right too. Canyon City and Campo. All right. So, yeah, animal shelters, stuff on the cams. Let's see, which cam is this? Los Pino North. Los Pino North. Let's see what it looks like right now. Okay. And we will look back to Northern California in just a sec, and we're going to do a time lapse. Maybe whoa, bald Jesse. Yeah, we'll look back at the north in just a sec. Dang it, did we just lose 2 cams? We lost the cams at Shasta Lake, Bear Mountain, and Highline Trail. Great. What's going on with the power up there? We lost some cams in Central West Valley. Okay. All right. It's kind of a dead zone for cams. Los Pinos. Okay. Yeah, we got one looking. Los Pinos, north and south. both looking at the same area. So let's do Los Pinos North. 6-hour time lapse. Whoa. You can see the red retardant splashes of the aircraft that was working it earlier. This is on the border of Mexico. So we're looking to the south. Dang. Yeah, that ripped through. I don't know what kind of vegetation that is. I would think juniper type scrub. We're on the border of Mexico. It's more of a Mexican climate than here. But look how clear the night is. They might even be able to put their nighttime helicopter stuff there. Wow, what's going on by that road? And we do have a little bit of a ridge in front, but the good news is that this is light, flashy fuels, meaning it moves fast, but it burns up fast. So if you could stop it ahead of it, it burns itself out real fast. If this is the kind of fuel that I understand I'm looking at. Talking those oily bushes and stuff. I just hope it didn't jump that road up over there. Let's get a satellite view. Is there anything happening in like an emergency in Canada? I didn't get that straight answer yet, or I didn't see. Let's see. Ghost detections. Say Tecate, Mexico. Yeah, I'll take it as near. All right, so that's Tecate, Mexico. Let's look north. Yeah, we got heat detections. Whoa. Right. It's our shaded relief. All right, so it probably did. Since we were looking to the south, it probably did get up on this hillside, which is Potrero Peak, I would imagine. So on the other side of Potrero Peak, though, they got a nice big highway or freeway. And I don't know if there's any, like, I would imagine there's structures up there, so it may not matter. So it's structures. Hilary. Yeah, not on a peak. I really hope they didn't lose structures just now. I mean, it seems like they could have. Anybody tuned into Southern California's news? Let's track the hurricane, guys. They move fast, so things will update very frequently. Its track will be readjusted and readjusted, I'm sure. Where is it now? It's west of Acapulco, Hilary. One destined to slam into California, it looks. So let's see. It's still Category 3. It's supposed to increase to a Category 4 by 5 a.m. Hold on to your butts. Latest warnings and information. Major Hurricane Hilary of 2023. Last updated 3 UTC. Well, what the hell time is that? That's Zulu time. What is 3 UTC in Pacific? I should say Pacific Daylight. 8 p.m. Heavy rainfall associated with Hilary may produce areas of flash flooding and result in landslides over portions of Baja California from late Friday to late Sunday. Rainfall impacts from Hilary within the southwestern United States are expected to peak this weekend into Monday. Flash, urban, and arroyo flooding is possible with the potential for significant impacts. This is going to be a disaster. I expect people to die. I need to be real with you. I expect some people will die. This is a really serious one. It'll be a miracle if nobody does. The threat of hurricane force winds impacts is increasing along the west coast of Baja California, which is a peninsula in Mexico. And the government of Mexico has issued a hurricane watch for portions of the west coast of Baja California's peninsula. Remember, that's not the United States, it's Mexico. We stole the state of California from Mexico, literally, like took it by force. It's true. I mean, we had a revolution. Okay, tropical storm conditions are expected to spread across the southern portions of Baja California Peninsula by late Friday, where a tropical storm warning is in effect. Like back in the day, the Spanish just called it all California. Later we redrew the map and called it State of California. But truly, the geographic piece of California goes to the tip of this peninsula. It was this stuff. And yeah, it's amazing. You look at old maps. Whoops, I lost my page. You look at old maps, and the old myths about California was that it was run by an Amazon civilization, like the kind that fought with the Trojan War. Women were in charge, so even the seal of California has an Amazon warrior chick on it. And they were called the California tribe. Can't make this up. Like Spanish missionaries were on acid or something. It's pretty amazing. And they were like cannibals too. And they would eat all the Spanish sailors that crashed. Can't make this up. And crashed a boat there. Okay, back to what California is. Large swells from Hilary. Oh, actually, sorry, I skipped one. Threat of significant wind impacts continues to increase for the northern portions of Baja California Peninsula, southwestern United States, especially in areas of mountainous terrain. That, talking about the mudslides and stuff. Although it is too soon to determine the location and magnitude of the impacts. Interest in these areas should monitor the progress of Hilary and updates to forecast. Watches could be issued for portions of this area on Friday. Large swells from Hilary will spread northward along the coast of southwestern Mexico. Yeah, expect big freak waves, guys. Don't go to the beach, like near the water, especially at night when you can't see it. Expect that the swells are going to be tremendous. And you know where the beach ends and like the sand dunes begin and like where the hotels are on any beach? Expect bottom floor hotels to be flooded out. Like it'll probably, the tide may come up and over and flood out hotels that are right on the beach. Like everything from, I've never really been to Venice Beach, but you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people sleep there, like homeless or people partying at the beach. Do not. This is not gonna be good. Move your car. You know what I mean? Like if you're parked near it. Get your stuff to higher. If you're rich enough to live at the beach like that, get your stuff to the higher floors. Same thing as if you're near a drainage, even if it's a dry creek that hasn't seen water like in a long time in Southern California, it will see water. It will be running fast, thick, and furiously. Is your stuff on the lower floor? Or at least get stuff off the floor up on desks. You really could see impacts like this. I don't know how well the paved over drainages like the LA River and the canal systems are going to handle this. Maybe very poorly. Expect them to spill out and flood. And that your drive to work and stuff might be compromised at the very least. So Hilary continues to rapidly intensify, so it's gaining strength. It's Category 3, it's going to be a Category 4 sometime during the night. The presentation on infrared satellite imagery has become impressive, and very impressive. And so the hurricane now has a thick ring of a negative 70 to negative 75 degrees Celsius eyewall cloud tops surrounding the eye, which continues to warm. So it's freezing cold in the sky, and it's hot in the water. What? They're talking temperature, right? Okay. Earlier, AMSR2 and GMI microwave imagery showed a similarly impressive structure with a solid eye wall at both 89 gigahertz and 37 gigahertz channels. Okay, speak English, please. While the most recent subjective Dvorak intensity estimates are constrained from increasing as much as the satellite presentation would suggest, the objectives estimate. Just tell us if it's dangerous, guys. The estimates from UW-CIMSS have been rapidly increasing, with the latest estimate from ADT at T6.3/122 knots. AIDT at 130 mile an hour and 125 miles an hour from DPRINT. Okay, so it's dangerous. Hold on to your butts. Hilda's initial intensity will... Hilda? Thought it was Hilary now. Okay. Hilda's initial intensity will be set at 125 miles an hour for advisory, favoring the objective estimates. The hurricane has maintained a west-northwest motion tonight, estimated at 300 by 12 knots. 300/12 knots. Are they talking about eye wall wind speed versus at the exterior? The mid-level ridge currently steering Hilda, which I think they mean Hilary, is soon forecast to shift eastward as a mid to upper level cutoff low swings in from the west and parks itself near the central California coast. Okay. The mid-level ridge that's steering Hilda, meaning pushing it into California, keeping it from going towards Hawaii, right? Pushing it to the east. It's forecast to shift eastward as a mid to upper level cutoff low swings in from the west and will park itself off the California coast. That's why they think it'll hit California directly over land. Is this thing up here or whatever is going on in the Pacific, which is keeping it from tracking due west like the others want to hit Honolulu, right? Hawaii, I mean. There's something over here that's going to push towards America in the Pacific, and so that's going to keep it from going this way that it wants. Almost all of these cyclones and hurricanes that form off of Mexico or off South America, they want to go due west. Jet streams, Gulf streams, blah, 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 blah. Trade winds. So there's going to be a storm out here in the Pacific that's going to park itself here, right off California, pushing it inland. Hold on to your butts. Okay, let's go back to reading this crap. I could have summarized this really quick. Blah, 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 blah. This pattern should result in Hilary, now it's Hilary again, starting to turn northwestward and the more northwestward over the next 24 to 36 hours. How the hell do you mean northeast? I guess they're talking about its track rather than its actual track rather than where it wants to go, because they should have been saying the storm would push it northeast or northeast. See what I'm saying? Okay, all right. So that storm parking itself off of Western California is going to make it go almost due north. That's how I'm going to interpret that. A turn more northward should begin by this weekend with some gradual acceleration as the hurricane is captured downstream of the cutoff low. The track guidance of the cycle remains tightly clustered. Only slight adjustments to the forecast track were made, so they're confident about this. This track forecast remains in good agreement with correlated consensus aid, HCCA. Since the forecast track continues to be roughly parallel to the coastline north of central Baja to the California border, it's very difficult to know if the center will remain just offshore or move over the peninsula before reaching the southwestern United States. It's quite important because hurricanes gain their strength from warm waters of the sea. That's why when they, devastate Florida and put southern states in a meat grinder, why by the time they usually hit New York or something, they're pretty weak because they're hitting the cold water of the Atlantic and or they're going over the land. Land just does not have the amount of heat that the hurricane needs or the moisture to keep it going. So it starts to break up and lose strength over land, even though it's kind of meat grinding it. So if it's going to go and stay off the shore, it'll continue to maintain its power. But if it meat grinds Baja here over the land, it'll lose some power. to see how the Gulf here, the Gulf of California, if it's over the Gulf, it's still warm water and it could still stay at a very strong strength. That matters a lot, but they don't know. So the rapid intensification episode of Hilary is expected to continue for the next 12 hours. Yeah, it's going to reach Category 4. And the latest forecast intensity now takes the hurricane to 150 miles an hour in that time frame. Hold on to your butts. Afterwards, there's an interesting difference between the statistical dynamic models of this and that, which will show peak intensity in about 24 hours. So 8 p.m. tomorrow should be at its worst. And that'll be devastating Baja at that time. Ah, those poor people there. So the hurricane regional models, which show a peak a bit earlier before gradual weakening begins. But okay, while there are a few signs of an imminent eyewall replacement cycle, based on the last few microwave passes, it is possible one could occur in another day or so. What? All right, we're going to have to click on that because I don't know what that is. The large 34-knot wind field of the hurricane can also start to upwell some cooler waters out ahead of the inner core in 24 to 36 hours. Thus, some gradual weakening is now forecast to begin during that time period, so after 24 hours from now through the next 36. So on Saturday, late Saturday night, Sunday. Its faster rate of weakening as a hurricane crosses a sharp temperature gradient to the west of Baja California Peninsula. The official forecast, and that would be what they're talking about, is you would think that you would want to go swimming in the Pacific Ocean during the summer, right? No, that's when the water's the coldest. It's coming down from Alaska. So the tides offshore off of California, Washington, Oregon switch. The current switches. Wintertime, it's warm water coming up from the south. So body surfers are at it all winter long. On the California, Oregon, and Washington coast, it's unreal, but that's when the water temperature is hotter and it's when shellfish are safe to eat, stuff like that. So abalone divers and stuff are doing it. It's icy cold. I almost said a bad word here. Super cold during the summertime, and that's why people who think they're going to go cool off in the Oregon coast during the summertime, it may be 106 degrees in Portland, but you get to the coast, it's 70 degrees. You get in your bathing suit, you walk into the water, and it's 40 degrees. You're like, I'm out. That's because it's coming down from Alaska. But it's much warmer in the summertime. So as this hurricane goes north, it's going to meet cold waters of Alaska. If it stays on the west side, if it stays on the west side of Baja, that's what we want. It's going to meet the colder water. It's going to start losing strength. If it tracks to the east of Baja, this is mostly warm water coming up from the south still. It'll gain strength potentially if it threads this needle and is on this side of Baja. It can, if the eye is there. So just warning you, this would be good if it does stay on the west side. All right, I'm sorry, I lost a page again. Very, very last of it. The official forecast is above the intensity guidance in the short term, but falls back to the consensus age beyond 36 hours. The surface circulation is likely to dissipate as it pushes far inland in 96 hours from now. But a point, as a remnant low, will be shown to maintain a forecast track over the south and western United States, perhaps even up to Oregon. Best case scenario is it's a very weak storm by the time it hits California, but I don't think so. It'll be pretty ferocious still. Even a tropical storm could cause deaths and flash floods. Best case scenario for Oregon is that we get some of that damn moisture over towards the Lookout Fire. But eastern Oregon storms tend to not cross to the west. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So it may just fan up the fires. It may just push hot, dry desert winds ahead of it and fan up the Oregon fires and not give any rain to them. Same thing with the Northern California fires over here. If the eye well tracks too far away, it's not going to bring the moisture. It's going to push the winds ahead of it out of the way, and that may push dry desert winds right into Redding and Shasta and over by Crescent City and all this, and they might just make the fires way worse before making them better, or not make them better at all. Best case scenario is it brings the moisture over. But we have no idea what it'll do once it gets over land. Yeah, we're hoping for the best, but prepare for the worst, guys. So just remember, look, where are you at? Analyze with satellite maps right now your current location. Are you vulnerable to flash flooding? Because if you're next to a creek bed, even if dry, are you in low-lying areas? Can you get, before this hurricane type thing comes along, can you get some of your stuff in vehicles and evacuate it to higher ground, heirlooms, the antiques? Can you bunk with somebody else who's, say, not near a flash flood area, not near a levee that can break, not near, the base of a hill that's flood prone? Can you move your vehicles out of the way, blah, blah, blah? Can you help your neighbors? Do you have like a 2 or 3 story house or something with an attic? Can you take your neighbors, like photographs and put them up in your attic and that kind of thing? Just check with everybody. How can you help them? And just figure out your own vulnerability and don't expect the government to tell you about it. Stock up on the food. Get that TP. Charge those batteries. Get stuff delivered from Amazon now. Get those AM radios, board up those windows, depending on where you are here. San Diego, I would board up the windows. Put tape on your windows in big X patterns so that if the windows shatter, it's holding the broken pieces together and not falling into your eyes and stuff, being swept into the house. Just act like a Floridian, Ask your Florida people, what would you do? I haven't started my dinner yet, so yes, I'm still working on it. We got to find something so I can eat my dinner. I think it's been sitting ahead of me for like 2 hours. Yeah, it has. Very cold steak. I like cold steak. Can I have some mayonnaise? Have some mayonnaise? That's good with cold steak. That's exactly what you put on a cold steak sandwich. He just frowned at me. He goes, "What?" Yes, it's good. I don't have to defend myself. Yeah, give me he's smiling. I wish I could show you guys. Give me that Best Foods. Gotta eat my steak with mayonnaise now, and just try it before you knock it. Yeah, Melina, I'm so sorry that I'm not that more helpful. The meteorologists who come in here and put their 2 cents on the stream, I haven't seen them for a bit. I wish they were here to explain stuff. Hey, Josh, how you doing? Here's Batman. And I'm trying to help best I can. But you know what you could do, Melina? What can you share knowledge about how to prep for a hurricane with people here? Because people in California have no idea. Like, what do you do? Anybody from Florida? What do you guys do? Do you sandbag your front doors and stuff like that? Do you go rent the pumps at Home Depot before anybody else gets them? Like, are there some pumps that people can buy off Amazon right now that might help the situation? Because remember, the low pressure is going to be tremendous. Your ears are going to go like you're descending from an airplane as the storm approaches. It's going to be pretty frightening the way that hits you. The low pressure will be like everything's fine. The neighborhood pond and stuff is fine. And then all of a sudden fish are going to be swimming out of the pond across your front yard because the water's spilling over because the low pressure rose the water level. So don't think that all the water coming up is because of the rain. It's because the pressure is not squishing down the water as much anymore. So I can't tell you enough that I was over in the Caribbean and we just caught the tail end of a hurricane that went and trashed Cuba. We were south of Cuba. And since the forecast was for the hurricane to go past, they set out at this hotel a whole bunch of wooden and metal uh, tables and chairs for the evening on the pier. People were fishing off the pier like normal, and then there is the calm before the storm. A dead calm, you would never expect a hurricane to come, but it was too calm, right? And no big waves, no nothing. I was in the pool at the time that was 2 feet drained, like lower than it should be. I'm relaxing. I have my arms, my elbows up, quite a bit high above me. I'm on the steps of the pool. I'm sipping my banana daiquiri, and there's stars above me. Not a cloud in the sky. And I did this literally. This is the amount of time it took. I'm rubbing my eye because something in my eye, and my ears just crashed. And I go, oh God! And I was a scuba diver, so I'm going. I'm popping my ears again. I'm like, dang, this is like diving fast. Pop, 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 pop. Oh God, one of my ears won't pop. Jeez. And so I open my eyes. The stars are gone. What? What? And I realize the water is coming up. It's now at my shoulders. Like I was waist deep in the water. I'm like, what? And that's when I looked up, and the fattest drop of rain that has ever existed, like size of a dinner plate, smacked me on the head. I'm like, what? Like I'm thinking somebody just squirt gunned me, and there's pranks, like what? And that's when it hit. Bam! Highest winds I've ever experienced. Just slammed, and the fattest raindrops ever, the most torrential rain. The raindrops hurt. It was that hard. I'm scrambling hands and knees trying to get out of the pool. The pool just flooded at this point, and it started just washing over everywhere. Like it's flooding the bar, it's flooding the restaurant, it's flooding the ground levels of the hotel rooms. We were on the second floor, thank God, so my stuff didn't get ruined. I was crawling on hands and knees for shelter because the tree limbs started ripping off everything from now let's look back at cams for the wildfire. The tree limbs and debris off rooftops just started flying around. Antennas. It was demolishing like little huts, like where you purchase sunglasses and stuff like that. Like the little podium where the maitre d' would, meet you and seat you for the big dinner that they were preparing. That thing blew off into the ocean, just sailed like off. I was crawling on my hands and knees, and since I was on like rapidly rising water, it was now like a couple of inches up on my arm. I started to slide. I did not make it to the restaurant, which was a concrete building that I thought would be a better shelter. I couldn't make it there. I crawled and cowered underneath a stone staircase on the side of the building and held on for dear life as all kinds of debris that would have cut your leg off at hurricane force wind speeds, like 100 mile an hour winds, just went slicing by 10 roof pieces. I'm looking up at a tree. All of a sudden, the top of the tree is decapitated by a roof piece, like corrugated iron. I'm like, oh my God. And all of a sudden, the power started failing because the power lines started going down. So all the lights start flickering. Transformers start exploding. There's blue light flashes in the sky. And I'm sitting in water going, oh God, I'm dead. Power lines of any sort that are like on the roof attached to power poles, they go down and hit the ground. I am dead. I'm sitting in water. I had a nice life. This changed in 5 minutes. So if you have a creek or pond or anything like that, that's just what the pressure can do. And then when the torrential rain hit, you're just absolutely frightening. As I was crawling to my shelter, I saw every single one of the chairs and the tables, even the metal ones, were just picked up by the wind and thrown into the ocean. They were never seen again. They probably ended up in Cuba. So okay, you look at the radar. Later, I checked it out, and it just, the eyewall and everything went over Cuba, and I can't even imagine what it did. But just brushing lightly the side of the hurricane. That's what it did to our island. We were on the north side of it, so we got the worst of it. But oh my God! So I now realize that Dad got this is me as a kid, right? Dad got really cheap tickets to Tropical Island, you know, with all-inclusive resort. And the reason he got it cheap was because he foolish enough to visit the Caribbean during hurricane season. Guys, that's not the time to visit the South. That is not the time to go to Georgia or Florida. Do not go in the summertime. I could just, if I give you any piece of advice, my friend in England is, okay, this was the Wild Frontier Cam. It's too zoomed in. Let's go check the other one. Wild Frontier 1. This is the one where the fire might explode the propane tanks. It's zoomed in too now. This is Northwest California. I was hoping to be zoomed out a little bit so we could tell where the wind is going. But guys, do not visit, you know, those cheap Caribbean cruises for in the summertime. It's hot. That is not when you do not go to Florida. All the Floridians go north to like where it's not so damn hot. Like the snowbirds, they go back to New York. Smart ones anyway, or those who with means, you know. Do not go to the cheap. Do not be seduced by the cheap hotel fare and stuff during the summer to go Disney World. Don't. My friend in England's going to Disney World and what? Any day now. I told him for a year. He got his tickets last year. I said, do not go in hurricane season. That's why they're cheap. Okay, Josh says it looks like the missing people in Maui is down to 966. Yeah, it'll take a long time because I'm sure a lot of the tourists will be reported as missing, and they left really quick in compliance with what everybody wanted so that the locals could be in the hotels. That was such a quick affair that I'm sure a lot of them didn't check in with the officials and say, I'm okay. So I have to track people around the world now. But even the death toll of one was way too much. But remember the missing people in Paradise was at first 3,000 something, so it narrowed down to 85. Melina says, you're so funny, Catherine, as you tell scary stories of real life disasters. Yeah, I'm lucky to be alive in many different ways. But that woke me up. Like, I was a city slicker, you know, I know what the hell we were doing. I thought, oh, Dad, you got us cheap tickets to the Caribbean. How awesome. We barely survived that trip. I'm really glad that hotel is like more sturdy than some of them, which a lot of inhabitations in the Caribbean are little more than stick huts. I mean, it's so warm at night that you don't really need windows. That sounds weird, but like it's always the same temperature. So you just need a screen, but like a hole in your hut. You can make something out of pallets and put a bed in there and a cot, and you can just live in the Caribbean. And this is all fine and dandy until hurricanes come by, and then you're like, oh, I should have built a brick house, something very round. But that's, I mean, the poverty there keeps people from building really secure ones, just like, you know, Alabama. Okay, so we did look at the Southern California fire. And we do need to have humor on the channel. A lot of people come in and they see the first thing I'm doing is cracking jokes. People are coming and going constantly. So I apologize for anybody who thinks we're ever making light of a disaster situation. We're not. It's just that we have to have moments of brevity and a little bit of lighthearted stuff, or we all go nuts. I cannot live like Edgar Allan Poe 24 hours a day. Don't know about you guys. So we go back to being serious. But I understand now why first responders have dark humor. You actually have to have it or you go nuts. They can't walk around being Edgar Allan Poe all day either. So let's look back at the highway fire. Did we ever get a good... Yeah, we got 10% containment. This is Nevada County. This is was big on everybody's minds yesterday. The people at the tiny town of Washington still evacuated. But guys, I think things are going well. There is a information line which may be open after 10 p.m. Usually is not. So you can call that if you have questions about it. And that's 530-264-8309. And I'm very sorry I have not been able to look at the phone for a while. If you guys have donated through PayPal, I'm very, very grateful. But every time I look at the phone, it just says update this or update that. And I don't have time to do that right now. But trust me, you're very much appreciated. You keep us live and on the air without ads. So from what I saw, and which camera was that? Highway fire. Put it way over here. And that's the Bay Area. Let's just go over there. Let's just travel over to Nevada County. You guys got a bit lucky in a way because all the firefighting aircraft is at the Nevada County Airport. So they took off and we're like right over at the top of the fire immediately. There we go, down here. Sorry, I get discombobulated. Wait, that's Camptonville. Where am I? Nevada City. Okay, there we go. Gold Run, Alta. Banner, Jones. Wait, where's our... I lost our cam. Started with an S. Bar Ranch, Morgan House, nope. Morgan Peak, nope. Siller Brother, no, not High. Started with an S. Sense. Nope. What? It's just gonna be Signal Peak. Signal Peak. So is it looking over towards Washington right now? It stopped yesterday and moved there. Yeah, it is. There's our fire. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. I'm gonna eat. Sorry, I have to just kind of eat as I go. Express, please try not to insult the fire victims that are probably in the chat. Oh my God. Like I'm from Yuma County and I can make fun of the people in my own county. But dude, that's not nice. A lot of people who are evacuated are probably in chat right now watching. We've got 73 people watching. It's serious backwoods Nevada County. River Gold folks and Deliverance. Come on now, be nice. Oh my God. Josh says, Bugs, everything I've heard was all the evacuation info was word of mouth. What, at Lahaina? Even heard stories of people drinking in a bar as the flames swept into the bar. Yeah, it went super fast at Lahaina. Never assume that people you know in front of a fire know about it. Ever. Remember the journalists, citizen journalists who were walking around Paradise like 3 days after the main fire was out, maybe a week almost, and there was an old man. They saw smoke rising and thought it was a flare-up, so they go over there to verify it first before they report it to the fire department. And we saw aircraft slamming this whole day, guys, and it hasn't grown any bigger on the cams. I'm still feeling pretty good. They reduced some of the evacuations today. I had a good day for air. New thunderstorms with new lightning could screw up everything, but just fingers crossed. Yeah, it's a good time today to work on this. So, but yeah, I mean, we all make fun of like the people who live south of Yuba City and Marysville, right? But it was good natured. They make fun of us too. We're all yuppies to them. If anybody from Yuba County is ever interviewed, it's going to be somebody toothless or shirtless or both, like by the mainstream media. Like anytime there's a flood, shirtless, toothless, or both. There's a joke about people living south of Marysville, but the reality, I mean, my brother was going to buy property there. It's just lighthearted. We're all bubblegum chewing yuppie idiots. North to the north, right? So don't take that too seriously. It's not like a serious insult. Reflect human. Earth's energy imbalance has doubled in short order in 15 years, and this won't bode well for any of us. I'm not sure about what you mean by Earth's energy, but in the last 15 years, I mean, we've seen significant change. And so we have to adapt rather than blame each other and point fingers, in my opinion. What else are we going to do? We have to rely upon each other. It's like somebody once came in here, and I can't remember who to quote now, and said, look, let's not have any debates about global warming or climate change or anything like that. The mule is in the ditch. Don't argue about why the mule is in the ditch. But two people need to push the mule out of the ditch. And they're not pushing the mule out of the ditch if they're arguing about the mule in the ditch. So just push the mule out of the ditch and don't argue. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. I don't see the point of those kind of arguments or any positive outcome. What we need to realize is you don't need to convince the other side of anything. You probably won't. You just need to convince the other side to work with you for the greater good. We need to work together. We don't even have to like each other. We just gotta work together. We're Americans here, or want to be Americans, or we're humans. Let's just say we're humans here. Let's help each other. That's been the key to the success of our species. We can come together, cooperate, and overcome stuff that no other species can. Can any one person put out a wildfire, contain it by themselves? Right? Okay. We haven't looked at the flat fire in a long time. Right, I'm sorry, what was I doing? Was I in the middle of something? Were we looking? Yeah, we looked for the cam, we saw it from Nevada County. I wasn't looking for a different cam, was I? We're gonna go back and look at the thing that was possibly a new fire in Redding. Whoever reported it, did you ever get an answer from 911 op? Are they gonna go check it out? Because lightning, we may have seen strike live on the cams, just west of Redding, and it looked like a glow. So I'm hoping the lightning got rained out, but oh, okay. Express Fan Exorcist says they proud folks was a compliment. They live off the land. They ain't no joke. Okay. Deliverance is generally not used as a compliment, though. Do you know what that means? Like, it's too adult for the even after 10:30. I can't say what Deliverance is about on my stream. It's that movie. If you haven't seen that movie, don't get it spoiled. Like, it's severely adult topic. Okay. Like horror movie to the max, not just blood and guts, but horrific abuse. If you're reading between the lines, okay. Don't call anybody. Deliverance, you're probably gonna get. I mean, them's fighting words. Tarred and feathered. If you're lucky. It does not mean rural folk depending on themselves. It does not. It just means something. It involves kidnapping and stuff. Okay. Dave Romero says, "Hi, Catherine. Been a long time. Hope our things are good. I'm hanging in there. Are you? We lost Hawaii. Lost big chunks of Maui. As good as we can be. That's why the stream is important. We have to educate people. It's more important than ever. So I hope they did not lose buildings down here. They may have. This ripped through really quick at the border of Mexico. We'll have to find out. Has anybody tuned into San Diego news? This looked like it went really damn fast. They evacuated resorts and stuff, but just north of Tecate, Mexico, California. So, okay. Big Al says, "Oh, hey, you're on your trip, right? I drove through the Tamarack Burns Scar in Christmas Valley today. How's it looking?" Burt Reynolds was in that movie. Yeah. Guys, yeah, please don't quote it or please. Oh my God. You're going to get me banned. For God's sake. You're going to get me banned. Josh says, okay. Okay. Let's go back up. Yeah, the funniest thing and best humor has been the bear That's what Big Dog just said, Big Al, before he came in here. The best humor is reserved for the fawn fire suspect. Big Al, would you like to tell the chat about the custom, he's a bartender, the custom drink you made after the fawn fire suspect's arrest? I'll let you do that. You know, we have a new meme on the channel too. I mean, one is I want to believe in the moon, because somebody said, "Is that a UFO?" and it was the moon rising on one of the cameras. It really looked like a UFO. It was a weird distortion. Okay, let's see what's going on in Oregon. Whoa, okay, we got an image of what's going on in Oregon at the lookout fire. The cloud cover cleared, and now we could see in the dark. Well, maybe it didn't, but infrared could kind of see past this. All right, let's do a 6-hour time lapse of the lookout fire. This is from the northeast looking to the southwest. Eastern side of the Cascades looking towards west-southwest. So they lost control of the eastern edge. I was hoping that they would explain what they're doing, and they started it and they broke up the lookout fires community meeting. So we're waiting for somebody to upload that thing. Maybe tomorrow. That sucks. So we're looking at the eastern flank of the Oregon Cascade Mountains. Like, if you follow it downhill here, they just end pretty abruptly, and they end in Oregon's high desert. You climb up hard. Well, I mean, in mountain passes, the climb isn't that hard. Depends on which one. But you climb significantly into the mountains on the west side as you're going east. And then you reach the peak, and then you go on the other side, and you go down just a little ways, and then boop, it's flat land. There's a high desert. It's higher elevation up there than it is in the west. It's not sea level. Part of its crazy weather situation. And long ago, the Ice Age floods, as the Ice Age ended, the Missoula floods scoured away all the topsoil. So it's on bedrock, basically, and it's hard to scratch a living out there, and hard for trees to grow, and it's pretty dang dry. It's in the rain shadow of the west. So we are seeing that the fire did spill over. So we have new evacuation levels, and we should check them and make sure they're the same. This is Lynn County. Lynn County has both the bedrock and the lookout. So we saw the camera's location is right about here somewhere, looking west-southwest. So we've seen the fire right now spill over this ridge. Is what we're watching live. It's right here. So this area is on level 1. Lookout. I don't really know that anybody lives there. I've only driven this once or twice. It's Mackenzie Highway where it shoots north. Maybe it's just in general, like, don't go there. I mean, they have facilities for dams and things where I'm sure workers are there frequently, and maybe it's more of their kind of a warning. Right here, there's a dam. Up here, perhaps people, oh, there's the dam, live by the side of the highway, but it's mostly just lava rocks and stuff, and I just didn't notice any habitations. But it gives you a idea that it went over the side. So the only reason it didn't get way worse and just burn up all these mountain sides last night was the wind shifted again and pushed it back over. Otherwise, we would have seen all of this ablaze in a massive, massive thing, because there are old growth trees on this side where the green is. So the mandatory evacuation stuff hasn't changed. I have no idea why this green stuff isn't just level 2. Really, it should be. But what do I know? The river is no barrier. If you had some crazy winds kind of eastern Oregon and come back down, or any from the northeast, you'd be over the Mackenzie River in a heartbeat. You'd have still the embers up here at the top of Lookout Ridge would fly all the way over to like here, to Cougar Creek by the Cougar Reservoir. In fact, the embers might light this portion of this mountain on fire before anything burns down by the river. That's the nature of, long range spotting off of high altitudes. Now, the smaller your community is, sandwiched like this in a canyon, the more easy it is to protect and survive, even if you have a blazing inferno all around. Like Big Al just mentioned in the chat, Christmas Valley survived the Caldor. It's a small community, and the Caldor blew over the top of them and hit Nevada. But everywhere that the embers rained down on the buildings, they saved them because they did a lot of structured protection, and everybody cooperated and they left. So they didn't waste any time ushering people out or helping them load things, or they didn't have to stop putting the fire out on one end of the street because somebody didn't evacuate another side of the street. They just got to work, and so they saved all of Christmas Valley, south of South Lake Tahoe. Kybers was saved. Strawberry was saved. Small communities in the big wind tunnel mountain passes, right? So there's a lot of hope, but there's a lot of spread out structures. Just hang in there. Just hang in there. Oh, Reflect the Sun, thank you very much for your kind donation. I'm trying to keep up with chat. It's hard to go here, but so this is our current look from Smithbridge Camp. Now I want to go back and do a new time lapse. First, I'll play the old one so you guys see the eerie thing that happened with the lookout fire if you didn't see this earlier. This is today. It was a 12-hour time lapse. I started around, what, 6:30 p.m.? Something like that. So just look how weird the interaction of the clouds and the smoke and the fog and the mist. This is the opposite end of the fire. This is looking to the northeast. This is west of the mountains. This is by Eugene. It's looking to the northeast across the mountains. East northeast. It's kind of beautiful in a way. I should have moved my stupid cam out of the way. There we go. Oh, Nina MC, sorry. Thank you so much for your kind donation too. I'm very, 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 very grateful, guys. And everybody in PayPal, I don't mean to ignore you, but it's just that I need to update the app before anything. And I'm very, very, very grateful. I never want to put ads on anything or say, here's your evacuation information, but first, let's talk about a VPN or HelloFresh or something like, oh God. I just don't want to do that. Express by Nexus says 221 listeners on the West Nevada County public safety feed. It's quiet though. Yeah, thank you for monitoring that. Bug says I'm not going to say goodnight. It's just that I'm just going to fall asleep. Okay, bud. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, little Bugs Bunny. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Alright, guys. Bugs Bunny is now asleep. We gotta be quiet. And no, I'm not hunting rabbits. We just gotta be quiet. She's asleep. Okay. I'm just repeating the time lapse because I had my stupid camera in front of it, and later I might want to kind of clip that, upload that separate. It's just kind of eerie. So they did have, oh wow, look at the very end right there. The east side, you see how it flares up. Oh, look at the top of the screen there. Created a pyrocumulus anyway. We just couldn't see it. Wow. So at least part of the day had a pyrocumulus cloud. It was just kind of invisible. In the crap in front of the cam, I just noticed that. All right. Yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about. Right there. Here's the east flank of the fire, the big super area of concern right now. We saw it spill over the flank of the eastern flank of the Cascades. So here you see this is like the line right here of where the smoke and the low-lying clouds are, right? You see the tremendous heat pushes the smoke and the vapor. That's why it's got so much white-looking stuff to it. A lot of that's water vapor. Remember, combustion produces smoke and water vapor both. No matter what's burning, combustion produces water vapor. It's the thing that you got to remember from, chemistry class, right? Heat, light, smoke, if it's not a clean fuel, right? And water vapor. Whiter smoke has more vapor in it. Now, look, it's pushing up. The tremendous heat is pushing it up over the clouds. It's like a steam train right there, pushed up vertical. And we have an obscured vision here in this portion. This is what 1500? That's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? And then, wow, this is what I failed to realize. Even though we have some clouds in front of it, look how high the column got. This was pyrocumulus right there, no doubt, because it reached those heights, thousands of feet high there. The tremendous amount of heat punched up through this general cloud layer and rose above it. So I don't know how long it lasted. We might have to look at satellite stuff, or maybe somebody else can figure that out. But at least formed for a little while. It's hard to say how long here as it gets so obscured. Wow. I failed to realize that. Now, I could possibly be wrong. It could have been still trying to form. I think trying to form is at this level of the clouds. I think success is what we see later when it's that high. Those aren't clouds going by. If you look, it's being pumped up from below. See that? Step at the very top. Boom. There it goes. Nothing but a tremendous fuel source creating tremendous heat does that. It hit its old growth and it's burning it up. God. Okay. Let's look back. Thank you everybody who has donated again. And everybody who's shared the stream and hit the like button, hit that. Remember to subscribe. I find that most people that don't subscribe just forget to. I can't be on all night. I want to hit everybody's fires. I will monitor things all night. I'll go live again if I see something really bad. We've got a situation in northwestern California that's terribly bad right now. Let's look and see what the current weather is about. Sorry. What is current view of the same view? Sorry, guys. Death Ball Mountain. Here it is. I believe that's a light in the foreground. I wouldn't be too concerned. It seems to be like a parking lot or something where vehicles sit there for a bit. So, okay, let's look at the last 6 hours. Same Death Ball Mountain cam as earlier, but on a 12-hour, 6-hour. This should bring us up to date on the current status of the lookout fire. Dizzy says around Gurneville out to Bodega Bay and up the coast. I'm not sure what she's talking about. I have a friend that lives in Cazadero, and I would go visit him. I was just blown away by the amount of flood damage. He works for Southwest, so in order for him to get home, we had to drive up and around Gurneville. God, yeah. Do share your flood experience stories, mudslide stories, and hurricane preparation stories for people who don't know what to do. They've got precious little time to prep. If any of you guys know. Lunar Sparkles 1 says we all sleep in shifts now, citizens or military. Yeah. Dave Romero says aerial flood watch, August 17th, 10 p.m. Just now, past now. To Monday, August 21st, 11 p.m. in San Diego. Okay, thank you for sharing that. Oh yeah, the Earth's amazing. We don't know much about the Earth. That's why I don't allow too much of a useless debate about it. There's so many factors we're unaware of. I read my mom's old history textbook from the 60s, and the ones that they still were using in the early 80s in my sister's school. They had a bunch of books by the side of the road that they were just throwing out. And so I picked one up, and it was called The Story of California. It was like something edition, but the early one was like 1963. And it's explaining earthquakes in California. Like, we have no idea when these occur, but a theory is that after harsh winters, especially, but over time, let me do a 3-hour time lapse. Over time, enough erosion occurs from the Sierras that the land its weight shifts over towards the Bay Area and the Coast Range because it's carrying erosion, especially in the after winter floods. Oh my God. I was trying to make a pyrocumulus at night. Did you see that? Oh my God. And right now, this is our best guess, but the land is tilted by the weight of erosion, or there's new pressure on the west side of the state versus the east, and that probably is causing earthquakes. It's unbelievable how ignorant we were back then. Plate tectonics was spoken about, but the word ring of fire did not apply yet. It wasn't invented yet for the Pacific. So, continental drift was spoken about, but not plate tectonics. So continental drift was a puzzle piece theory that in the 1800s they devised that Africa kind of fits into South America fits into Africa. There you guys look. That's a lot of activity for nighttime, and that began at 9:15. Look right there. That's the eastern flank, northeastern flank of the lookout fire. Whoa, whoa. And I flip over some more pages, and they're like, earthquakes might have something to do with continental drift, but sometimes they happen where there's no continental plate boundaries. So we have no idea. Hopefully science will answer this one day. I remember my textbook was so messed up in grade school that I thought the equator ran through Mexico. I thought that was weird. But that's what it said. There's a big map and the equator was going through Mexico, just south of Mexico City. Yeah. Good old public education system. I found textbook errors all the time. I would tell my teachers, and the smart ones are like, oh, patting me on the head. And a lot of my dumb teachers are like, you're wrong. I'm like, wait a second. I was fortunate enough that we had an encyclopedia, like an old school one on the wall, and you could just, like the big tomes, like Britannica or something. And I would just go look the stuff up and go, oh my God. Okay, so current view, if we fast forward to it, what is the current? That's right there. This 1 minute ago, it's still cooking up. The northeast flank of the lookout fire is quite active. And so this is our opposite viewpoint, but I don't know if it's too zoomed in to see anything. So this is looking at the same fire from northeast. I'll have to do just a 1 hour time lapse. So I'm trying to figure out smoke direction. Oh, it flips into daytime because fire gets so bright sometimes that it thinks it's daytime and flips into color mode. Okay. All right. We could, you know what? It's not zoomed in. It's just on the camera's doorstep. Yeah. Okay. I think this hill's on fire right here. Okay. Because we have an unobstructed view. If it was the ridge behind, it could be this little nipple right here at this point. Is this maybe higher than that one in front? But I do not think so. I think this nipple right here, this peak is that. Like that is that. But locals, do tell me if I'm wrong. I think this is on fire right here. Right here, where these roads are. We've got an unobstructed view, and it's probably zoomed out as far as it can be. Because the camera is right on the doorstep of, fire's right on the doorstep of the camera. Now, here's the thing though. That could be a firing operation. See where there's a road? They could be burning that off on purpose in anticipation. They sort of mentioned it during that community meeting, but it got cut off. This is why we're in the dark right now about information. So I wouldn't be too tremendously concerned about it. Let's check the current weather. If it's really damp and it's not very windy, then that's a perfect time to do a firing up, to create a fire break and hold this road, or try to. That's a difficult one to hold. The fact that there's a road there makes me think it's them. I was hoping they would explain this in today's thing. All right, let's look. Yeah, we don't have a lot of activity in the new yeah, we don't have a lot of new flare activity anywhere else. So let's look at the wind direction. It's an east wind going west. That'd be perfect. This shows a west wind going east, though. Now, the best way to tell is by the smoke, because remember, the wind direction can be totally different than prevailing winds in these canyons, and where we have a lot of canyons. So that could be the fire just being swept up by the wind, or it could be them doing a firing up. I would bet the firing up, if it was a dead calm with only the occasional gust, or if it was an east wind. All right, let's go check the satellite. That might help us. Let me look back at chat. Big Al says the pyro cloud is at 26,000 feet. Whoa, the one from the lookout fire? Wait. What might end up being another Maui situation, Big Dog? What might? John Sater says, Holy Christmas, I can't believe your dedication. I watched earlier, had to haul the neighbor's truck. I'm tuning in now, and here you are. But here we are. I got a lot of sleep during the day. I had to. This morning I had some bad stomach pain. It took it out of me. Just a regular stomach problem, not like I'm new sick. It's mysterious, and I still haven't pinpointed if I'm allergic to something or what. But I'm working with the doctors. But yeah, what might be another Maui situation? You're just talking about the way the hurricane. I hope you're just talking about the way this hurricane, like I was warning people before, say the hurricane's remnants end up over here by Reno. The worst case scenario, okay, best case scenario, I'll say first, is the remnants torrentially rain out all these fires. It's possible. If it can go over this direction. It's even possible it can rain out the lookout and the bedrock. That would be nice. That's what it would be my prayers. Please, God, rain out the lookout, the bedrock, and Northwestern California fire. Thank you very much. Right? Okay, but what's the worst case scenario? Lahaina type situation where a hurricane's nearby, but all its moisture is stuck next to itself, and the result is high winds that are dry where the fires are. That's what we're looking at. So if they mention nothing of the sort at this community meeting, they're not doing the public a service. They really should. A meteorologist should be explaining how this new situation, this brand new situation in the last 24 hours that we finally figured out this Hilary was going to go north with confidence, how that will affect these fires. It really might do a tremendous amount of bad before good, or just bad, or nothing at all. If the hurricane goes to Utah, it might do nothing. But it's going to be like a train barreling in here, pushing away ahead of itself whatever other wind, whatever air is in its way. So as it punches in, it's like a train with a snowplow in the front of it, right? Either side, the wind's going to be parted like Moses in the Dead Sea potentially, or maybe it just moves in a big front like the wake of a boat or something, right? I don't know how to explain this. I'm not a meteorologist. But maybe more vague is better because nobody has much of an idea about what's going to happen. It can push whatever air is in the way. Look at this hot, dry desert air. From Nevada, Eastern Oregon, it could be pushing that hot, dry desert air with hurricane force wind speed gusts, right? Not sustained, but gusts into the mountain passes, just blowing these fires towards Eugene, maybe it pushes them north because the hurricane's remnant is barreling north. I don't know which direction it might go. but maybe it has not a drop of rain, but it fans it up like crazy. And if wind is pushed up into the mountains like we saw before, don't expect, see, if even if it's just a south wind going due north, I'm going to show you real quick the Caldor Fire's footprint and why it looked weird. The Lion's Head Fire looked that way for a bit too, which is right next to Oregon, but because the footprint changed, it's not the best example. So just bear with me, Oregon people, though. And California people can learn a lot from this too. This is the gigantic, I mean, compare it to Tahoe Lake. This is all the Caldor Fire burn scar. So while it was happening, almost every single day, strong south winds were pushing the fire north. That's why it took out Grizzly Flats. It started just south of Grizzly Flats, basically. But what is this weird insect pincer stuff, crab claw thing in the west, right? Some people came in and they had a very good question. They said, why in the hell is the fire spreading to the west every day when the winds are from the south? They called that unnatural. And it was evidence to them that the fire was not natural, that governments or agencies or weapons were involved, or even arsonists, or the most serious of the conspiracy theories were that the firefighters themselves weren't fighting it, they were promoting it. That was out there. So I needed to find out. I checked with the meteorologists and asked my questions because it did look weird. I mean, why would the fire be pushing west hard every single day? They tried to stop it right here along this road, and they did a very good job of this, even though it escaped them a couple of times. They saved a very, very west portion of Grizzly Flats, barely. And those neighborhoods are still intact, but then every once in a while you see a burned up house. The fire did get down into here towards Sweeney's Crossing a bunch of times, and they had to flee. But the helicopters put out all these spot fires because there's no real roads down there. So this little pocket was left unburned. However, what do you see where these little pincer claws are? On the terrain, what do you see? It's the Consumnes River. And it's extremely rugged, steep canyon. Middle fork of the Consumnes River. And in the Ice Age floods and blah, 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 it cut really deep. So you got not much of a river down there, but it's a deep canyon. So what happens with the winds is they're being driven hard or at about the same level of these mountain peaks, right? At the same altitude, right? So the wind was pushed north hard from the south constantly. But some of the wind fell over these mountains right here, down into those canyons. It just fell down, right? It's like going over, like plunging down the other side like a roller coaster, right? And then they hit a brick wall on the other side of the canyon. They're hitting a wall right here. So they split. The wind split directions. Some of it went up and over, and that's why Grizzly Flats got taken out, because it pushed the fire that was down here up and over, right? But the pressure split the winds. Oh, my webcam's on. I'm sorry, I forgot. Here I'm hand gesturing, looking like an idiot. Okay, so when it hit the wall, the wind split east and west, as well as going up and over to do Grizzly Flats, right? So this meant that even though the prevailing wind, and where you saw it on Windy and all sorts of weather apps, this is when it was driven home that you can't just trust that, because the wind gauges are going to be they're few and far between in the forest. So you only really know about the wind speed and wind direction of where those gauges are. It's actually a zero information blanket for everything else. I even tracked down where these weather stations are. There's very few in the entire Sierra Nevada, so you'd think that there'd be a lot. So if for the most part, when you get these fancy looking, like my radar wind or windy animations, these really fancy ones, understand this is not real. The information is real, exactly where the weather stations are. And the gaps in between the weather station is we have no idea. However, we're estimating it based on the weather station here, weather station there, weather station there. So they're filling in the gaps with fake information, just so people can get a general idea. But do not think that this is precise. There are fewer weather stations now in the West than ever because of the ghost town phenomenon. This is what I learned about ghost towns. I'm talking about towns that have been abandoned, no longer exist, or just shadows of the former selves. You know, no longer have like people there keeping track of the weather. We're more reliant now on these scattered about automatic stations. But when there were more towns in the mountains, like in the 75 years ago to about the 80s, that's when there's just thousands that were in the mountains here that are just gone, including Caldor itself was a ghost town. Those towns were reporting the weather, and so we had a better, more accurate situational awareness and data back in those times. And now we're too reliant on satellites, I think. And satellites are looking from space through a whole lot of layers of the atmosphere, trying to figure out what's happening just at the surface. It's got limitations. So this is fake, except where the animation is generated, just filling in the gaps, except it's fake, except where the weather stations are. So even if you, over here, when you hit the wind, there's a surface button, which my webcam's in front of. You can kind of get an idea that winds change directions as you go up in elevation. See how different that looks? High elevations, this is 9,000 meters, flight level 300. Totally different. It's way windier up there. So even though the surface winds for the mountaintop gauges were correct about the Caldor, it wasn't showing how the winds were funneling down into the different canyons, going different directions. And that can change at a moment's notice too. So you got to remember how we do wind and forecast. Fire in Canada, where? Okay, what's happening? Oh, Big Al said the pyro cloud was at 26,000 feet, and that's Canada. Is that right now? Okay, I thought that it was at the Lookout Fire. Okay. I was going to say, oh my God. All right. Thank you. Please type specifics so I don't get all confused like that. So here's our surface winds right now. And remember the gaps in between the weather stations and the mountains. I think Windy has a layer for that where you can see where exactly the things are. So it was a very simple explanation. Very simple. Remember that even though the wind could be coming out of eastern Oregon and moving ahead, so the point about this, as it applies to Lookout Fire, people are like, what is the point? Okay, at the point of that, as it applies to Lookout Fire, is even though the winds ahead of the hurricane may be pushed from south to north, and so this dry desert stuff may be running ahead of it from south to north, that doesn't mean that, like, say, ferocious winds might just go down each one of these drainages and push the fire through them at, hurricane force wind speeds. Think Holiday Farm and how fast that moved, Beach Creek, in some ways. So we could have a nightmare, or we could have nothing at all happen if the hurricane tracks a different way, or the hurricane could track, remnants of it could track right over this and rain it all out. Best middle ground, worst case scenario, and it's a lot of I don't knows. It's a lot of I don't knows. So, Big Dog says, I even texted her to no avail. Look, I told you guys I'm ignoring the phone right now. But thanks. We know that there was a pyro cloud, but probably not at 26,000 feet. We know this from the video thing here. Okay. And it was trying to form one in the middle of the night just an hour ago. Look at that. So the elevation here is 4,426, if I remember right. So That's another 2,000 feet above it. Yeah, I should have noticed that 26,000 was a kind of a super number. I trusted you too much, Big Hal. You're the one tracking the stuff from the other prior days. Just mindlessly read numbers. Okay. Hey, Abu, how you doing? Or Derek? You're Abu, the artist formerly known as Derek. How are you doing? All right. I missed a bunch of questions. What do you guys want to look at next? We're going to look at the fires in California. I'm sure we've got scary images. Do we have any new evacuations? The lookout is very active right now, but I still don't know, and we won't know until they explain. That's a firing operation they're doing right now. Oh, I remember what we were doing. Trying to figure out where the wind speed is coming from right now. Wind direction, excuse me. If it's an east wind, I would say go ahead and light your backfires on the east side of the fire. If it's a west wind, then the west wind is what's doing it and not people, not the firefighters. Okay. Just discombobulating. But surfaced wind. Hate windy. Right there. So right there where the pyrocumulus is trying to form even now with the lookout fire in Oregon is that's 8 p.m. It was a dead calm with 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts from the west. Okay, yeah, bad time to make backfire. At 10 p.m., dead calm with 12-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts, so it's supposedly dying down. Now by 2 a.m., it'll be a south wind, dead calm, only 9-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So I would say this morning, they got a nice opportunity. Real nice opportunity. I hope they take it. Or backfiring whatever they need to do. Let's see if any planes are doing any flyovers, and if they are, then we'll get a new infrared map on some of these. Usually occurs after midnight though, so I wasn't counting on it. Now, there was a Firehawk, guys. That's not one, that's Life Flight. There was a Firehawk, meaning a nighttime helicopter, a Nighthawk, I should say. A nighttime, night vision equipped crew that was working a fire the other day. Kind of in Plymouth County area, I think it was. Was it like Plymouth County? The other night, excuse me. So we have confirmation that there are some helicopters still running around California on contract that drop at night. And I was really hoping we'd see a lot of that, especially in northwestern California here, but I don't know. I don't know. Josh says it looks like the McDougall Creek fire in Canada has jumped the lake into North Kelowna now. What can we see in Canada? Let's just take a look. Let's turn on fire history. Is there like a panic there? Are people already evacuated? Oh, I remember this town. They were in danger in 2020. I have a friend who lives near here. Whoa. Okay. I don't know if he still lives near there. All right, let's turn on the heat. And God, it's white mode. Oh, fire activity. Yeah. All right. Potentially an ongoing battle right now as we speak. What's the news? Did they all evacuate, guys? That looks rough. All right, let's get a satellite picture going on over there. That looks rough. Isn't it here? The Yola Creek, 1,000 acres and out of control, out of control. Why can't Okay, I give up. Kelowna, Canada. I spelled it wrong. What is it? Major fire entering the city of West Kelowna. Oh, oh God, Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. Okay, go to it. There it is. It says it was raining. I'm gonna guess it's lying. Oh man, evacs are underway. The fire jumped the lake within the last 45 minutes. Crap. Oh man, let me ask my friend if he's all right. If he doesn't answer, I'm gonna get a little concerned. He's a night owl. Hang on, guys. Has a population of almost 150,000 people. Well, how many had evacuated already? See if he's online. Okay. Hey, are you near Kelowna? Aren't they evacuating right now? Did the fire jump lake? Let's see if he's all right. He's online, but if he's online just because of his cell phone. Uh-oh. Do we have any cams? Do we have any webcams? Kelowna, BC webcam. Kelowna now. Okay, I got a reply. Oh, he moved. He's like 6 hours from there now. Phew. Okay. Do you know this anyone there? How bad is it? He's a retired wildland firefighter. Subscribe? Not really. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Damn. Can you imagine looking out the window and seeing that? Yeah, good night, Smitty. Thank you for being here. I gotta put my mayo away. It's gonna get too warm. Okay, guys, we've got a breaking news situation. Well, slightly breaking. Kelowna, town of like nearly 150,000 people, is seriously under threat in Canada. This is our current webcam view. Now, California people, start monitoring, please, if you will, some of the California cams and let me know if there's something we need to really look back at. Oh, my webcam is still off. I'm going to use the bathroom and I'll be right back. I've got to change shirts. Okay. All right, friends, I'm back. Got my new shirt. Couldn't figure out where I put it. Let me just draw the curtains here. Keep in some of my cool air and air conditioning. My computer's producing a tremendous amount of heat, so I've got the air conditioning going, even though when normal people would open the window, I can't. It won't be enough to cool this room. All right, this is a current view of the crisis. And am I saying this correctly? Is it Kelowna or is it Kelowna? 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 Please tell me how to look. There's a constant stream of traffic on that road now. Um, I would like to know which direction the cam's looking. Predator Ridge. Offline for maintenance. That's somewhere else. Okay, do we have any other cams, guys? Sorry, I'm sorry for being gone just a minute. I had to refresh myself. There's a map. Okay, Brad P, thank you. We'll look back at California. Please monitor California for me, guys. So I'm not missing anything happening there because a lot of stuff can be happening there. Wildfire forecast, what's this for? Okay, this is our live camera look. Very concerned about the glow in the hills over there. You just can't tell if they're traffic lights or if the fire blew over the mountain. So the way that the hills make this toggle video fit mode. All right. Download a snapshot image. Sure. Why not? That's scary. Hang on, guys. Create a folder for these snapshots to go. Firestorm 2023, 2023 fires. 08, August 17th. Save. All right. Do we have any other cams? More streams, more live streams were on it earlier. Yeah, video of the fire that has jumped the lake. Okay, I hope Twitter's not copyright. I'll look at it off screen real quick. Oh my God. So that's 11:07 p.m. it was posted. I'm watching it off camera. At K Wildfires is my Twitter. I just shared this video if you want to see it, guys. Oh my God. Traffic jam all the way from Union Road from the neighborhood evacuating. Pretty intense from a large bonfire size to this in just over half an hour. All right, I can show you at least a still image. That's what we're looking at. That's terrifying. So, damn. I don't know that I have much for Canadian audience at all. I haven't been able to cover Canada. I don't know if we can reach anybody or help them, or if it's worth renaming the stream to anything. I'm sure a lot of them are just packing the hell their stuff and getting out. Let's look back at the maps. I'm gonna pull this over to here so I can find it again. Let's look at our maps of place it on Canada. Here it is. So we've got a west Kelowna, we got an east. And if I'm trying to figure out where the camera's location is based on the, well, hell, does it just say? I was going to do based on the terrain, but does it just say somewhere? The landmark 6 west cam. Do we know? Lemon Sparkles one's fire back when everybody is high makes it much more difficult. Yeah, don't do that after 6 p.m. That's another reason to not evacuate people after 6 p.m. is it could be intoxicated, let alone asleep. It's a good point. That is very concerning. What's the weather up there? pull out of Oregon for a sec. Fierce. I hope not. Kelowna. Okay, where's the Columbia River? Kamloops. Okay, over here. Yeah, Kamloops. Kelowna. Wind gusts. $35 miles an hour at least to 40 off that grate, off that mountain chain. And they're looking down the barrel of a gun. Remember how to tell if your place is vulnerable? Do you have fire above you, meaning higher on elevation than your town? And are there any drainages or rivers or anything pointing directly at your town? The wind will push the fire down those wind tunnels, which are drainages, at rapid speed, especially if the slope is steep. Now, here, the wind is aligned with some drainage like this, kind of generally pointing at it. This one. So West Kelowna is looking down the barrel of a gun, and Peachland, I don't know how many people are there, but Peachland's got to be a mess. Let's look at our heat detection. Peachland does not have heat over it. Okay, I assumed fire is over here for some reason, but maybe they're okay. Not if the wind changes. If the wind came from the north, Peachland would be looking down the barrel of the gun just because of Columbia. This is the Columbia, right? Is a big wind tunnel. This is a big gorge. So they are out of the woods for the moment, I would say, but not here. So we've got heat over West Kelowna Estates, Rose Valley area. And it looks like it flew over here. Magic Estates, Glenmore, Wilden, Quail Ridge, McKinney Landing. See, like I was trying to say, you have high peaks here. The embers must have just blown with the wind over to the other side, and they usually land at the highest elevation too, right on the other peaks there. So if the wind could be raining embers all over Quail Ridge and University South right now. Where the hell is this camera? I mean, what building is this on? Landmark 6 West Cam. It doesn't time lapse. Report inappropriate content. It's not the one. It's not the kind you can take control of. Looking back, Josh says the camera's showing the fire west of the lake. Report there was a second fire that jumped the lake. Right. Further north in the McKinley area. That's what I just said. Okay. Big Dog says it had the biggest pyrocloud I've ever seen since the Dixie Fire by far and away. Yeah, that's what we were examining last night. Well, 3 in the morning. It formed at dusk. That was insane. It formed at dusk, but that's when a whole bunch of Pacific winds came in. That would explain why the fire is being pushed west. It's Pacific winds. If we zoom out, look at that stuff from the Pacific. Just now, the way that it tries to make its way inland is it's going to come in between Vancouver Island here, and it'll come up these fjords. Basically, they like fjords, right? To pour in where up the drainages. Those are the gaps in the mountains. So it's over here by the island. And it could be going past Abbotsford, but it doesn't look that bad. The majority of it is coming into the sound. The majority of it's coming into the sound, and there's the hot, dry eastern Washington winds coming up from the south. But what is causing crazy winds here? Is it a thunderstorm parked there? Is it this monsoonal crap? Do the loop. Come on, Windy, do the loop. Play. Play. With a radar. There's gaps in the radar. Why are there gaps in the radar? See these streaks? This is where the radar thing is cycling around, spinning around. Why are there gaps? What the hell? Reported wind. I've got all the things clicked, right? Okay. Satellite data. Visible infrared. Hate windy. All right, let's just switch on over to Zoom Earth again. Radar. Areas with radar covered. Radar coverage on. It may not exist in the mountains over there. That may be where the gaps are. Can't penetrate. Wind animation on or off. Radar coverage. Active fires. Okay. Well, that would explain that. So we got, it doesn't even show high winds over Vancouver, the town, but they're coming from somewhere. I would imagine, I mean, some of it's coming in from the north, but they're meeting the stuff that's pouring in from the ocean from the south. That would cause unstable air and thunderstorms for sure. If you get warm, moist, like cold, moist, and dry. Dry, warm, and cold, moist meeting is the same thing as warm, moist, and dry, cold air meeting. That results in storms. Okay, the gaps in the radar is because there's mountainous terrain. That's what I thought. Thanks, Hoodoo, for the clarification. So yeah, we can imagine there's a big thunderstorm thing, and maybe the wind actually is a lot more powerful here. But like I said, in the mountains, there's only a couple of gauges, so the gauges may be located. They could be broken too. Sometimes during these storms, they go offline, and you get a sort of deceptive thing for a bit. Either way, I would imagine there's a thunderstorm parked here or something that is causing a lot of wind gusts here at 45 plus miles an hour. If somebody knows more about the weather here, has like a local weather station, just do let me know, because I'm not sure what the hell's going on. We just know that it is going on. All right, let's look back at our view. What building are we on, and what are we looking at, and which direction are we looking? We see a gap in the mountains like this, and the fire's on it, on the gap. So is this East Kelowna looking at McKinley or something area? Like we already crossed over. Are we in the east side here, looking to the west, or looking southwest? Like where are the downtown buildings? Maybe Google Maps has that info. So let me grab Google Maps screen here. Try to get there. Ask us questions later, my love. Keep shooting and saving lives. Ring someone on the ground close out of the phone book and eyewitness account as it happens. Don't wait for people to ring you. You ring them. Yeah. If you know anybody here, tell them about this. Do not assume they know. That's a lot of doors to knock on. Who cares if it's the middle of the night? Look at that. All right, so let me see if we can figure out where we're at. I don't know where Sharon went. Maybe to take care of this, call people herself. Kelowna, BC, Canada. Okay, so what kind of buildings we got in the foreground? We got this weird pyramid top hat looking layer cake glass building thing. So that looks like a very prominent building. So I'm just going to scroll in Google Maps till I see something like it. God, it looks luxurious. It's like a posh town. This is like people with money. A lot of BC is like that, though. Vancouver Island is amazing. So since this is quite a prominent building, I'm going to just try to scroll, get its identification. I guess I could just Google search Landmark 6 West, Kelowna. Where is it? It's kind of the thing that like usually these news stations have. We don't have a news station watermark though. It almost looks like an amphitheater type of building. God, okay, I'm not really seeing anything off the top of my head. So let's do it. Landmark 6 West. Kelowna now. Do that off screen so you can continue looking. We got a making situation. We got a fire that poured over the river. Yeah, and it's in threatening to take this town, Kelowna in Vancouver, BC. People have been taken by surprise, and there's a mass evacuation. So I'm gonna try to figure this out. Kelowna, Canada, Landmark 6. Oh, is that what the building's called? Landmark Dental Care? British Columbia? Landmark Cinemas? Would it be the building's name? Landmark Dental Care. All right, I'm just going to see if we can see the building. Landmark. Yes, I'm going to. Okay, well, Landmark. Right. Layers satellite. Yeah, we got a weird looking building right there. Okay. Think I know where we are? Possibly. Yeah, missing chunks of the building. Okay, Lighthouse Chiropractic and Integrative Health. I've pinpointed where this location is. Okay. Okay. All right. This is right here. This is Kelowna. All right. Let me show you what I found about our off-screen stuff here. Here it is. Building. It's right there. You see the webcam shows this building. You see the notches on the side of the building? It's like a big glass tower pyramid looking thing with the weird multi-layered flat top. That's it. So if we zoom out, that's the Landmark District. I think we're looking here. We could be looking northwest, we could be looking to the south, but where's the heat signature? Ah, I just closed it. Whoops, clicked on the wrong thing. Friends, sorry. There's the Highway 97 right there. Highway 97. Looking this way towards West Kelowna Estates, west, northwest. See, there's that building. Okay, we can align the streets and see. So that building and then these. See what that looks like. All right, they're right there. We are looking. That's the south by southwest. Okay. South by southwest. From somewhere else. This is in our view. The camera. Over here. Right? It's not flipped. I hope the image isn't flipped or mirrored or anything. What is this thing right here? Is this a rooftop? That looks like the major road, though. A tooth zone for kids. I think we're on top of this. Actually, that one's got the cutouts too. And this one has cutouts. Jeez, all of these have cutouts. Oh my god. Okay. Reassess. That looks like a weird rooftop thing. Is this called Landmark something? Pickleball club? Because it could be zoomed over and seeing this. But I'm having trouble, guys. What do you think? Look back at the chat. You got a map for me? Okay, let me see. I'm still a little blood sugar. I gotta eat. So back. City of Kelowna. Yeah. Okay. That's a neat map. Twitter. Okay. I'll look at that next thing, Josh. Oh my God. On the left side is McDougal Creek wildfire, and on the right is the new Wilden wildfire. It's not been determined yet whether the fire jumped from the west side of the lake or if it's a new isolated fire in the Wilden area. Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. It's here. All right, let's just do the little gold man on the street thing. What would the view look like from here? I see, they're all the same damn style. Now, what I assumed we were seeing in the distance is this. That right there. See these weird little things. Yeah, that's those weird little things right there. Right. We are looking west-northwest. From what height? That. Okay. Yeah, the Landmark 6 building. Got it. Shit, just use the gold man in the first place. Okay. So, yeah, another viewpoint makes sense. It is, we are looking west-southwest. West by southwest. So, the fire's coming over the hill, from this Landmark building. Whichever one this is. Which one is the Landmark building? I just lost it. It's a district. Landmark 6. Oh, I didn't know it's called Landmark 6 building. Okay, we are looking from right here. Whoops, I should have just done that in the first place. All right, so if it's looking south by southwest, the fire's here. South, we don't have a heat signature there. This is what's confusing. We don't have a heat signature here. Am I correct, or am I just... I don't think any other view makes sense. All right, looking back at the chat. Landmark 6 is the Landmark Dental Center. Okay, gotcha. Check your email. You'll want to see it. Okay, thanks, Smooth Knuckles. I'm going to do that. Hey, if you guys just tuned in, Canada is a crisis at this town. There's two different towns, the one on the west side of the river, one on the east. And so we're looking from the east, and it looks not bad. The west has got to be crazy. We've got a major town evacuation in progress. I wonder if this has been picked up by the international news. I imagine it is. Maybe we can watch some Canadian news right now. I don't know that this is the only place where the fire is. I wouldn't expect it. We don't think we're looking north based on the other buildings in view. West, southwest. So it could be something like this on fire. Maybe the satellites are going to show. It could be looking across the river, which would be invisible in black. It could be something like this Casa Palermo Park on fire. that could be the river right there. We could be just seeing what's going on the west side, and now I'm starting to wonder. Really, that could be it. Whoops. Stop. Play. Okay. Yeah, I think we're looking all the way across the river. Camera's facing 70 degrees west. It's showing the fire on the west side of the lake. Yeah, you're right. River, lake, whatever. Okay. Confirmed. I mean, look at this email I'm supposed to have gotten off camera. This is a lot of people to evacuate. So that explains the somewhat lazy traffic here. This is not where the fire is on this side. It's the camera pivoted to the right. It would show the fire on that side of the lake. Okay, thanks, Ms. Knuckles. Okay. Oh, whoa. Okay. Can I share these photos? Are these like copyright free, Moose Knuckles? Like, is this all right? Is the black circle from where the photograph is taken? Yeah, I will check out the last link, sure. Oh my God. Yeah, I really wish this time lapsed. Okay, wow. Yep, thank you. Damn. Yeah, that clears up a lot. Damn. Wow. Jesus. Ah. Yeah. This is the pyrocumulus cloud that formed at dusk yesterday. Wow. Yeah, the black circles for the location. Yes, share away. Yeah, just not your email. Yeah, I almost did that. Whoops. Okay, let me save it. Let me download it. Okay. Who do I credit with the image? I mean, this person who sent this is very, very important. This helps us get an idea what the hell's going on. Wow. I don't know that that could possibly be the location it was taken from. Are you certain? It just doesn't line up with what I'm looking at in the terrain. Because it says Glenmore, but people are on a levee. People are on a levee. No, not that Glenmore. By Magic Estates. Magic Estates. Up there. Right? Here. Here. You're right. Okay, it is like a levee. But are we sure? Are we sure it's not closer to the water? Random Discord I know sent me this. Yeah, could be possibly wrong. Satellite's more accurate. I believe they're over here. Look, they're like on a levee overlooking the water really close to it. Okay, let me show you the picture, guys. Crap, where did I save that? Give me a sec. It's a pretty incredible picture. Thank you so much, Miss Knuckles, and everybody else who helps us crowdsource this information, aggregate data, people power. Boom. So I didn't want to zoom in that much. See how this is a levee and we're pretty close to the water. This is a neighborhood. I think your map was a little bit too far inland, but that's okay. We also have fire to the north. I would expect this would be looking from south to north in a way. Maybe we can line up the terrain. Let's push this image here. Let's line up terrain. Okay, McDougal Creek wildfire with the heat spot. Okay, so it makes sense to be from this area. Come on, load. Stupid VPN, load, load, load. It would make sense it's from this area where there's a little bit of a neighborhood on the waterfront, but then a little bit of a levee up above. Can be like that. Let's line up terrain then. No, 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 no. It's not really a point over here. Over embankment and levee. Yes, here. Nobody's taken a picture from here except that. A little bit too high. Yeah, we're a bit too high. Okay. That's too high. Would this be though? Embankment? Unsure. Unsure. Okay, so the the possible place the photograph was taken from is listed as way over here on High Road by Glenmore. But there's a big park in the way. It's possible because somebody could have been zooming actually. But I'll show you this crazy photo again. So there's a high paved road, a lower trail, and then you see that's an interesting building there. It's like a firehouse or something. How long ago was the sunset? Hard to tell day or night. What a frightening situation. Okay, thanks Wrath for coming back. I was gonna log off and I have some critical work I have to do by tomorrow morning. Wrath says dad me put the costume on. He likes theatrics. What? Okay. Based on Veer's data, it's pretty accurate, that photo. You mean the location of it? I'm not doubting the authenticity. I'm just wondering, it was taken from that far inland, like this black area. It says High Road. Glenmore and High Road. High Road. That far away. That can't be the only other high road though. See what I mean? Glenmore Drive and High Road. Glenmore Drive and High Road. That just seems a little odd to be way over there. High Point Trail Lookout. It's like a picture. See over here, that's where we've got this embankment thing where people could be laying on it, sitting and watching from this space. And a trail beneath. Yeah, that's a slope. Where's the trail? Or road that looks like a trail? Right here. What is that? Junkyard? Scrapyard. All right, maybe that's what that weird building is. It looks like a scrapyard. That's it. Royal View Drive and Pine Drive Avenue intersection. I think that's our weird. Can you see it from here? It's our real weird building. Okay. What do you think? I think we got it. It's basically like this. It's taken from down here, but looking that way. And that is consistent with the heat detection. So I'd say this is taken at the corner of Royal View Drive. Yeah. Damn. Let's look back at the live cam. So the lake / river is a barrier in front of us here. The fire that we are looking at here is on west side, Kelowna. If this could pivot to the right, we would see that the fire has jumped, supposedly, or it's a new start. I would say it just jumped the river or lake to northwest side of this part of town. Now explain the light traffic on this east side. They're not in the panic yet. Down here, it's going to be a different story, northwest part of town. Okay, looking back at chat. Driving out at 10:50, several more fire vehicles arrived. There's a traffic jam all the way down Union Road from the neighborhood evacuating Kelowna, which was tweeted 46 minutes ago. Josh says many people have reported several people jumping into the lake at Traders Cove. Due to the fast-moving wildfire, there was a call out for boats with lighting to rescue them. Oh my God. Yeah. Bruce Knuckles says, I think you nailed location of the photo. Yeah, I think we got it. And it's all consistent with the heat detections. Express Fan Extra says, thanks for the info, too. And Josh, of course, and Bruce, thank you. Just looked at Google Maps traffic, red and black on Union Road. Oh, I forgot. You can look at the traffic. Let's duplicate. Tab. Traffic. Is that a traffic? Where do you toggle that? Mm-hmm. Directions. All right. Landmark 6. To West to Mission Hill Family Estate Winery. Let's just see if it shows traffic because we're trying to get directions. How do I toggle that? It would normally take 17 minutes. If we left now, it would take 17 minutes. They're not explaining any closures, which is unusual. Where do you just see? How do you flag the traffic? By the cave, Catherine? Oh. Where? Down here? Layers? Traffic. It's in layers, guys. Okay. Hang on, make a note. It's in layers. Okay, so where? right, we do have a webcam of the fire approaching the town in general, just not, it's from a distance. I hope we can get some other traffic cams or something. Clifton Road on the east side of the lake. Traffic status. Okay. I imagine where it's red. I imagine it's back to back. Okay, where are the traffic cams for BC here? Would we have, say, a bridge cam? Traffic cams? Josh is saying Clifton Road. Wow. Fires started near Clifton Road in Kelowna. I hope it rains tonight. I don't want my city to burn down. Yeah. Okay, guys. @K Wildfires is my Twitter. If you have your phone handy, check it out. And I'm sharing these right now. So that you can see it. Zeke Letter says something about the head fire, which I'll share as well. So I cannot share everything here. There's copyright issues. There's respect to other photographers and journalists, and they'll make me delete my videos or they'll put advertisements on them and that sort of thing. But there's nothing that says I can't retweet this stuff and show it. So what's the hashtag? Is it Kelowna? #Kelowna. Okay. Then you can go to @K Wildfires. It's just, you can scroll on your phone exactly what we're looking at here. Now let's get Kelowna webcams. Kelowna traffic cams. Res Canada. Oh, you see that? Oh boy. Did you see its thumbnailed out? Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Dang. I'm going to screenshot that. Stuff. Messed up. Traffic cam. 1. Okay. Back to normal size. Right click. It says current. So where is it located though? West Kelowna WFN traffic cam. And you can see the fires. This is an infrared coming down the hill. This traffic cam got shattered. The lens is cracked. I don't think it's a spider web. It could be, but I think something impacted the lens. Now, usually these traffic cams are like in a little plexiglass bubble, so I think something shattered it, causing a bit of distortion. Here's the traffic on the bridge. Port Man Bridge. That's the same bridge, right? William R. Bennett Bridge. So it's different. Where's Port Man? Okay, different bridge. I was going to say that's great. It's not. It's the wrong bridge. Kelowna Bennett Bridge. Here's the one. Right here. Mid-Lake. So traffic is moving. Got some crazy images here. I said the West Kelowna is shattered, but it seems functional. Okanagan connector is eerie. Look at the fire's glow and some smoke. It's from the Brenda mine over the hills, wherever that is. This one, West Kelowna, fire's backing down the slope. So I'm just going to keep screenshotting it because I wish we could do a time lapse, but can't. So let's pull that over into our cam area. Got a serious situation. In Kelowna. It's a deja vu. I swear there was a fire up in these hills a couple of years ago. I remember looking at it. Is it like in a burn scar? I don't know if Fire History tab works for Topo for Canada. I don't think it does, but we'll look. So here's some traffic cams. Highway 97. I'm not familiar with the area. I'm sorry. But that says Kelowna Highway 97 at Highway 33. There's a lot of. This is a roadblock. I think. I mean, it could be people with stuff in the back of their car, but it's all stuck in one spot. It kind of seems like it might be a roadblock. So, let's go back to our tower cam. So we are from the center of the east town that's east of the lake here. There's the lake. It's like a black strip. So this is what's going on the west side. And the west side is panic evacuating, it sounds like. Okay, News Knuckles says fire about to overtake the cam. Whoa, okay. Okanagan Lake Tower Cam. Oh my God. If you ain't looking at the screen, you should be. Wow. Okanagan Lake Tower Cam. It says time lapse. No, this one's live. Does it have sound? No. Don't know why there's a mute button. Holy crap. Alright. Okanagan Lake Tower Cam. Look at all the burning embers going by. Did it already burn over where it is? Mind you, colors are not accurate at nighttime with low quality cams. Wow. Wow, look at it. Yeah. Whoa. I mean, sometimes like things burning do burn with a blue flame. Remember, the colors of flames are the temperature. I mean, occasionally it's what's burning, like copper. In Notre Dame made the smoke green. Whoa! Here comes the big thing. It's got to be a tree torching. Look at all the embers flying right at the camera. Remember, that's why you cannot defend your house with a garden hose. The embers are like that. It's like a blizzard. Holy crap. These will all collect under your roof eaves and go in your attic and start a fire just as you're trying to put everything out in the yard. You can't do it. Look at them bounce along the ground. When I try to tell people it's like a blizzard, they don't quite get it till they see stuff like this. Now, blue flame is temperature, like high temperature. So if gas mains have gone, oh, please stay on. If the gas main has gone, I mean, that definitely could be a gas main fire, like a propane tank. It's possible that's an accurate color. But at night, when cameras are struggling in their color vision mode, they make all kinds of weird colors. Like my Ring camera security thing shows the sky being green and stuff all the time. I thought it was the northern lights on my camera back when we were supposed to see them in Oregon. Holy crap. But it wasn't. It was nighttime color settings are bad on cams. Jeez. Wow. Yeah, those might be 2 propane tanks or something. Hell, that could be blue, but see, the vegetation would not be blue. Joe Baker says reports of people taking refuge in the water. Yeah, there's probably citizen rescues going by on right now by boat. Now remember, if you're going to take refuge in the water ever, you cannot tread water. You have to get somewhere where you're sitting. You'll drown. That's why I tell people take a wool blanket with you. Don't try not to get it completely soaked. It'll weigh a ton. But if you can sit at the water's edge and throw it over your, like on a beach, and throw it over your head, you could trap breathable air next to you, and any embers that are hot, like in this ember storm, that are landing on your sticks or stuff on fire, will not be landing on your head and going down the back of your neck and stuff. It's a lot more comfortable. Ah, man. So you can see that the wind gusts are erratic. It's low wind gust right now. Watch what will happen when the next one picks up. This is incredible. Please stay. Oh my God. Now that fuel source is continuing to go, so it really could be like a gas main that broke or propane tanks or something. It's an orange flame though when the camera starts to correct for a bit, so it beats the hell out of me. This is a living, screaming nightmare for everybody involved on the west side of town right now, I can tell you that. I'm hoping that everybody had time. I'm also wondering, why did this take everybody by surprise? Was it a sudden change in the weather? Because these Pacific storms have been forecast, all this wind from the west. I mean, did they not know that they should evacuate yesterday when it became a 20,000-foot tall mushroom cloud at dusk? They had 24 hours to do this. Was there something wrong with their forecasting or with their bureaucracy? Wow, look at that ember. Yep, wind gust. Look. Wow. Wow. This is why you can't have anything flammable by your house. Those embers will just collect. They'll be, say it gets underneath your deck and you have dry leaves and stuff under there. Done. Over with. Cannot allow it. Now, say you did a great job watering this morning, watering all your plants and your lawn and everything. This kind of wind and the hot, dry stuff from the firestorm. I think we're looking, no doubt, at a firestorm. Most extreme fire behavior that there is. Now, no matter how much you watered, your little rose bushes or whatever right next to your house are going to become paper dry just in a matter of 15 minutes in dry winds like this. And it does not matter if you leave your lawn sprinklers and stuff on, just save the water pressure for the firefighters. Doesn't matter if you wet down the roof of your house, these embers will go up into the attic and start the fire from the inside of the attic. They'll blow underneath your house because the vents aren't screened with a fine enough mesh, or there's a breach in your mesh. You have to make sure, even if it's a temporary exterior staple gun with a fine mesh, go get that stuff at the hardware store, get that staple gun. And doing that before you leave is way better than doing anything with water. It's the embers that start this. Okay, did the cam die? It's stuck. Okay, we're back. It's buffering. Now, what we're seeing is pretty relatively small embers, but you can see flaming chunks of debris the size of dinner plates will be rolling around, tumbling like tumbleweeds. Have you ever seen video of like somebody driving on a freeway and their wheel came off, and the wheel is going 60 miles an hour just like everybody else down the freeway? That's what happens with flaming debris. And it may even be stuff like flaming tires. So if you're taking shelter in your car and you're like at a big box store parking lot or something, that's why I advise people to have a little like broom handle type thing in the car, like a Swiffer pole for like Swiffering your floor. It's aluminum. I just take the Swiffer end off and I lay it across underneath the back seat. So if you have to get out of your car in the middle of crap like this because something burning rolled up against your car, just take that pole, push it away. Wrap that wool blanket around your foot and kick it away if you have to. Or you can use the wool blanket to beat out the fire sometimes if it's minor debris. Get back in your car, wait. Okay, so whatever was on fire on the other side of the hill is diminished. So I would expect a propane tank would have actually kept burning. So maybe it was a structure or something. I have no idea where we are, where we're looking. Harley Ryder says this fire is growing. Yeah, this is a beyond 5-alarm fire nightmare for this town. This is a firestorm. This is a Lahaina type situation for Canada right now in West Kelowna. This is a paradise type situation. This is a firestorm. And it caught people by surprise. I think when did this begin? 2 hours ago, where it poured over the lines and into the town. I want to click away and try to figure out where this tower cam is located, but I don't want to look away. I have to babysit this because it keeps going off. See, every wind gust, look how everything just changes. Now the camera is changing colors because it's calibrating. The different light levels it gets, it's going to, oh, you know what it's doing? Yeah, easy explanation. It's switching into different light temperature modes. So don't expect the colors to be accurate. You ever take a bunch of pictures of a birthday party in a white room, and yet you look at it, and behind everybody, the wall is yellow. It's like a yellow cast to everything. It's because your camera was on the setting to capture, say, fluorescent lights or something. Crap. And yet it was tungsten or, halogen or incandescent lights, different color temperature. So whatever it's calibrated to, and it tries automatically to do its best. Really, if you take better photos with color accuracy, if you click a few buttons in your camera and tell it what light source is, sunny, cloudy, daylight, overcast, fluorescent lights. If you've ever taken pictures that were too blue, it's because you had fluorescent lights, but you didn't set the setting for it. Everybody has that pale blue skin and stuff. You can fix it in Photoshop, but when cameras are left to their own devices like this, they're never really. What's the setting for wildfire? There isn't one, right? Express Van Extra says in the north of Kelowna, 82 degrees Fahrenheit, winds gusting to 24 miles an hour in south by southwest at Kelowna Airport. Yeah, we verified that they were having some pretty severe wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, but that is just the prevailing winds. When a firestorm begins, they make their own winds. So what has happened is I believe the city has erupted in a firestorm, which is going to make extreme thermal updrafts. It's going to suck in air from 360 degrees all the way around it in a circle. And think of it as like a giant chimney, the mushroom cloud sucking the heat straight up. So you're going to have erratic winds coming from all different directions as the heat that's going up in the air creates like a vacuum. And so it's going to suck in air from everywhere else and go up. And it will create its own wind. If enough buildings are going and enough trees and stuff are going at once and there's enough wind, isn't that the Columbia River? Is it just a lake off of it? But Kamloops is on the Columbia. Isn't that nearby? That's like one of the biggest wind tunnels in the world. I don't know why town didn't evacuate earlier, but I have not studied anything of this situation. Remember, 3 a.m. before I adjourned my stream last night, Oregon Coast Greenman and others were showing the gigantic mushroom cloud that erupted right before dusk. That was the same time the Lookout Fire blew up in Oregon, just at dusk, and other fires. That's because west winds from the Pacific pushed on shore. And that's when we saw the Lookout Fire spill over the eastern edge of the Cascade Mountains right at sunset. It's unusual, but you can have a pyrocumulus cloud. You can have massive flare-ups at sunset. You just add wind. Usually the sun's heat is the next thing is necessary, but not all the time. It's very bad when that happens. So I don't understand. Just like I don't understand with the lookout fire, there's a pyrocumulus cloud. It's like you cannot expect a fire that has formed a pyrocumulus cloud for any lines to hold. That's an unrealistic expectation. It's like a moving nuclear bomb. Okay? Get out of its way. Tell everybody to get out of its way. And you can't predict where it goes because it makes its own wind. So for a wide swath, they tell people, okay, that just happened. So, but for hours, the officials were still saying, nope, we're not going to evacuate you guys. And I'm like, what? We're talking about the lookout fire in Oregon. And me and Christopher Luttrell from this channel got on there and put screenshots of the fire pouring over the ridge saying, how is this not going to affect the town? What? Shouldn't the town be evacuated, Mackenzie Bridge? And so we were putting that screenshot there, and pretty soon they finally went to the level 3 evacuations that were called for. I don't think they're dumb. Do not, please do not say that I think they're dumb. I think they are caught in a red tape bureaucracy nightmare of policy. It says you have to get permission from such and such, who has to talk to such and such, who has to confer with such and such, and there has to be like a little group meeting, and heads all have to agree, and then they have to run it to the final blah blah blah, and then the last person they have to run it by the information officer or whatever, and then to run it through everything, and then they could finally tell the public something. Whatever it is, policies need to change. And I could see America is not the only one dealing with such nightmare. I mean, they could just have been caught unawares. We saw that, like with the Dixie Fire, we lost Greenville. They told all the people who had been evacuated to come back the same day the town burned down at night. And they apologized publicly and said, sorry, CAL FIRE did, at least they had the decency to. Other agencies didn't. They were jerks. Not going to get into that. They blamed the victims. They said, thanks a lot for not evacuating when you were told. Oh my God, you just lifted the evacuation. Screw you. I'm not going to get into that. But at least CAL FIRE reps had the decency to say, we were wrong, sorry, we gave bad advice to the sheriff because we relied on computer modeling too much. Never again. That took balls and decency, something in short supply these days. That was Japanese level, shame and remorse and honor. So it should happen these days. The other buck passers and victim blamers, I hate them. So sometimes we're a little bit too dependent on technology. And sometimes we expect technology to work. If they tried to send an evacuation out and it just didn't reach people because the lines failed or something failed, like with Paradise, that could have been it. They could have been trying, but I just don't know why so many people got caught in this when it made a pyrocumulus cloud yesterday at dusk. EA says this waterway feeds into the Columbia. Oh, it feeds it. Okay. Either way, it's a big canyon. Oh, it's Lake Okanagan. Oh, okay. All right, understand. I read a book called The Adventures of the First Oregon Settlers. It's incredible. It's about the Astoria Fur Company and making the first American settlement west of the Rocky Mountains. That was Astoria, Oregon. And they paddled from Astoria, Oregon, all the way here and made a fort at the Okanagan. First white man's venturing. Indians had never seen white people before. They're like, whoa, dude, we heard about you. I mean, some of them had. They had traveling Indians had, but the others are like, what's wrong with your skin, bro? Why you got hair there? Why is your face hairy like a dog? That was around 1810. Can you imagine paddling from Astoria to the Okanagan? All the way through the state of Washington. The length of Oregon, basically, and the width of Washington and deep into Canada. They also formed a trading post at Kamloops. I think that was as north as they went, though. The idea that the Columbia River was the great trade network before any roads, so they were monopolizing it, and they were sending it with easy mode, sending all the furs and supplies and trade goods up and down the Columbia in an era without roads. So Columbia got mapped before any of the land did. I think the original place they made the fort is underwater now because they made the dam and made Lake Okanagan. But don't quote me. So I've read about all this stuff before. Now, I don't know if this camera's going to burn over. Well, never mind. Look at all those embers. But see, I say that, and then there's a big gust of wind. Like, did it already burn over? What's this time-lapse button? I don't want to interrupt your broadcast, so I'm going to press the time-lapse button over here. This is incredible, folks, though. They're trying to evacuate thousands of people, and I don't know why. Oh, yeah, we got a good time-lapse. Photosensitive viewers, though, who might get a seizure, though, can't watch this. The light goes light, dark, light, light, dark, light, dark. This is a mountaintop. I thought there was homes and stuff. Oh. Oh, wow. Holy crap, you gotta see this. All right, that's not propane tanks because there's not homes, and the burnover seems to have already happened. All right. Watch the time lapse. Wait, yeah. So you saw the town this is overlooking the town. This is looking from north to south. Up high on the hills, the mountains that are burning. Wow. It's just trees. It's definitely not a blue flame. Trees don't burn with a blue flame. What? The media playback was aborted due to a corruption problem because the media used features in your okay, it worked on the other tab. All right. Hang on. Like I said, photosensitive viewers may have a seizure. I think it's working now. Watch. You see the town back here. I think we're looking south. Wow, look at that smoke. Wow. Wow. That's a lot of frames, and so it goes by a million miles an hour. Let me full screen this. Let me see if it does. We need to allow cookies. And we'll go back to live view, but there may not be that much to see as far as the live view. I'm so sorry about the photosensitive viewers. No, it's not. Full screen is not an option. I want this bigger. Oh well. I suppose. Come on. It's grayed out. Let me try to turn off ad blockers a second. Whoops. Not that. Turn off. All right. Will it work this time? Oh, there's still no full screen option. That's unreal. Okay, I'm going back to the chat. Yeah, good night, Big Dog. Thank you for being here. Dimensional Legends says Tucker Carlson is watching CERN. And a lot that CERN is going to destroy us. That's why I don't watch him. He seems to have a paranoid situation. Ah, man. In high winds when towns burn, that's not unusual. I'll suspect weapons or something like that. I'll be the first one to tell you guys, hey, I suspect a weapon. When, say, a town burns when there's no wind, that would be unusual. When it's kind of soggy, when it's kind of wet. when it looks like a strategic target, the sort of thing that the government would spend money on. But no, they would not spend billions and trillions of dollars on fancy weapons when going upwind and putting a road flare in the grass would do the exact same thing. That would cost $5. Why would you spend, say, $5 million on an operation and risk losing your technology? Like, remember when we tried, well, when we did kill Osama bin Laden, that we crashed one of our stealth helicopters and Pakistan got it? Great. They got our stealth helicopter tech. Great. You're always at risk of losing a super weapon to the enemy or to the public or whatever when you deploy those, or detection of your secret. So there is no government or any kind of army, that military, that would spend $1 trillion of their budget or even millions when somebody could walk up and drop a $5 road flare in the grass. Paranoia. Besides, does this look like a strategic target? None of these towns, these retirement communities like Paradise, the extremely sleepy suburb / cattle ranching communities of Bangor and Loma Rica, Santa Rosa, these are not strategic targets. Maui, there's no military value there. Pearl Harbor had this kind of thing. I'd be looking at it. That's a strategic target. And governments, our own government, wouldn't hurt itself with the cleanup. I mean, that does not make sense. All militaries run on a budget. They're all funded by money. And they're going to run right through it if they spent billions of dollars on laser weapons and stuff when a $5 road flare could do the same damn thing. So I think it's just complete nonsense. I'm sorry. Now, I'll tell you what, Tucker Carlson could be a complete fraud. Or he could have authentic fear. I don't know. But when you try to make the public fearful, you get a lot of clicks, you get a lot of attention, you get a lot of views, you get a following. Because everybody pays attention to fear. It's just low down and dirty. It's yellow journalism. If he's a fearmonger, it's not like I watch a show. I don't respect that. He may not believe anything he's saying, but he sees an audience out there that does. He wants to pull them in, advertise to them. Tell people you're under threat. That's yellow journalism. Now, yeah, there are laser weapons, but you can't see them with a naked eye. So there's a ton of hoaxers out there. They're trying to play you. They're laughing at you with the fake images. And since this is a mountaintop burning, guys, I don't think we should watch much of this anymore. We could come back to it, but we already saw the camera burn over. I'm going to show you guys a time lapse. If you did not see this, photosensitive viewers, look out. Close your eyes. You could have a seizure, lights flashing. If you haven't seen this, this is incredible. So this is the mountain, east side of the lake, looking to the south. To the place that's on fire now, the town with I think the Firestorm is over here. If this happened during the day and they weren't evacuating people when it was still daylight, I don't know what to say. I do not know what to say. I'm open-minded, but I've just never seen anything that can't be explained by normal stuff. The government killing its own people and bankrupting itself with trillion-dollar disasters, that doesn't make a bit of sense either. Now, our enemies may have the enemies of the United States may have an incentive for sabotage, but I think they would just light matches, put infiltrators here. I'm sure the spies of our enemies are all over the United States. We're a multicultural nation, so we've got Korean citizens and Russian citizens and all kinds. We have traitors. I'm sure there's plenty of people reporting to the KGB, talking to Korea. We have probably, and we've kind of confirmed that we're being attacked by hackers, by foreign nations. Somebody attacked our embassy in Cuba with a weird sound weapon. I know that. That's confirmed. And who would do that? Whoever benefits from driving a wedge between us and Cuba, trying to blame the Cubans. So whoever wants Cuba back in their own sphere that it used to be in, put two and two together. It's not us attacking us. You know, the Japanese tried to start Tillamook burn fires all over Oregon by putting really cheap incendiary bombs on really cheap weather balloons and sending thousands of them across the Pacific Ocean on the trade winds, and it lit some fires. But unfortunately for them, they forgot the trade winds usually fly during the wet, soggy autumn months. So it wasn't that successful. Nevertheless, they tried. They were that desperate. Fire has always been used as a weapon of war. But this is not a strategic target. This is some sort of a resort town for the wealthy and the yuppies to live in, is what it looks like, just from a couple of screenshots, stuff I've seen. This is affluent. It's not an industrial center. Okay, targets of war: industrial centers, factories, warehouses, train stations, train lines, bridges, dams, power stations, like the power plants, right? Ports, mouths of the rivers, river entrances. That's why we've got forts over there, even over by Astoria. We exchanged fire with Japan off of Oregon. That happened. Japan landed some saboteurs off the coast of Brookings. There's a Brookings Museum. This is where I learned this. Their saboteurs landed on the beach off of mini subs, and they walked in and they realized that all the Japanese had been rounded up, because we knew about this. We got their intelligence. We knew their plan. So we had rounded up. The United States government rounded up Japanese citizens and put them into camps, so that no Japanese person could blend in. So they left. They reported that they had no Japanese community to blend in with, and so they left. But their idea was they were saboteurs. They were out to start new Tillamook burn fires. This is all confirmed. So the balloon bomb thing was their next thing that they desperately tried, which thank God didn't work. But it wasn't let's be mean to Japanese people. It was for a real reason. If there had been saboteurs blowing up warehouses in Portland and Seattle and starting fires, people would have formed lynch mobs. They would not have been safe. There's that aspect too. So yes, fire is a weapon of war. Enemies sometimes use it, but I haven't seen the evidence. I just don't see strategic targets going up. I don't see munitions depots. I don't see munitions ships. I don't see anything unusual. I just see people unprepared, a changing climate thing happening, La Nina and El Nino, wild cards, people and agencies and governments being incredibly unprepared. And this is why a lot of people do believe in conspiracy. They hate that. That's a terrifying thing. It's really a terrifying reality that our government is not even prepared to take care of us. It doesn't have all the equipment it needs. We don't have all the manpower. We don't have people trained. Retiring every day and dying every day as the old guard that knew their stuff. And young people are not getting paid enough to take these risks. They're not signing up. So the old guard knowledge is not being passed on. We got a lot of newbies in charge. We have a lot of incompetence, not because it's anybody's fault, but because of the experience gap. We've relied on technology too much. We've gotten rid of a lot of the old ways we warned people. You know, LA and Oakland, Portland, and all these places had air raid sirens in case of bombings during World War II, and they were just dismantled. We could have kept them around to use them during disasters. Even if your cell phones go down, you can have the air raid signs. You can have one in the center of town. A Claxton thing, you know. Even if somebody has to go out and hand crank it, it's like the town fire bell. We don't even have stuff like that to warn people. We're hideously unprepared. So why does that help conspiracy theorists? Because they do not want to face the reality that nobody's in charge, nobody's in control. The whole we're on our own thing is a bit terrifying. Now those who are left, those who are fighting, are just saints. We must acknowledge their incredible sacrifice. But we have to replace them. They can't be expected to do this kind of brutal job forever. We have to make this a high wage, high paying, and highly educated job. We have to learn about fire. We have to study it. We have to pour the money into it with universities to studying mega fires, just like we study tornadoes, because until we learn a lot more about them and are able to predict what they're going to do, this is going to keep happening. We just had a massive fatality event days ago. We might be having another one before our eyes. Got to get serious. Complacency time is over. Wake up. What is that? Is that a fire whirl? It's not a tornado because it's not moving, but what is that? Do you see that at the left's edge? Like a twisting column of fire reaching vertically into the sky? Yeah, and you can see it smoke here. Wow. I wish we could zoom in on this. It's like when we watched the fire vortexes that were 3,000 feet tall on, August 7th of my stream, 2021? Just Google, just go to my archives, go to my channel, hit the search button, hit fire tornado, and you'll see it. Wow. I guess you could see them at night, in a way. But whenever tremendous heat is being pushed up into the air, it twists because it has to in order for it to maintain that speed. It's being pushed up from below, and air can't rise at its maximum speed unless it's twisting. So it's forced into a twist. Yeah, that was nuts. That spawned a vortex right there. And even if if it doesn't move, and it's not tornadic speed, so if it's below 75 miles an hour, it's a vortex if it doesn't move. It's a fire devil if it does move, but it's below 75 miles an hour. Now, if it's above 75 mile an hour and it's twisting and it moves, it's a fire tornado. But it's got to move. Hey, Raz, welcome back. Rad P says the equivalent of L2 for Wednesday evening and L3 start early afternoon. Yeah, the people who want to believe in conspiracies desperately want to cling to the notion that somebody's in control. And I even had people come in here and insist the government controls the weather. We thought in the 60s we could. We thought we could nuke hurricanes away. We thought that we could nuke the spot where tornadoes were forming, like supercells, and nuke them away. Well, before the danger of fallout was understood clearly by the public who was suggesting this crap. The only thing worse than a hurricane or tornado is a hurricane or tornado delivering nuclear fallout and peppering your neighborhood with radiation. The only thing worse. But they had the craziest ideas in the 60s. There was optimism that nukes were going to make our life better. It was going to end all war, right? Radiation, when it was first discovered, and all the glowing stuff. Mary Curie is celebrated a bit too much for being this female scientist. She was also a reckless nut. I'm sorry. Yes, she was a female scientist, but she was a reckless nut who died because she was reckless and got other people on her staff killed, and her husband too. Because she just was part of the Kool-Aid drinking crowd that said radiation, because it glows and it's pretty and we just discovered it and it's high tech, is good for our health. Other people who came up and said, wait a second, x-rays and stuff, like Thomas Edison's assistant who constantly demonstrated the newfangled x-ray machines by putting his hand up for everybody who came over to see the machine. Well, his fingers turned black and fell off his hand. So the dangers of x-rays and radiation were starting to become known, and she dismissed it. She kept glowing samples of radium in her apron and walked around with those irradiating her hips and stuff, her ovaries. Her books glow in the dark, I hear, her notebooks. And you're allowed about 15 minutes with them. You have to turn the pages with a big spatula if you want to see her original notebooks. Otherwise, they're too, wow, look at that, it's forming another firewall right there. Otherwise, you will die if you spend too much time with her notebooks. She's buried in a lead coffin. The lady who discovered polonium, I believe it was, in her workshop, tried to press for safety regulations. Like, if you were in her lab, and you opened up a drawer, you could see a glowing rock sample in it, or one that's not glowing and not know if it was hot or not know if it's safe or not. And so, the lady who invented polonium, there's an article, just Google it, called "My Aunt Invented Polonium and Died for It." I think it was polonium, or discovered polonium. Anyway, she raised safety concerns. She was not a smart lady, but another scientist whose life was cut short because Mary Curie laughed at her. And this is all safe for no real reason than emotional attachment. So there was this weird optimism that started from myths for scientists like that, even though they got killed by their own myths. A weird optimism that nukes are going to make life better. All wars are over with. The Bikini Atoll is where we did a lot of nuclear testing, and we beeped up that environment pretty good and those people. But people watched the nuclear tests with like entertainment right before movies at the drive-in theaters, and there was these rosy newsreels about how cool the test was and how great it went, and so people named the trendy new bathing suit called the bikini after it because it was like trendy and hot and fun. Meanwhile, all the boomers were drinking milk that was irradiated and radioactive food as the fallout settled around the world from somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 nuclear tests between the Soviet Union and Russia. Boomers are riddled with cancer for that reason alone, not just the fact that nuclear fallout made all cigarettes radioactive, tobacco. All of a sudden, tobacco's a hell of a lot more deadly than it used to be, blah, 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 train wreck scenarios. But by far, drinking milk in the 60s during the nuclear test in the 50s was the worst thing to do. There's a lot of iodine. And cow's milk gets concentrated in it, the nuclear radioactive particles, and then that gets concentrated in your thyroid. So there's still 6,000 to 10,000 people, Americans, dying from thyroid-related cancers due to having drank milk in the 50s and 60s. The blood cancers are the next group that's associated mostly with radiation. But it's all good news. It's all rosy, right? And then there's crazy stuff. We can nuke hurricanes. We're never going to have hurricanes again. We can nuke them. Cloud seeding. We're never going to have droughts again. And all this stuff really didn't work. But people will see these old newsreels, and some conspiracy theorists say it all worked. Governments can control the weather. But their psychological profile is of a person that doesn't want to face the fear, the tremendous fear that nobody's in charge, nobody's in control, and nobody knows exactly what to do. So somebody has to be in control, and if somebody's in control and this evil stuff is happening, they're obviously evil. So it's a shadow government, it's an evil this and that. Lizard people, it's demons, it's aliens, it's Democrats, whatever people come up with. It's Jews, that's the old one. That's the old tried and true racist one. But it's hate and fear, and that turns off the brain's ability to think. Those two emotions are very much. Man, this is awful stuff. We have lessons to learn. We can fix most of these situations. We can prevent most of these fires with very practical solutions, and we don't have to run around. Oh yeah, and we don't have to run around blowing up 5G cell phone towers. And wearing tinfoil hat. Okay, yeah, Victor Crute says they can control rain by seeding clowns with silver iodide, and they do. Okay, really, stop the shouting. Calm down, calm your tits. Rain seeding works sometimes. cloud seeding works sometimes. It seems to have worked over Belarus when the USSR desperately wanted the radioactive rain of Chernobyl to rain on Belarus instead of Moscow. But guess what? You have to have a cloud that actually has some moisture in it for one, or your little pellets ain't going to do nothing. Moisture has to be present already. So what I was saying, the claim that we're never going to have a drought again is BS, because you can't see a cloud that don't have moisture in it. It doesn't work. You can't control the weather and make moist clouds go over the place you want to seed. It doesn't work. And it's hit and miss at best with its success rate. It's an act of desperation when you tried everything, so you might as well try cloud seeding. But you notice, like, nobody really does it anymore except third world nations. Just occasional. Because it was just disappointing, like all the rest of the hype of the 50s and 60s. And hype of the turn of the century, like Mary Curie. She was claiming that radiation only cured cancer, it didn't cause it. And while a little bit of that was true, we have radiation treatments for cancer. That's because the radiation is so deadly to cells. We're using it to kill cancer cells, and it kills healthy cells too. It's not great. But we focus it into a beam and aim it at the cancer, and it fries all the cells in front of the beam. So these days, wherever the beam is of radiation, they rotate it like this, back and forth, sweeping. Because if, say you had cancer of the brain right here, right above your right eye, if the beam went straight into your right eye, like say with this pencil, you know what this is going to do to my brain on the other side of my head? Massive doses of radiation. It's going to just kill my brain as it goes towards this side of the head in one little pencil thin strip. So what they do is they sweep it back and forth like this, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And what that does, it means everything on this side of the head gets less dose, but in a wider area. Like here, back to the back of my head. Radiation doesn't cure cancer, it can kind of kill it, which is kind of a cure, but you know what I'm saying. A lot of that was BS. Radithor was a big scam. People drank radioactive water because of this. The scam always came out of the woodwork, and it called themselves alternative medicine. And they were giving everybody cancer and killing them because they made something called Radithor, bottled water that had radioactive radium in the water. And then they sold jugs called Radithor water jugs. It was when they fired the clay to make the jug, they put radioactive radium in it, so that you bought it, you took it home, you put in your own tap water or well water or whatever, and it irradiated your water for you to drink every day because it's good for your health. Yeah, there's some things like that, Victor. I don't want to be too much on that topic, but I'm saying that a lot of this, the hype from the 20th century, there's still some remnant believers, but the rest of us have moved on. And just because you see an old newsreel that's rosy about the potential for nuking away hurricanes and controlling the weather, it didn't really pan out. We can't control the weather, we can alter it. Cloud seeding is altering existing weather, making it rain prematurely in an area that it wasn't going to, with a hit and miss kind of success rate. Okay, Josh says live news on the scene. Let's look at that. But since these are emotional things, you can't reason and rationalize with somebody because they're not making a reasonable and rationalized decision when they say they control things. They are emotionally terrified. And this takes away that terror. It's a comfort zone thing. So if you present them with facts, they have to leave their comfort zone. The little thing that made them feel better, even though it made them feel worse in a way, it made them feel better. So you can't present facts. That will not work. That's just not going to work. So what you can present is give people an education about how to protect themselves so that they just don't feel that afraid. We don't need anybody to be in control. You can make enough decisions for yourself, save yourself without anybody else necessary. If you understand fire's behavior, it's really not rocket science. Governments may be stupid or acting stupid for a variety of reasons. Incompetence, old bureaucratic red tape that used to move at the speed of the slower wildfires of yesterday, but not today. Failures of technology when they relied on it, which leaves everybody in the dark. Stupid town design, like Paradise would it had its growth as a retirement community instead of putting enough escape avenues out of town and connecting all the roads together in a grid. They didn't build enough bridges for the roads to connect. They all dead end and funnel people into choke points. So they did not cut down the pine trees that promote fire and made everybody's homes burn down and replace them with the native oaks. The pine trees were planted in order for a timber harvest to happen by timber companies that own that land. And instead of harvesting it and then selling the land for development, they advertised it as, oh yeah, it's great to live in the woods. Yeah, right underneath super flammable pine trees. No, not on a high windswept plateau that's seen a lot of fire before, no. Look at that flare up, oh my god. So communities these days are developers are allowed to mindlessly build death traps where people can't evacuate in time, and we could change all this stuff. You could say, recognize a death trap and decide not to live in one. And then we could push for legislation where communities can't be built like that anymore. You're gonna extend development? Okay, what's your plan? How are people going to evacuate? If the answer is they can't all evacuate at once and quit in swift time, then are you going to make shelter-in-place options? And if you're not going to, you're not approved. It's that simple. LA County is the big worst offender that I've ever seen right now. Butte County's not innocent, but they were more prepared than most. It's just everything went wrong with Paradise because they relied on a reverse 911 system to work, and the fire chewed through all the power lines and telephone poles before they could get the second phone call out for everybody to go. Only the first one went out, which was get ready. So everybody sat there waiting for the next one, and it never came. That's why I tell you, and what all the experts want you to know is leave before you're told. And don't expect you're even going to be told after the first warning. So let's go back here. Good that there's an evacuation map. Live news on the scene, right? Where? I'm sorry, I lost that click already. It's on YouTube. Okay, let me. At least you can hear it. I don't know for copyright reasons if I could show you this, but how long is this? Let's do the watch on YouTube thing. 53 minutes ago. Oh, it was a live stream. It was. How long did it go? Oh, an hour. Roughly 45 minutes, actually. 50 minutes. So I can't just show this to you. I'll flip through it. Okay, I'm claiming fair use. Don't sue me, bros. So they start the live stream here. There's some interviews like them. They show stuff burning. Yeah, you've seen this. Yeah, yeah. Person talking to the camera. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So here's the latest bit. Maybe we can just play this part where they're explaining the latest bit to the public. Sorry. Let's try to turn
Joining
on.
us, I'm Rob Gibson reporting live from Union Road. I'm at the scene of a wildfire that had broke out here just after 9 p.m. tonight, and it is all hands on deck. You can see behind me the command center where the Kelowna Fire Department has set up. Crews have been going at this fire since it started.
Wait a second. 9 p.m. So this means the one that is on the east side. Where did he say? Okay, let me go back.
You can see after 9. I'm at the scene of a wildfire that had broke out here just. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm Rob Gibson reporting live from Union Road. I'm at the scene of
Union Road. All right. Okay, we have to figure out exactly where that is. Yes. Okay. It's where the new fire is that may have been embers blowing from the McDougal Creek wildfire across the lake. Okay. So he's talking about this section of town, which we have not been able to see on cams yet. All right.
the wildfire that had broke out here just after 9 p.m. tonight, and it is all hands on deck. You can see behind me the command center where the Kelowna Fire Department has set up. Crews have been going at this fire since it started. The RCMP have gone door to door, knocking on doors, asking people to evacuate. There was a steady stream of traffic down Union Road and Upper Canyon Road as people made their way out of the area. Again, Castanet has been covering this story for you throughout the day and into the evening, and we will continue to do so. We just spoke earlier with Kelowna Fire Chief Travis Whitting, and he says that fire departments from across the Okanagan and beyond are sending all their resources to help with fire that are burning on really both sides of the lake. And if we hearken back to what Fire Chief Brolin on West Kelowna told us earlier today, it's the winds that they were really concerned about. Those winds are gusting right now. It's the embers that can travel distances that defy logic. Obviously, if an ember can make it across Okanagan Lake, that is a far distance to travel. Earlier today, Chief Whitting told me that they put out the call for people to come from wherever they can to add support. Obviously, that is much needed. He also indicated that he encourages the people of Kelowna to be kind to each other, that we need each other in times like this. There are many people who are out of their homes tonight. Many people had to go at the very last minute. Many people didn't think they would be out of their homes tonight, but they are. And fire crews have been deployed to the Clifton Road and Upper Canyon Drive, all the way to McKinley. This is the command center here on Union Drive. And there have been multiple reports of more than one fire on the east side of Okanagan Lake. But according to Chief Whitting, the Clifton Road fire is the only one that they're dealing with at the moment. Again, evacuation orders have been issued. They were issued around midnight following up tactical evacuations. Heavy traffic in the area earlier tonight has subsided, which also indicates that hopefully those who need to get out of their homes have done so, and at least they will be safe tonight.
Okay, friends, I'm coming back over. Is it over? I wanted to at least get the tail end, like a conclusion summary thing of. I'm so happy that they did that broadcast. Good old news media is, at least the local one here, is on the ball. So this was, it's over. It was a live stream that just concluded. The Castanet News, they're awesome. They got us a lot of the information we needed to know. That the traffic jam panic thing seems to be over, but we know that some people on the west side took to the water to escape the flames. We don't have any image of that I can tell. But this is the link. Hit the like button. You might want to subscribe, because we don't want to steal views away from the journalists, because they struggle like everybody else to get subscribers and get up to the top of the search. So when you go there and hit the sub and like button, it really helps them. And the purpose of my stream is not to steal the viewers from somewhere else. Let's see if this is useful at all, this little interview. Do we have any?
It's particularly poor, so let's try the old-fashioned. The old-fashioned. Please just tell me who you are and what we're doing here.
Yeah, Travis Whiting, Fire Chief for the City of Kelowna, and we're up here working on the Clifton-McKinley fire. We have crews deployed both on the Clifton side of this as well as up here on Union all the way through to McKinley. Obviously a large, very visible fire that we've been working for the last couple of hours. A lot of resources on this fire, a lot of structural protection being put in place, and a lot of work being done to protect homes in this area.
Shocking how close we are to homes.
Yeah, I mean we're in a tight area, and so with the winds that we're having tonight, we're seeing lots of fire behavior. Obviously, lots of activity across the lake, and our thoughts are with the firefighters and residents over in West Kelowna, Traders Cove, and those areas as they have their battle over there tonight as well. And it's all hands on deck between us and BC Wildfire, trying to do our best to keep everybody safe.
Can you give us an idea what the parameters of these fires? Is there more than one?
On this side of the lake, this is the only fire that we're actively working right now. This basically extends along Clifton up into towards Union here, and then is working its way slowly towards McKinley Drive. So we have just issued an evacuation order for a portion of McKinley and an alert for the rest of McKinley, as well as an evacuation order in Clifton and portions of Glenmore. And that's out of abundance of caution, both to ensure that we have people out ahead of the fire so we can make sure everybody's safe, as well as so that we can get our crews moving around in this area without obstruction of traffic and residents, and really focus on protecting homes and property.
There was a great deal of traffic earlier on. Seems to have calmed down. Does that mean that people have made their move already, or are we still going door to door?
Yeah, the RCMP have been a great asset here and are going door to door for us, and just confirming that everyone's aware of the evacuation and what we're doing here tonight. There has been a reduction in the traffic, so it leads me to believe that most people have started to make that move. Certainly, we appreciate how fast and how orderly and that people took the time to get out and to find places to go for night so that we can get in here and do this work.
Can you give me any idea whether more is coming? What would you say to our audience who are out there kind of on tenterhooks right now?
Yeah, and I think BC Wildfire put it out earlier. Sorry, I'm losing track of days, but I think it was yesterday. This 24-hour period up into the next 24 after this, we've got really, really problematic conditions that lead to these major fires. And so we need people to be vigilant. We need people to be ready to pay attention to what's happening in the news so they know who's affected and what they should be doing. They need to be prepared for if they need to move, and they need to reach out to others in the community and offer help and help each other, because a lot of people are being impacted here today, and definitely our hearts are with them, and we're really hoping that the community helps each other out so that we can together we can get through the next couple of days with as much safety and protection as possible.
Has there been any call for other resources? I know Joe, Rich, Ellison are on the scene. Anybody else?
Yeah, it's all hands on deck. We have everyone across the region. This region, one of the advantages we've had is the collaboration amongst all the region's fire departments. We plan to work together every year, so every department within the regional district is actively engaged in this and had planned on being this over the next couple of days. As well, we have resources from out of district that are coming in from North Okanagan, South Okanagan, as well as further afield. We've put the call out, and people are coming from wherever to add their support, and it's much appreciated. We're going to need everything we got just to keep managing this, and hopefully this is what we're dealing with tonight, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, see what tomorrow brings. Okay, what we needed was what the hell went wrong. That kind of information I would love them to have explained. But this is the east side of the lake. So it's the new one, probably caused by embers drifting across it or for some other reason. Please stop using all caps in the chat. Thank you. I rejected the truth, huh? Stop yelling at me. Rainmaking is used as a weapon by the U.S. New York Times, Rain 3, July 1972. The cloud-sitting operations necessarily were keyed to the two main Beechcraft and had it rigged up with silver iodide. Only she is ignorant and know not the rejected truth. Guess what? You can't cloud seed a cloud that doesn't have moisture. That's the truth. You can only alter the environment a little bit that's already there. Where in the world? Thanks, three winners. But please don't time out people while I'm still quoting them, though. It gets harder to reference that later. If you dig a little bit deeper into your pamphlet that you're reading, which you obviously just found, which means you don't know the jack about this either, it is they took advantage of clouds that were already pregnant with moisture to seed the pregnancy. That's why they call it seeding. The cloud is pregnant with moisture. You understand what the word seed means? Male, female, seed makes birth. Rain is the birth. Okay? That's, so what happens when the seed goes, but there's nothing for it to go in, right? You get no birth. You get no result. And it's an upset person rather than a troll. But thing is, we don't allow disruption. No yelling, no coming in here with your weird crackpot theories that you can't prove, basically, and especially not the ones you don't know jack about. So, cloud seeding is not weather control. That's a cute little way to phrase that. You know, it's like climbing Mount Everest is not conquering the mountain. Did you really defeat it? No, you scrambled up Mount Everest and you took advantage of a brief window of opportunity and luck. Oh, look at this. It's still blazing like crazy. This is our live view of what's happening at Kelowna. We're looking from the east part of the town section that's doing okay. For the most part, the east section of town. There's the lake there. This is the west town, which is not doing okay. And the hills above it. It's our live view. Now, conquering Mount Everest, there's a lot of misnomers out there, right? When you scramble up a mountain in a brief window of opportunity where the mountain's weather's not going to kill you, like a little ant on an ant hill, and you say you conquered it, but the reason you lived is you scrambled back down before the mountain actually killed you. You didn't conquer no damn mountain. I'm sorry. You got lucky. Weather control. When the day comes, we can make moisture in the sky out of nothing. Well, let me know when that happens. Kelowna, excuse me. I now know that's called Kelowna from that. I asked people earlier, but nobody told me that I could see. We now know it's Kelowna, which I was thinking it must be. Eldorado Marina Live webcam. Oh yeah, let's check that out. Hey Nixie, thanks for coming back. See, we crowdsource information, and speaking here is a privilege, not a right. You have to obey the rules. Don't be disruptive and don't be a jerk. You can say whatever you like on your own webcam or your own web channel. Oh my God. Thank you. Oh my God, this is also live. Damn. A crisis is not the time to go me, everybody look at me and what I have to say. It means you're exploiting victims. Shut up. Just do something helpful in the situation. Help us get new eyes on this thing. You can be a team player if you want to, or you can be what is not helpful. That's all there is. Help us gather all the information that we can about the situation. Even if nobody's watching from there right now, we can learn. This happened too many dang times before. It just happened to Hawaii. We have to study this. It's not just morbid curiosity. We have to study this. We have to find out what went wrong to learn. I was really hoping that at some point those firefighters would tell us what went wrong, why weren't they evacuated over there. But they're really the ones on the east side. They may not honestly know. They seem to be the city department, so they may not know what the heck went wrong with the, whether or not this fire was even fought, because Canada has so much else going on. Whether they had the manpower to even fight it or study much of it, because Canada has got so much else going on. This is terrifying over here to the right. I mean, I don't even know what that is over there. That I don't think it's a lens smudge. Could be. There seems to be a lens smudge here, lens smudge here. That could be an optical illusion that that's something over there on the hills. It could be a lens smudge right up here. So this over here, I direct your attention to the man behind the curtain. This is terrifying where it's come down towards the water over there. So El Dorado Resort, we have to find out what we're looking at. Kiloa. Okay, so here's our point of view. Looking across. So I would say Lakeview Heights is, the fire is roared through here to Lakeview Heights is a good guess. Going from what we see. Just put this away. I was using this educational stuff earlier. Need this stuff. Cell phone map carriages. Del Norte County. Maybe maybe I'm wrong. So we're looking across. It's a very wide angle camera. You see how there's a curve on the horizon, very wide, like a super wide GoPro. It's distorting, so we're seeing distance left and right more than we would ever normally see. So let me look back chat. Maybe you guys have the answer. Yeah, it says you can report for misinformation and it'll block them for you too. Oh goodness. Already blocked them from the channel. They ain't coming back unless they have a new account. Now, I don't mind it when people get regretful and they regret their behavior and they come back, but just don't let me know it's you. Or if you have a new account, I mean, maybe you can be brave and say, dude, I was a dick. I'm sorry. I don't need an apology, though. I just need to know you're not going to do it again. I believe in redemption, but it's safer to just make a new account. Don't let me know about any of that, and then I don't have to worry about it and just behave next time. Just ask yourself, how can we help a situation? Share information, ask good questions. I'll be happy to debate stuff like this. Somebody else's channel some other time. It's not mine that it should take place on. I'm sorry, maybe I engage too much in this crap. But it's stressful. It stresses out the people here who are under a tremendous amount. Okay, that might be smoke columns here. They seem to be moving a little bit. I just really don't know if that's a lens smudge. Is it some distant thing? Now we have to figure out where is that, because the fire burned down through, looks like a city, to the water line, and we have to kind of line this up like we did before. So I believe this is the exact building we're on, Lakeside Dining Room building. Now if there's a boathouse right here and there's two central, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, then we'll know we're in the right spot. What, I can't see the post. But is that the building? Okay, there's a little staircase, lights, entrance. Now, I was hoping we'd see more boat action of people going out to rescue people. Maybe that's what all these missing boats are. Maybe they went out to try to rescue people. But some people went into the water. Yeah, I can't get a good staircase. But here is the other connector. So, yeah, we are on the lakeside dining room roof. So the camera's viewpoint is going, if we drew a line like this, doesn't quite line up and point with the dock. Does not. So it's actually looking slightly more direct across, like almost due west end. And I still think Lakeview Heights could have been mostly messed up pretty bad. So this would be one of the closest East Shore rescue, like if they did a citizen rescue, this would be some of the closest people to them if they went to rescue by boat. Let's look back at our heat detection. It's an unfolding nightmare. This is just awful. Well, where's the marina? Sorry, just lost my own thing because it's different than Google Maps. There's our marina. Okay, there's a lip. It's a big horn right here. Like a big wedge. Across from Lakeview Heights, which has a round notch. Okay. That's the horn. Mission Creek ends right there. And there's the notch. Okay. So are we getting an accurate heat picture? I don't know. It could be that what we're seeing is the fires come right here, but I don't see what would keep it from spilling over. Now, if it's just looking straight west, yeah, from there, straight west. I still think no matter what, the heat signatures are showing right here. This may all be on fire to the water line, or it may be an optical illusion that it's up here in the heights, and we just can't see that. But that is so far. If we're looking straight west, yeah, see there's no lights right there. I don't think it's just power outage. There's a strip. So, strip of nothing. That's the strip of nothing. So we have right next to the strip of nothing, Castle Loma Beach. Don't think that's on fire. Yeah, it's on fire. It is not. Okay, that's okay then. We got the hills up there where the heat signature is, the tremendous heat signature, but what bothers me is over here. I don't see the bridge in a picture. We do see the outlines of some mountains. It poured down to the water down there. And now, is there a way to time lapse this? Does not look like it. I'm right clicking, I can't even save the image. Just nuts. So that I could time lapse this later, I've got to get my webcam out of the way, I'm sorry. That's the easiest way to do it. Sorry if it made it smaller for you. But I want to have it without my face. All right, so let's line it up. What just went wrong here? Now we just do the little gold man from where we could see across the beach. We're not on the beach. That's not it. We're on the beach. The beach. What? Wrong. Wrong. The beach. Still beach path. Ah. Okay. The beach. Okay. There's our bridge. It's there. There's a round. Let's look at it. No. Gotta be closer to. We've got to be closer to the dock in that perspective. Yeah, now we could see the right there. There. All right, it's helping us figure out. I'm hoping it ran. Now, some people went to the ocean, but I'm hoping it mostly skipped the neighborhoods. Just hoping. It's still above them up here, so these people, they still have power and stuff. They're safe for now. But we know that some people did run to the water and got in it. And they're calling out for water rescues. Look back at chat. Express Fan Exorcist says Hilary is now the Category 5 hurricane. Yeah, we thought it would happen. It's almost right on schedule. They said at 2 a.m. it could become a Category 4. Yeah, Witchy, this is terrifying. So, yeah, I'm so sorry. People are asking like what this is and stuff. Kelowna, Canada. It's a city split by a lake in between it. The west side is lesser population, but that's the one that's burning to the ground in some spots. Up on the heights. So what I saw was the fire roar down here to the water's edge. I'm just hoping it didn't block off the avenue of escape across the bridge, which may be in the right frame over there. So we're trying to line it up. The fire came down to this gap. It's on fire in the heights up there. And it poured down off this ridge line down the gap, which is like a wind tunnel. Now, unfortunately, this dock is in the way. I think now we understand. I'd put it Dairy Queen may be gone, man. It could be this right by the ridge. Let's look. It's just I can't quite see the bridge. Okay, so our heat signature, that. Maybe we can trust it more than I thought. It's probably north of the bridge in this spot. If this is flat enough land to see past where the bridge is. Let's look at the terrain. That would be the west side neighborhood, all blaze, West Kelowna Estates. The regional park kind of burned to the ground. It poured down here. See what I mean? Looking down the barrel of the gun to see this. I'm just going to make an assumption here, though, that even though it was a west wind pushing it to the east and probably pushed it all the way across the lake, that once the wind got over here to these hills, you see how that's a steep canyon there? So Kelowna West was still looking down the barrel of the gun, which is when the fire's above you from a height, and then the wind pours it at rapid speed down a drainage, like down a canyon, down a creek, down a river from a height above your town. And it's like a blowtorch in front of your town. And we have two different, it's like a double-barreled shotgun. So we know that the camera burnout happened up here. I'll show you incredible time lapse, Witchy, of this camera up here on this mountain being burned down. So the fire crossed over and went due west, and from this great height, What is 1436 meters anyway? A lot? What's that in feet? From great height, you have maximum amber travel. Top of mountains, top of trees. That's hop, skip, and a jump. That's easy. They say that it defies logic. No, it defies imagination, but it's very logical that an ember could be blown from the top of a mountain over to here, right, by Wilden or Wilden or whatever that is. So once the fire is up on this mountain, because there's incredible wind was being driven, some of the wind sank down these canyons and just went down the canyon like a roller coaster, and it just poured right into here. That is my theory at the moment, how that happened, and that would explain the somewhat weird looking patterns of the fire. You see that it's fierce up here, really fierce, right there on those heights. They get poured off the mountain that way, even though it's quote against the wind or perpendicular to the wind. Remember, the wind direction is completely different in the canyons than it is above the canyons, because some of the wind will sink into them and just go down that chute. Update: Express Van Ecker. Yeah, it's heart wrenching. I think people may have died. I do not know why that place wasn't evacuated when at sunset it formed a pyrocumulus cloud. That means you can't stop it. Anybody near it should have just, on that side of the lake, should have been evacuated already. But I don't understand. They seem to have had 24 hours to do this. Maybe they failed to recognize it. Maybe they tried to organize it. I don't know what went wrong. I'm not going to criticize. I am just literally and honestly saying I fail to understand why people are jumping into the water right now, why they didn't organize the evacuation. Maybe they did it. I don't have all the information. Some people decided to stay, but I don't think so. I think this caught everybody unawares. Does anybody know? I wish Cheryl was here. I don't know where she went. If they had issued evacuation warnings or something earlier. I don't know anything about Canada. Okay, Express Band Exorcist says update: evacuation order issued for properties around Hidden Lake and Still Pond in Kelowna. Kelowna, yeah. Impacted residents must leave the area immediately. More info and map. All right, thank you for your very good contributions here, Exorcist. And did you change your name before? Like, have you been here a long time? I just don't recognize your name. Rose Valley is going to see some fire interface shortly. Crest of the hill over the reservoir is coming down parallel to the bridge. Yikes. Scanner feed is dispatch only, not fireground and tactical channels. Yeah, that's typical. Okay. EA says for other viewers, cat is free to go attack mode. I try not. I don't want this to be an argument. I want to be soothing. I want to be soothing. Sometimes I do want to destroy somebody, but that's like a primitive instinct. It's not a gentlemanly. I pride myself on being a female gentleman. And no, I'm not a lady. I don't really gravitate to that. Ladylike behavior is associated with a certain way of conducting oneself, and I don't really illustrate that very well. I'll just curse like a sailor, spit in front of people. I'm uncouth for a female. However, I have codes of honor that's gentlemanly, so I'm a female gentleman. I've gotten out when I was more able back in the day. I've gotten out of my car to push people stuck in the snow. And then another lady got out of her car. We both did, and we pushed somebody out of the snow. Like, female gentlemen, where it's at. I'll start that movement. Gentlemanly conduct is like peak of masculine, pride in your behavior. Like, you be proud of your behavior. Okay, we're now seeing more of the contours of the hillside. And I'm trying to orient myself a little bit more. Can I memorize this landscape? Incredible, we got this. Do we have any west, other than that webcam on the hill, do we have any other west side views, webcams, anything? They still have power over there, which is baffling. Somehow they do. Maybe it's underground. I don't know. Scanner has been updated with the following repeaters: Black Knight, Mountain Little, Mountain Blue Grouse, Mountain currently on fire. A different mountain, UHF, VHF. You sound very knowledgeable about this. Oh yeah, you were EDAX fan. Okay, God. Were you a mod before too? I had to rip mod powers away from people that disappeared. Anybody who didn't check in. Oh yeah, of course I remember you. You want to be a mod again? Witchy says I smoked in during the Caldor. Yeah, where did you live again? I can't remember, Witchy. I keep asking this. I'm sorry. Kelowna Fire Department crews responding to a possible fire on top of Knox Mountain. Okay, let's find it. It's east side, right? Kelowna. Yeah, Magic Estates. It wouldn't surprise me at all if like new embers are just flying over the lake and lighting this up. They said they weren't sure, but I can tell you right now it's absolutely possible. This is no barrier. The Eagle Creek fire, I think it was 2017, in the Columbia River Gorge, jumped the entire Columbia. So that was unreal. It definitely can do this. It's not that okay. Let's measure the distance from the top of the peak here. Let's just put that to rest. Measure the distance. How far is that? Measure distance. Here, top of that peak to here. Done. It says 6 miles. Almost 10 kilometers. I think it was measuring the. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that. Remember how I drug it to the other part? Can I just press enter? Because I don't want to be measuring all the way back. You see? Okay. How do I press the enter button without? Dang it. Yeah, it's totally possible. 6 miles, even if it is 5.73. Absolutely possible. We've seen it. We saw it in the Riverside Fire of 2020. We saw embers go down. I think it was a Santiam River. It's not the Sandy. I think it's the Santiam. I get those confused. But the Riverside Fire lit the banks of Estacada on fire from I think it was 13 miles away that we measured. Uh-oh, camera is burping. Okay, we're back. You wish you could post links where you never were a mod. Well, let me remedy that. Okay. Please use your powers for good. And I'll present you with your sword. You have been knighted. You've been emergency deputized as well. If you want to be considered more like Wild West theme, okay? Exactly, Witchy. It's not that far for ignition spread. 20 is pushing it, but it's been recorded. It just depends how high are the wind speeds, how high is your mountain, how high is the tree on top of the mountain, and the last bit of the trifecta is, does it form a pyrocumulus? Because it'll then suck up burning tree branches a couple thousand feet up into the air above your highest mountain and then drop them across the landscape. So if you wanted to look it up, Echo Summit by Tahoe, dinner plate sized chunks of burning bark that had just cooled and were like charcoalized were landing in Minden, Nevada. People had pictures of that, of the chunks landing in their yards, and sent them to me. I was like, holy crap. Okay, I think I've oriented myself as something else. This here, I think, is the road to the bridge. I see traffic across the bridge, I think. I think that's what this little dot is. So that is north of the bridge where the fire reached the water line. It's not this community like I was fearing. And so this lines up. We can trust the heat detections, but look at that insane smoke. Fire goes where the wind blows. It is now blowing where they're getting those new fire reports like Knox Mountain. It is now going to the northwest neighborhoods of East Kelowna. Do we have any cameras up there? I have to write down. Everybody who's changed your names, please report to me so I can write that down and keep everybody on track. This is so hard already. I have a little book. And anybody who wants, I just want to remind everybody, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, that's totally fine. You don't have to agree with everything I'm saying. That's totally fine. But if you think I'm 100% full of crap, because I might have, say, an error sometimes, or I don't have the same opinion that you do on your particular topic, that's not accurate. If you're just here for the fire information I provide and you don't like me, that's okay. I welcome you. I want to help people I don't even like. Okay, what you have to do, though, is at your convenience, please email me your EDAX fan. Please email me your contact info, because when stuff starts going weird and moderators start banning people on accident, we have to figure out if it's a hacker that's taken over a mod or not. We had that happen a few times. So please do email me whenever you can with your contact info. A phone number, you can even make up one. I don't mean one that's fake. Look at the birds. Looks like a bunch of ducks just flew by. Wow. In a V formation. Could have been loons or something. But like one time we had a mod just randomly start banning people and timing people out, and it was chaos. And had a strip mod powers live, and we're like, hey, what's going on? One time a mod had gotten hacked, and I reached her on the phone. She goes, I'm on vacation. I'm not on the stream. I'm like, oh crap. So that was just that situation, but I have to be able to call you and say what's going on. So if you want to just make a Google Voice, that'll be okay. Just a way to reach you. And your email, of course. There we go. I will also yank mod powers for people who just haven't been around for a while and haven't come by, because one mod kind of retired, and then their child got a hold of their laptop and began banning people and saying nonsense in the chat, like I like dogs. I was like, what? And that was fun dealing with a child. And then we had the butt bans. So that was John Stoker's embarrassed about it. I don't think he should be, but he was one of the butt banners. It happened with a few different people. YouTube, unless you're a premium subscriber, doesn't allow you to turn off the screen. So the screen is on, and if anything touches the screen, like that's kind of related to a finger. I mean, you could touch the screen with a pencil; it's not going to do anything. But there's something about flesh and things that are warm that touch the screen and they make it go. So John Stoker put the phone in the back pocket, and walked around doing dishes and stuff. And he forgot the phone was in his back pocket and flopped down on his big cushy couch. Meanwhile, I started yelling, John, what are you doing? Maximum voice volume, because people were banned left and right. Timed out, banned, and then his phone was typing nonsense like F F F F F F F H H H H H H D D D D D D D U. I'm like, John. So That became one of the butt banning incidents, but others happened where people just put their phone in the back of their pants pocket and sat down. It's a real thing. Thanks, you feel special. You should feel special. It's because you are. No, we really value you here. Everybody who's contributed anything. You don't even have to be a mod. Everybody who's just come in, share the stream with people who need this info. If you've hit the like button, even if you do that right now, that helps us trend and like reach people who are looking for information but can't find it in the sea of, you know, people get more likes and subs by making a 5-second or 10-second clip of something like we're watching right now and say there's a fire in Canada. And so compelling that, 20,000 people click on it, and maybe usually about 20% of viewers ever click the like or dislike button. So they'll get thousands of 2,000 likes instantly, and that will trigger the algorithm to boosting that to the top when it has no meaningful information or people looking for information. So the stuff that's longer or actually has content that matters, there's no special way to promote that other than try to use the same algorithm and hit like button. It has to be trending. If you even say something in the chat right now, like I like dogs, I like turtles, that would help boost the video. And that's why I don't want the mods to be like policing off-topic stuff unless I've called for a chat silence. If the chat's going by too fast, I say, quit it, stop. Only people with new info can talk. We do that when we have thousands and thousands of people in the chat. Like during the Caldor, during the evacuation of Tahoe, we tried to organize and successfully organized early. I think the record was 28,000 people in here. It was insane. I couldn't even believe the numbers. So chat went flying by, and so I had to call for chat silence, but it's a far cry from those days. And now the metrics go by, and I see these statistics stuff. Where how often people say something in chat will boost your video to the top of the search results. I really wish it was what people were searching for, keywords and stuff, but it doesn't do it like that. Express Van Exorcist says, was a Nightcrawler TV news stringer in the Bay Area for 22 years. Yeah, do describe that. That sounds fascinating. Thanks 3 Winters and for being here too. Evacuees here in Canada should register online at the link in chat. Evacuees are encouraged to find temporary lodging with family and friends. So let me copy that link and put it down in case somebody has arrived. Evacuees should register online. Oh, that's a huge link. Does this even work? It doesn't work. It's dead. Where did you get the info? 3 Winters? Maybe we can just link them overall. Okay. Use Twitter X direct message. Oh, dang it. I hate checking those, but okay. That'll do. Thank you. So once again, my Twitter is @KWildfires, and I am going to retweet a bunch of stuff if you want to see crazy pictures. For copyright reasons, I can't. So your hashtags are pound Kelowna, but also pound McDougall Creek, pound West Kelowna. Holy crap, there's some terrifying stuff. Of the fire coming over the ridge. It was still daytime. Yeah, this guy saying red dot showing the location of the spot fire resulting from the embers from the one that jumped across. Hopefully he didn't get it out before it spreads. Yeah, that was a report of the new one. Now, it's assumed these are spot fires blowing over. I mean, it would make a lot of sense. But we can't 100% assume that because sometimes arsonists and stuff come out of the woodwork and contribute to chaos. So it is most logical to assume that these are true, just ordinary spot fires. But in the back of your mind, you've always got to consider, like, if you're at the scene, weird, suspicious stuff too, because we did have some of the weird, suspicious activity going on during the Dixie Fire. Was that I think he's still just accused and not convicted yet. A college professor was kind of caught red-handed lighting fires behind firefighters fighting the Dixie with a supposed motivation to trap those firefighters and try to kill them. Supposed motivation. Okay, he may have just kind of gone nuts, thought he was helping, like backfires or something, but I don't know. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's not convicted yet. A lot of the Bay Area fires where people were saying, come on, guys, in Twitter, it's just obvious that when a lot of fires start from south to north on a road, it's got to be a vehicle dragging that chain. Everybody quit using the arsonist word and creating a climate of fear. And I said, actually, the politicians have just said, look out for arsonists because it's so weird and suspicious. So we don't use that word very often. We don't want to use it until we've got evidence in most cases. But I'm saying to people that stay aware whenever you're at a situation like this and do report and don't just brush off anything that looks really weird in the conditions for rapid fire spread, because firebugs come out of the woodwork during those times. If you're ever filming, which you should, like a structure fire or anything like that, especially if a lot of them have been happening in an area, say Northeast Portland, film the crowd behind you too. If the same person's in the crowd again and again, you just may have caught that arsonist for the authorities. You should film at structure fires. It's good to upload that to the internet so firefighters can learn from each other. It's a new era. Don't consider yourself a looky-loo or something like that. It's different. Attitudes have changed. They now train on YouTube videos. Different departments do. But do turn around and film the crowd. They like to stick around and watch their handiwork as their psychological profile. So they exploit chaos. They're rare creatures, but they exploit chaos. I'm not saying it's happening here. I think it's definitely probably embers. But if you see something weird like fires breaking out on the far east side of town or something, like, Okay. And the lady who was condemning everybody, don't create a climate of fear with the arsonist. That arsonist got caught the next day. It was arson. I mean, law enforcement have ways of trying to figure out if it was a dragging chain or not. Like, they'll check traffic cams and see if anybody towing anything went by. And if they see a guy with a gas can walking by, then will. Okay, I'm retweeting a storm here. @K Wildfires is Twitter. Now, warning for anybody fire traumatized. I try not to show any structures burning down or anything that might traumatize people who already been affected. Don't want to see that. Like, this is a distance thing. Here, this is all the information we got at the time, really. Now my Twitter will show all structures burning down. The good, bad, and the ugly. Just a warning. Some of this is unreal. People on this beach watching the West Shore. Remember the beach where I just tried to get to look across and get an orientation? Unreal. So do whip out your phone on Twitter and do check some of these out there and say, I have no idea why people, some of these are 9 hours ago. Why weren't people out already? 9 hours ago, somebody named Teddy Wong says, the view from our deck from the McDougal Creek fire as we enter into an evacuation notice. A notice? A notice? Okay, I have to show you this. What? The view from our deck from the McDougal Creek fires, we entered into an evacuation notice? That's get the hell out of there time. I'm hoping they pulled level 3 right after that, but I don't know anymore. Friends, if you ever see anything like that, get the hell out. That's way too close. You are only protected by luck. If the wind changes and blows your direction, get the hell out. Look at those dry grass, wooden fence. You're not protected. Get out. It's above you. It's a forming pyrocumulus. Get the hell out. I'm sorry, that's fair use. I hope this person doesn't mind I use that, but I'm dismayed. I thank people for sharing that kind of thing is unbelievable. Following him on Twitter. Looking back at chat, I'm sorry, I ignored it for a little bit. When she says fire looks to be coming closer to the shore on the far left side. I imagine it'll spill over that ridge. I can't see anything that's stopping it. The one thing the firefighters said that was telling is the West Side Fire does not have anybody fighting it. There's nothing to fight there. It's doing what it wants because it's that powerful right now, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's wind driven. That is a conflagration. That is a town burning to the ground. This is a Lahaina type situation, a paradise type situation. May not be quite as bad, but that's because I haven't seen it. It's extremely bad. I think we have seen probably some people die. I don't understand the lack of evacuation when it blew up like that. Even yesterday at sunset, I don't know what went wrong. So that's called a firestorm and a conflagration, technically, where so many buildings are erupting into flame. It's a lot like the Oakland firestorm. It's like when a new building on fire every 38 seconds. There's nothing to do. Now there are people in there sheltering in place who are alive. I'm pretty sure that couldn't get out in time, but they found a nice safe spot. Big box store parking lots and baseball diamonds and golf courses, recently plowed fields and swimming pools, ponds and stuff. Maybe even people sheltering in a sewer, pulling the manholes off. I don't know. Now I'm sure there are fire crews that are in there right now, just like at Paradise. Every once in a while, you'll see an incinerated neighborhood, like on a satellite picture, and then there was one house that was okay. And so when I did a little bit of myth busting, when people tried to use Paradise and say, look, some of it was just honest questions. I'm not saying that all these people were conspiracy theorists or that they were nuts or stupid or crazy or anything. A lot of them were just simple, honest questions like, look at this. Can you explain why one house in a neighborhood is untouched? It has a green lawn. All of the house is 100% fine, and the others are a pile of ash down to the foundations with melted cars in the driveway. I said, well, that's pretty easy. I said, without even looking, I bet what you'll see in the house in question is there's a water source in the backyard that's sizable, a swimming pool, pond, or creek, and it's not dry right now, or there's no lakes really in Paradise. But said that means the firefighters were in that neighborhood when a fire came over them. They rounded up the people that they could on that street, got them in the house, parked in the driveway. They threw the hose into the back of the creek or the backyard pool, and they wetted everything around them 360 degrees, and they let the fire pass over them. They know their neighborhood. Everywhere a firefighter goes, in their own town, they're making mental notes of which, if I was stuck here in this neighborhood right now, which house would I save to save myself? It's the one with the water source and a defensible space. It will not have a tree tall enough to fall and hit the house fire because that's not defensible. So if you looked at my brother's house, a big tree hitting it is what ruined his house, and it fell across his boat in the driveway, and it left a big round, like a shark bite, out of his aluminum boat. And then people used my brother's house as a, that was interesting, proof of like lasers, because there's a big round hole in an aluminum boat, and aluminum doesn't burn, guys. I said, guys, they already removed the dead tree, the burned up tree. So, but if you looked at pictures prior, you'd see that's where a tree fell. It melted the aluminum out of the shark bite. And the aluminum, being molten aluminum, rolled down the driveway. I found it in the gutter. So Harley Rider says that means it jumped over. I guarantee you that jumped over. Look at this. This is a conflagration. Brass says Struff, bruiser, then a blue horse. See that? What it is one day? I don't know what you're saying. All right, Witchy, I'll click on that and I'll share it in Twitter. Oh my God. Wow. At K Wildfires is my Twitter, but beware, I show everything. So right now, firefighters are up there probably defending like a house or two as they let the fire sweep past them. And then once it does, they'll go back in and out of the neighborhood. They'll see some homes that are savable that are maybe just catching fire. They'll try to put those out if they've got water pressure or whatever. Yeah, especially if people are in there, like in the neighborhood. They'll try to put out things like trees that are blocking a road, and they'll try to push that away real quick so they can get out of a neighborhood. They'll try going around trying to save people or be picking people up. But they can't just, there's no passenger seating area in the fire truck, so they'll put them in a building that's defensible and sit there and defend it. The wind speed has been, wind direction has been pretty steady out of the west. But like I said, I don't know that the fire started in the south part of town. It may have started on that mountain. That's what, based on what I see with the webcam. The webcam on the mountain that was looking south that burned over earlier today. And I'm sorry, Witchy, I was going to show you that. Excuse me, random sound effect. Let me show you that. This is a picture from earlier. This is the west side looking to the northwest across the lake. Okay, where was that cam? Okay, is this traffic cam going to update? Yeah. This is also traffic cam we have on the west side, I think. Okay, and there's a car. Wow, I was gonna try to stay on top of this, but that's the live footage has been more compelling. Okay, I'm sorry. Where did I put my stuff? Okay, this is weird. I still don't know if that's a smudge on the lens. Probably is. It's two twin gray things. I think it's a smudge on the lens. Okay, where's our crazy time lapse thing? Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, that's a live traffic. So this is madness. Del Norte, California. I've been neglecting California so much right now. We need to go back and make sure. Yeah, this was for the people who thought lava could start forest fires and stuff. It really can't. This is lava wrapping itself around buildings that don't even ignite in Iceland. It's not doing that. Oh yeah, we were gonna see if this fire took off. This one came. I hope it didn't. This is the Poker Flat one, and here's around the cusp. Okay, that was Wild Frontier. I just gotta close some tabs, friends. It's Nevada County. That seems to be looking okay. Bald Mountain Laporte. Okay. Wait, okay. Did I lose it? How did I lose it? I thought I pulled it over here. Evacuation maps. This. Right, this is current. If it's still up. Okanagan Lake Tower Cam, Kelowna. Format is not supported. That burnover may have killed it. But here's the time lapse, Witchy. Oh, photosensitive viewers, I'm sorry, seizure warning. This is insane. So I want to pause it where in a brief moment of time we can see the fires approaching the camera. We're looking south. See, it's not in the town yet, is it? Look over there. That's the heights that are currently burning. That's like the southernmost tip of the fire on the west side. We're looking south. Now, my hypothesis is it swept in from the north down the hill. Now, this is the top of that mountain, though, one that's high enough to do long distance ember spread. You see how tall this is. And definitely the embers from here, these trees on fire, could be lighting northwest, east side of Kelowna on fire. But it's so hard to tell what's happening. My hypothesis, see the burn over. We never do see the town again. So sorry, this is all still seizure warning stuff. I think the town went against the wind, but down the chute. And it spread from north to south. And that it may be the reason that caught them by surprise. They didn't understand that wind at the top of the ridges, it sinks down, especially if it's fast moving wind. It gets stuck down in the canyons and it will ride the roller coaster downhill down the end of the canyon. Just like with the Caldor fire, it spread to the west. That caused the people expecting it to just be pushed north by a south wind, totally caught by surprise. It's because it went down the canyon. The wind gets stuck down there. So I think they may have just underestimated that. You see, yeah, the fire's on a mountain before it's in the town. No idea why the town was evacuated. I mean, they just failed to understand what looking down the barrel of a gun is and their critical danger that they were in. Now, what I only noticed because I noticed what happened with Greenville and others, and it's my own terminology, and nobody's taught me this. It's just kind of bleedingly obvious. So the fire, if it was up here earlier, if we turn on motors and veers, I've just been looking at goes. It's up here above the town. I don't know if they just expected the wind to cooperate and they thought there was nothing much to burn over here. I don't know what they thought or expected. But maybe they failed to understand that a west wind, even though it would push it east, look at this. It's like a roller coaster. It's like a chute. Some of the wind sinks down into these canyons, and some of it will climb right up the mountain. Here's where the camera was that burned. Remember, it was looking south. But you saw the town down here is not on fire yet. And it gets obscured, but your town is looking down the barrel of a gun. If the fire is above you, and if any of the drainages or creeks are pointing at your town, this is a double-barreled shotgun. It's this creek here, McDougal Creek. This over on the other side of the mountain, which is Rose Valley Lake. So the fire would have been pushed at super speeds down the slide, enter West Kelowna, and go right in between here. And then it can climb up to Shannon Lake, because fire likes to climb even against the wind. Climb up here onto Mount Buckery, whatever this is, Mount Boucherie, Pinot Noir Park, I'm going to say that, this hump. That's what's blazing right now. So far, this area seems to be okay. Seems when we're looking at the cams. But I wouldn't expect it to survive. This is a nightmare. This is just get people out time right now. And you'll see every once in a while a house or a building spared just because they rented it to people and I'm just trying to save them. It is area. So let's look at our global imagery. I bet a lot of people are sheltering right there. This is good. If this is normal, like if this is not developed yet, this is a perfect spot. And if it's still like this, if it's not overgrown with grass or construction zones, there's nothing to burn here. So I imagine a lot of people had shelter-in-place options. Golf course, perfect. So there's places they can go. This grassy area, perfect. Nothing's going to burn here. They had options. Hopefully this wasn't grassy. You'd be right here. I don't know how old this imagery is. It's a bunch of blah, blah, blah here at the bottom. But people had options. Another golf course, good. Waterway here. It's not good if trees are on the banks tall enough to drive you away, like in the deep water where you drown, or if they can fall on you. But we even got some nurseries out here. It's a good place to shelter too. So there's hope for people living, but I do think some people may have died, especially around here. I mean, whatever this quarry or construction zones, whatever's happening here, if it was still like this, maybe they're okay. This nursery looks like it has stuff to burn, though. Who knows? These neighborhoods don't have as many options. Death traps. Very few ways out, but many, 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 many homes. Look how close they are. What are you thinking, Canada? Who the hell? Who approves this? Look how close the homes are. This is undefensible. This is a nightmare. Indefensible. These developers are going to hell. You created a death trap. Look at the size of the cars compared. We knew better than this. Humankind knows better than to do this. Whoever approved this, you have blood on your hands. There's not enough main roads to evacuate all this, and they don't connect. Like if someone's over here, see, it's a cul-de-sac that ends. You can't get across here to get over here to evacuate. People are funneled into single roads around flammable areas, death traps. It's like freaking Pasadena, LA. I'm just absolutely pissed about what I'm seeing. So you have my assessment, if any of that imagery is current. The southernmost portions of town had the most escape, and they saw it coming. And had the most time. That's a death trap neighborhood up there. Developers' blood on their hands, the city, whoever approved that too. Small, thousands of homes in a small area equals a death trap. Well, that's the sort of thing where firefighters may not, even with a pool in the backyard, may not be able to save the house because the two burning down on either side are just too damn close. It drives them away. They have to be outside in the truck on the deck gun, hosing it down as if they're hydro mining in the 1800s, right? It's like being on the beachhead, you know, the beachhead game. As you shoot down the guys making amphibious assault, you know. It's like the German positions on D-Day, right? Now, if the homes are too close together, it's hopeless. The heat and the homes on your side are going to just be too much for you. You got to leave, and that may may not be that pools are an okay avenue of survival. It really sucks if you don't have a blanket to throw over you or anything to protect your face. You can get second-degree burns on your face just to keeping your nose out of the water. Yeah, which says nowhere for firefighters to safely make a stand, yeah, a defense. So, more and more, I think people died up here by Rose Valley Lake. I don't know how many people had the wherewithal to go against the traffic, the opposite direction, and to get, I don't even know if this is wet or not. It's like a beaver bog. But sometimes, this is why you make your evacuation plan with satellite pictures in mind. You have to know your own neighborhood better than you actually know your own neighborhood. You may not know which one of your neighbors and stuff have backyard pools and weird defensible spaces. This one's completely screwed in the center of all this. Wow. How long do you have to sit here in your driveway and then you have to, there's just a stupid loop where everybody funnels onto this Kiloka way? This is when you just walk from there to there. You ain't gonna make it out by car. Or how many people have the wherewithal to go to the elementary school's parking lot? Actually, that may not be big enough. Why is the elementary school parking lot tiny? Eh. Okay, but the field, this is safe. It's safe right here. Wait. Oh, it's playground. Okay, it is safe. It's not electrical equipment. Okay. All right, let's look for more views, as compelling and crazy as this is. I believe the bridge. Whoops, excuse me. This is the. It's kind of invisible unless people drive over it. I haven't seen a lot of that traffic yet. Whoa, it's up on the top of the mountain there, and it's down the slopes. Since this is a mountain slope thing here, just depending on things, I would expect to see the fire come over it. It's the wind is still pushing it to the east, but fire will climb, and that's called flanking. Okay, let me click that link, Express. Yeah, thank you for that. That's good for people to check on. So update at, well, it's now 2:15 in the morning. I'm supposed to be working, guys, on something. I'm in a panic. Okay, let's go to the last update from Castanet, the local news team. 1:45 a.m. Central Okanagan Emergency Ops has placed priorities in the Still Pond area under evacuation order due to the North Clifton wildfire. I guess that's what they're calling the thing on the east side. These properties have been tactically evacuated by emergency responders. The interactive map is here. I'll put that up in a sec. What's orange? I understand red. What's orange? Alerts? Okay. What do you mean alerts? This is in process of burning down currently. This is on fire. This orange stuff, this to send it, this old ferry wharf road, this is on fire currently. It burned down all the way to the water line on that side of the bridge. And this stuff is not under evacuation order. This stuff down here, useless. Absolutely useless. If anybody is still here at places like Peachland, the only thing saving you is the wind direction right now. And if it changes, you're toast. Peachland is looking down the barrel of a gun too. Two different directions. The 97 pass here. And then there, should the wind change direction, it's going to push it right down very fast. Should the fire be over here, it will come down 970. This is 4 different directions fire could come down and take out Peachland. Damn. Anybody on the west side who needs to use that bridge, I don't know if it's safe, should be doing so now. If it's safe, I am dismayed. I don't understand. Sometimes emergency first responders get so busy that every single person is going door to door and helping in some way, and they just abandon this stuff, and they just figure everybody gets it. I don't know. Somebody really needs to update stuff like this. So we are seeing fire, but we also see bright white, intense heat of hot smoke. Thanks for the link. Harley says, feel sorry for these folks. God, yes. Gone in moments, these homes, hopefully all lives will be kept safe for the entirety of this event. I hope they rebuild the death trap neighborhoods to be, not so. Oh. Now there's a boat going out across. I hope they're out there to help rescue people potentially at the water's edge. A call went out for that before. I'm sure there's lots of unsung heroes pulling off a, what was that called? Pulling off a, when they evacuated the British out of France, all the little fishermen boats. Dunkirk. I think a Dunkirk went out today, like a Dunkirk happened. Citizens stepping up. What an inferno. But these make their own winds, so they can totally change. I would expect that's Peachland over there to the far left. Perhaps. I don't consider anybody safe here and anywhere near this fire. Now, Harley says, how did this come to be? It's a damn good question. How did it start? But they should have understood yesterday, at least by sunset. Oregon Coast Green Man came on, and my broadcast went to 4 in the morning because we had some crazy stuff in California on the cams, which I need to check again. I'm sorry to be neglecting California, but holy crap. It's like you can't look away. He showed that a pyrocumulus cloud it went, and Big Al said it went 23,000 feet high. He has an app that tracks that stuff. A pyrocumulus cloud looked like the Tonga eruption. Like it looked like a nuclear bomb or like a volcanic eruption of major size. Happened like right there. I believe it was this particular fire because the winds picked up at sunset. We also saw the lookout fire go nuts, and some of those in the northwestern California because the Pacific Ocean pushed some high level winds on shore. It pushed the lookout fire up and over the ridge to the eastern part of the Cascades. So I was fixated on that for a minute, but then he showed that compelling screenshot he had from College of DuPage. Zoom Earth might do it. Let's get, where's our Zoom Earth? I'm sorry, I have a million tabs. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Where's our Zoom Earth? It's not that, it's a smoke map. It's the one I lose the most because it didn't really have a good. It's windy. It doesn't have like a good recognizable icon. I may have accidentally closed it. What's group 1? Oh, it merged some stuff. It's Tenerife. Yeah, I don't want it to have merged stuff. Image from earlier. By the way, how is our view now? Down? The hell is that? Did we lose our landmark super cam? Crap. It's like somebody put a lens cap on. What is this? Son of a... Alright. Well, at least we've got the dock. Where's my zoom earth? Okay, here we go. Can we go back to yesterday before sunset and put on satellite and have that replay? Because I bet you that was Kelowna. Could have been a different fire, but Kelowna, excuse me. Maybe it was a different one. But even if nearby fires do it, that should give you a clue. So this is to current. Look at that crazy wind coming off the Pacific. It's funneling into Vancouver and pushing this. Now we're on today. What happened today? 1 p.m. You see, it's actively burning above this town. It blows up at 4. Nighttime, 8. So around 4 p.m. Like still, like the emergency happened like at 9 p.m. guys. Isn't that when you guys first came in and reported that to me, that crazy stuff was happening? Was it August 16th? I don't think. I was that mistaken. It may have been the Kamloops, Lower East Adams Lake fire. I'll just go to his channel if I can't find this in a second. I think in description he put it in the video. Doesn't look like it was the 16th. He's right in this neck of the woods. Okay. Getting to 5 a.m. yesterday. Where's that giant motion cloud thing? Happens right before dusk. Right before 8 p.m. We're at noon, 1 o'clock. It's smoking really good here at Kelowna. It's 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, not a good one. Don't know. Current view. Okay, I'll find it off screen. Looking back at chat. Can you, Kathy, imagine it's 2 years already since the Dixie happened? Remember it was like yesterday when I was watching it with you here. Time flies. Yeah, in a way, yeah. What I can't understand is how people have forgotten it. Like back East Coast people have no idea what it really was. Yeah. Hey Tangs, how you doing? Tang Wild Style. Is it better link? Okay. Now I need to find his thing to show it to you. Oregon Coast Green Man came on my channel and I stayed up another hour, which I really shouldn't have, but he showed this amazing Ocean Cloud thing. And he went and reshot it because I was like, where is this? Right. Okay. In the description, Karamos, the 10,000 hectare fire at Karamos, BC. Where the heck is Karamos? Time span 24 hours, August 16th. Okay. Where's Karamos? Karamos? But all the Canadians are cringing. Karamos, Canada. Oh, on the border with Oregon. Well, no wonder we didn't see it. And he was using College of DuPage, which showed it a lot better than this. So that's 1 p.m. August 16th. Kelowna's up here, but look down here. Just, yeah, boom. Yeah, Zoom Earth doesn't have a high def image. I'm going to show you his high def image right now. Bring over yet another. All right. Use with permission. No, wait, it's University of Washington. Boom. You see this? The night falls. So you don't see it anymore. Now, I would like to slow that down. I had a bit of a zoom. Just massive. It's a very fast time lapse. Let's keep it going. This gives everybody a warning. If this can happen to the next door fire up there, that's what's happening now. It's not that far away. Same river system. See how the smoke is going through all of these fjords and river systems. And it blows up when the big Pacific wind gust comes just at dusk. All of them do. And you can see that it's coming out from the west. The wind's coming out of the west. And you can see where it's going to go. It's penetrating these tall mountains just through the passes. And as you watch where the smoke is going, the smoke from the greatest heat is going above the mountains and just going one direction. But look down here and watch the smoke moving around through the passes that had sunk in them. And that is why we have this place on fire from north to south. That's not the origin of the fire down there. That is where it ended up because it rolled down the slope from the north of that mountain. I'm willing to put money on it now, based on the time lapse of the other cams that we've seen. And that's probably what took them by surprise. Maybe nobody noticed that. Nobody thought that if a fire is that dangerous up above them, and it won't follow the general wind direction, it won't go harmlessly to the east, north of both of the towns. No. It's going to go east until it hits the drainage and it's going to plunge down the canyon, which is pointed out to town. If anybody got images of that, they'd be like a millionaire with the whole compelling thing. Can you imagine fire roaring down the canyon straight at you? If there's any security cam footage or anything. Harley Ryder says the fire south of Kelowna is a new beast on the border with the U.S. and Washington. Yeah, I need to start covering that. That thing's insane. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of glad we all met, but not because of the Dixie. I wish you guys had met me via I would have made history videos about the same region, about the gold rush, ghost towns, not paranormal crap, but history. I was on a mission to preserve ghost towns before fire and time, development, and stupidity take them away. And I failed utterly. I needed to have gotten started before 2020, and I didn't have enough money. I should have just gotten on YouTube and filmed with a damn Barbie phone and said, look, you want high quality? This is what I can deliver. I should have just been an internet beggar back then because somebody would have given me the money for a cam. But no, I just was just too proud. I was like, I'll start small and I'll build a following and I'll monetize and I'll learn how to stream by doing games first. And I made terrible decisions. Gas was so damn expensive. But hey, it's a silver lining. There's at least something good that comes out of everything they say if you look for it. Even if it's just, if nothing else, learning to never do it again. I love the end of that movie, Burn After Reading. It's an underrated Coen Brothers film. It's got Brad Pitt and stuff in it. What do we learn from all this? Never to do it again? Yes. Pretty funny movie. Okay. Maybe I could shrink my webcam down. It's okay. I don't need to. I just want to screw up my time lapses of this. Let's check the other cams that we have. It's a ridiculous bad evacuation map. So this is our, oh dear. I failed to remember to say something a little bit ago, and now it's quite obvious that the fire seems to be cresting that mountain that I said it would climb. It's over the top. That poor little neighborhood by the shore here, I hope everybody's out. I don't want to see more people in the water. That's coming over. And it'll eventually just spill over and probably reach the lake right there. I will not be surprised if the wind changes at all. The embers just start falling all over these boats and towards this camera. But wind speed, wind direction would have to change a bit. But that's bright. I'm supposed to be doing work. This is never going to get done. I'm in a panic. I have a deadline. I don't know how I can work at the same time on this computer and show you guys stuff. I'm tempted to say, look, I'll check in with you every 30 minutes. I got to work. But I'm not sure I can pull this off. Yeah, we're looking straight west from this marina. We lined it up. I think that's a boat returning. Maybe from some Dunkirk mission. Now there's people walking around on the docks. Get in a boat. Go rescue people. I mean, they could just be tourists who have no idea what how to drive a boat, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just frustrated that so many are here at this dock. Harley Ryder says it seems 6 wildfires came to be out of nothing. That link I posted above, it's not like thunderstorms were present hours before. Which link above? Oh, okay. College into page saying click play. Well, there's an easy explanation for that sort of thing. As I went onto that one guy's channel that shall not be named. It's you use your head, you know. Small fires don't make smoke plumes big enough to be seen from space, and even pretty big ones that are kind of resting, because maybe they got high humidity, or maybe it rained on them a little bit. Maybe there's dew point that was good, some cool wet ocean air hit them. Like we looked at the bedrock and the lookout fire and the smoke plumes. You know, the bedrock was huge, the biggest in Oregon. at the time, anywhere near Central Oregon. There was almost no visible smoke plume, even from the bedrock fire. They got sucked in with smoke the last couple of days. They had done a lot of backfirings and reduced a lot of fuel. It was just kind of sitting there. So I played a video like this. I'm looking at a satellite. And even those totally active wildfires were barely making a plume, but then wind hit them, took off like a rocket. They jumped the lines and went out of bounds and rolled down the ridge and almost took out of town. Wind is the big factor. So think about it. Campfires cannot be seen from space, but if high winds hit them and stir up their dead coals, they could start a wildfire. Easy, right? Burning the slash from logging operations. I don't think that's happening currently. I don't think any logging operation in Canada is doing that. I think all the loggers are employed as firefighters right now. Loggers are in high demand. Every logger is basically a volunteer firefighter because they need the kind of people who know how to fell trees, especially trees on fire. It's a high skilled job. That's the kind of thing where you need to know. You need to be the kind of person who fells trees every day to have that kind of skill set and not die. So, but sometimes slash piles from logging get out of control. So what does all this have in common? Lightning sleeper fires. Lightning fires can sleep because they're invisible on the landscape. The thing that lightning storms have in common, and my point is, before I explain it, is these fires are already present. They didn't spawn out of nowhere like that one guy was panicking about on his channel. They didn't just start all at once. They got big all at once because of the wind. And you'll notice their plumes go in the same direction because of the wind. And they fan out long distance. That's a testament to the wind speed. So they're already going. And it may be that lightning hit there a month ago. One thing the lightning storms have in common with other kind of storms is there's at least a little bit of moisture in them to create this thunderstorm. Sometimes it's virga, that crappy word for rain that rains out of a cloud, but it's so damn dry in the area that it evaporates where it hits the ground. Virga is suck, right? We learned about it though. Like the Dixie Fire kept having virga all over it and no damn rain. But little sections, like when thunderstorms roll through, might have rained on a section and then lightning strikes a pretty now kind of damp tree. Even if it's wet, it got soaked, right? Or a little bit damp. So you can have the fire inside of, say, a dead tree, burning in between the bark and in between the wood, smoldering there like a cigarette, and nothing's going to happen. And if enough time goes by with no wind, it'll just kind of peter out. But I swear to God, I walked next to a tree that was on fire when I was curious and came out of my friend's house. And firefighters, I thought they had a deck on fire or something at like an apartment building across the way. So firefighters were parked there. So I walked past this tree, big willow tree, and everybody shouts at me, "Get away from that tree." And I went, "Are you kidding me? Was it going to bite me?" I was 3 feet away. Could not detect a fire in there, but it had a hollow at the base. And so I didn't realize, but a firebug little kid playing with matches earlier in the day had gathered a bunch of the leaves at the base of this tree. It had a hollow in the base, and it lit them on fire. And even though some adults scolded them and stamped it out, it had gotten up in the space in between the bark and the wood. Because in trees that are injured like that, sometimes that kind of separates, especially where the dead missing bark is. So lightning can strike a tree like that, or it can strike a hollow log on the ground with somewhat damp leaves or something like that, with the fire just kind of struggling to get enough air, just smoking a little bit. But even if they go over with aircraft, they just can't tell that's happening. The firefighters pushed me aside because I just stood there really, and then they came with a fire axe and they smacked that tree, and 1,000 brief red glowing embers just flew out of the place he's hit it with the axe. He peeled that bark off, and boom, whoosh, open flame on the incredibly dry, dead part of the tree. I could not believe it that I was next to it. I have a sense of smell like a bear or a fox. I can smell any kind of smoke a million miles away. I was astonished. But the reason it was smoldering in there and not an open flame is because the fire didn't have a chimney effect yet. So even though a little bit of air was coming in from the base of the hollow tree by the roots, it was still struggling to get to open flame. And that's what a backdraft is, remember, is when it's typically a fire's in the walls, for example, of a building, and it can smolder just like a cigarette. Cigarette's not open flame. You light it with an open flame, but then it's smoldering and it just slowly burns, right? So when it's inside the tree, even the smoke is kind of trapped in there and it just doesn't go anywhere. But it's still going, it's still available. All it needs is that oxygen. Just like in a building, a fire that kind of burned up most of its air, not enough to go out, but not enough to be open flame, retreats back into a state of smoldering. Somebody has to come along and open the door, and boom, explodes. It's a backdraft. Because you gave it the air, and the air was all it needed to do its thing, like a tremendous thing. Everything that was smoldering is now open flame. And depending on how long that's been, could be the entire contents of most of the room. Like most of a couch, like the top part of the couch, the skin of the couch, the velvety part, whatever, the leather part maybe, that's treated with flame retardant may have kind of kept it like in a smoldering thing. But if that was eaten through, the polyurethane foam underneath is like lighting an oil barrel on fire. So what we're looking at right now, just to pause what I'm saying, and just to make a point about what you linked to me, Reggie, is it's not new fires starting the moment that you see the smoke on satellite. That's when existing fires got fanned up. That's why they all appear to start at once, but it's not they're starting, it's they got big at once. So, like, of course, you don't see them before the big wind event. They were small. Bonfires and slash burn piles, you typically can't see from satellites either. They got to reach a certain acreage. But boy, will they. What'll happen might be lightning strikes this tree that has been smoldering. It can smolder for weeks because even if it rains again, it's inside the protected dry area of the dead tree, right? Or it's in that hollow log. So even if it rains again, it can be in a low state but not dead, right? Life support but not dead. So what happens is it chews slowly through where the wood meets the bark in that little area. It rises because it's climbing that dead tree, climbing it. What happens when it reaches a knot hole or another hollow in the tree? Whoosh! Entire tree goes up in flames massively, especially if there's a little gust of wind because a chimney effect happened. Now air is coming from below and rushing up to exit at the top. Now all the smoke can vent and fresh air comes in from below. So all of a sudden a tree that nobody could tell, even hikers could go by, could not tell it's on fire. All of a sudden it's blazing like a Roman candle. Just add wind and you got your forest fires starting up, and that's why they call it a sleeper fire. We know where lightning has struck the ground, and sleeper fires can sleep for weeks, if not months, depending on the circumstance. So you sometimes have to rewind time a long time ago to detect when a sleeper fire was caused by lightning. Sleeper fires can also be caused by humans being stupid, like not putting out that campfire, you know. Stream title is North Okanagan Scanner. Okay, let me look. Sorry, I ignored chat. I was looking at that thing that Harley was showing. I'm glad that you're good, Tang. Yeah, you can see the one fire coming to birth and exploding. Yeah, Harley was saying it seems 6 wildfires came to be out of nothing. It's not like thunderstorms were present hours before. Wind is our arch enemy. Yeah, exactly. So Three winters. But I had to explain that, Harley, to somebody yesterday. So I just kind of repeated it because I'm sure a lot of people are thinking the same thing. Here was College of DuPage, because the other one was University of Washington. So this is pretty cool what you shared here. This is the big guy right here, the mushroom cloud. And boom. Oh, it didn't. Okay. So maybe this was today. View localized sectors. Do I have to go in a different mode? You said 200 mode. Well, we're in true color. Natural color. Remember, this is the one we're looking at. This is up here. That's Kelowna up there. God, it's scary in true color, isn't it? Natural color fire. Day, cloud phase. Different ways of looking at this. So is this today? Because, yeah, the mushroom cloud thing for here happened yesterday. That is day cloud phase. What is sandwich? My local station sent off-road fire truck to the Coyote Fire. Where's that located? San Diego County. Okay, is that the one by Tecate? I'm saying that right. Simple UV. That's not what we want. Natural color. All right. It was so sad when conspiracy channels are using stuff like this to say that it's proof of space lasers because there's no roads around here and there was no lightning. But all of a sudden you see all the fires break out at once. Oh my God! Is it a weapon? Is it underground lava? I'm like, dude, they were already lit. Just the wind fanned them up. There's something called a holdover fire, which I didn't know about till the firefighters in channel started educating me. Yeah, that's so ugly. God, we gotta pray for Canada. A holdover fire is similar to a sleeper fire. Thanks for the link. Now back to the crisis live video. Now, if this was in color, this would just be this deep red, a horrible red glow. Now, this could be a little bit of an optical illusion. I want to warn people here that it may not be pouring over that ridge line. It may be so bright that the way the cameras are is it's kind of like a round lens effect of showing it being there. I'm not saying it's not pouring over the ridge, but that could be a spherical distortion, or whatever they call that. We've got a huge fisheye effect here. Even the horizon is round. So you will have distortions. A lot of things that should look flat will be curved. And where there's bright spots of light that are overwhelming the sensor like that, it tends to just make a big round white spot that's blown out. So this camera needs to tone down. It needs to tone down its aperture, maybe a minimum already. It needs to tone it down as if it's a bright sunny day. Yeah, it's the one by San Diego. Okay, how is it going? We saw some pretty scary stuff. Where I hope everybody got out and stuff. Free Winter says, that's right, you're a firefighter, right? Free Winter's retired, right? Or if I remember right, I can't remember. Sorry. Long COVID has kind of messed with my memory. It comes back, but I need reminders. It says a single ember nestled in a stump can lie dormant for weeks until the wind gust flared up. Exactly. Yeah, Central BC has major wildfire activity. Yeah. Okay, see your YouTube, Harley. Yeah, we watched that. We played that time lapse today. Just nuts. Yeah, I covered that a little bit earlier. Now, I'm hoping it's not like Joshua trees and stuff, but it just looks from a distance. Maybe you could tell me what kind of vegetation that is. Is it like sagey, waist high, maybe man tall, scrubby trees and bushes? Or is it more significant like pine trees and stuff? Because it has more staying power if it's not just like sage and bushes, right? Wow, that's a really long time lapse. That's amazing. That's longer than what we saw. But I don't want to look away from currently what we got. Last you checked 0, yeah. Okay, looking back up at the chat. Whoa, I think that was an insect that just went in front of the screen. Let's look at our. Yeah, I hope they put it down sooner rather than later. That's going to be a bad one. Maybe the hurricane will put it out. Isn't it a category 4 now? Did it just flip over to category 4? How's Hilary doing? Ugh. Sorry, at least I didn't spit that out on camera. Ugh. That's fat and gross. I still have most of my dinner in front of me. I've been terrified of what we've been seeing until I forgot it. It was served a long time ago. Thanks, Nixie. Kelowna Visitor Center has another view of the fire. Let's look. I think we lost our other camera. Is it back? Glenmore Landfill camera. Okanagan Scenic. What? Well, I'm going to keep that in mind, but downtown Stewart Park. Yeah, we lost 6 West. It's a lens cap on it or something. I don't understand. That North was down. I don't think Predator Ridge mattered. Down for maintenance. McKinley Beach. Oh dear. Where's that? McKinley Beach. Okay. They're having the spot fire up there. Okay. Down. That would give us a front row view. Skating rink. Airport camp. Traffic cam. Transmission delayed. Where's the visitor center? Nixie. Graphic photo. Oh, I thought it would be a burn victim or something. It's just a photo from. I'm still tweeting it at K Wildfires. I don't see it. Visitor center. Oops. Page reloads every 115 seconds. That one's down. City services. What, do they just have a cam scale house? Interactive maps. Well, here's the part of the town that survived. Special events. Fire updates. That's it. Sign up for updates. Head back to our crazy images. Okay. Tang says I'm in bed now. I may fall asleep. Thanks for updates. Thanks for being here, Tangs. Harley says not fire related, but this is how it looks for the Atlantic per last update from NHC. Wrath says I shall leave it to you to decide my fate. Thou shalt sleep. Thou shalt sleep. Harley Ryder says Hurricane Hilary may hit Southern California as a Cat 1 or a tropical storm. Don't know if it picks up heat from Baja California's bay. Well, not bay, but sea there. That's significantly warmer water than the Pacific cold water coming from Alaska, so it could maintain some power if it tracks east of Baja Peninsula, by my non-expert reckoning. They're saying it's going to lose steam by encountering the cold water coming down the California coast from Alaska. But what if it doesn't? What if it tracks Baja? There's much more warm waters in there because it's protected from the cold Pacific. Hold on to your butts either way. A tropical storm could probably cause death. Yeah, I don't know how this fire came to be. National Hurricane Center, right? Gotcha. I was like, what the hell's that? Okay. Let me look for webcams off cam. So I just don't see this visitor center webcam. Stewart Park, Kelowna, downtown cam live feed. Okay, it's a little windy. Can't see any fire. The time lapses. It's a mesmerizing time lapse of people walking through the city. That's Stewart Park, downtown Kelowna. Okay. Other live cams they have.
Very long day.
Sorry. Random news. Canada article, run for your life. NWT residents flee wildfires, find refuge in Alberta. What's NWT again? I'm tired and not with it right now. Northwest Territories, okay. Yeah. BC officials predict record-breaking wildfire season to work this week. They had warning. Yellowknife mayor urges residents to flee as soon as you can. This is the globalnews.ca. They're big news. It was 8 hours ago. God, Yellowknife. What's happening at Yellowknife? I have to check California again. Alberta dealt with some major wildfires this season as well, yeah. Express Van Exorcist says RCAF in Yellowknife rescuing pets knowing that people will choose death rather than leave their pets. And that's ridiculous, by the way. Lessons learned after Hurricane Katrina. Yeah. I'm just not that sympathetic to that. If a helicopter lands and it's like, you need rescue from Hurricane Katrina, can I take my pet? No. Okay, I'm staying. Just stun gun him. Get him in the damn helicopter. Sorry. Now they have to worry about animals and dogs biting them as they're getting into helicopter and stuff. Sorry, they shouldn't have to deal with that. Shouldn't have to accommodate pet. It's nice when they can, but they shouldn't have to. People shouldn't be like, oh, I'll just stay and die with my dog. What the hell? Hey, people should love animals, but there's a point where that's mental illness. You should help people, like in the case of hurricanes, where it says place for the pet, come back, and the pet rescue people come. They should be a separate thing. The people who are equipped to deal with that, who can recognize pets in trouble, meet their medical needs, have veterinarians on staff, they have their own special needs. Can't expect somebody with their therapy miniature horse to get on board the helicopter. Every pound of extra weight, I'm talking about air evacuations, means that somebody else can't get rescued if there's other people waiting. They have to go back to base, they have to get more fuel. Pilots do not have the time for this crap. They time out. They can only be sharp and safely fly if they don't fly excessive hours. So if it takes every 5 extra minutes that it takes to deal with pets, or 15 minutes, or 20 minutes, strap them into a helicopter or whatever, that means they have to quit for the day when they time out, and they didn't rescue more people. When it's a super crisis, fires ripping through a town or something like that, I'm just sorry, they shouldn't have to deal with it. People shouldn't be doing that. Okay, that's nice. Yes, you're willing to die with your pet. Okay, but what does that do to the person who saw you make that decision, go back to your house, and then they see from above the fire take your house? They're going to be traumatized the rest of their life. Don't do that to somebody. If you don't care about yourself, whatever. Mostly this doesn't happen if people are able to evacuate. And it's governments that need to help people more and more as people don't have cars, but nobody's doing it. There's no plan in place. Like in Katrina, buses sat there and they didn't evacuate anybody because of stupid red tape rules such as, oh, do people have a CDL license? Who gives a goddamn rat's ass? Just, do you have a license? Get in the bus. Safely drive slowly out of town with the people in it. Ugh. People drowned in their nursing homes. Have pet buses too, whatever. Hi Terry, how you doing? Hi guys from the UK. I'm at work. Is this a new fire? Yeah, we're watching a town get erased in Canada. It's awful. It's a Lahaina type situation. People fled into the water. I fear people are dead with the rapidity of this. I think the cam froze. It's back. So we're at a marina to orient you. Welcome to the crisis. So this was our first cam view. This is looking west, south by south, west by southwest. There's town split by a lake, and the Okanagan. It's kind of by Kamloops in British Columbia, north of the state of Washington. Columbia goes by right next to this place. And for some goddamn reason, there's a mega fire potential above the town, like a big fire, a big wildfire, a big forest fire burning above their town on the mountains. Came right up to it. Exploded in size and tenacity yesterday, just like all the others did, just as sunset at 8:30 p.m. And yet they've had 24 hours and did not evacuate this west side of that town. I'm flabbergasted. Not critical, but I'm just flabbergasted. Maybe they tried, maybe they did. I don't know, but from what I'm seeing on Twitter, people after 4 p.m. today, mind you, it's 3 in the morning now, but at 4 p.m. today, there's these images. Wait, do I still have this to show you? Of the fire, a massive fire looming over the people's neighborhoods here. I cannot believe what I'm reading. The view from our deck at the McDougal Creek fire as we enter into evacuation notice. Okay, it's 4:50 p.m. That's worse. Notice? You see that? I could tell you right now, run for your life, get to a safe shelter. What do you mean notice? I'm enraged too that the north section of town looks like if developers were allowed to make buildings with the roofs just about touching each other, brand new housing. There's breaking ground on new housing, and I'm glad it's not going to be built now. They need to rethink this. The housings are so close together you can't fit a car in between them, so that nothing is defensible. You could reach out your bathroom window and touch somebody reaching out of their bathroom window. That's not safe. We've known that since what, the 1800s? So I'm pissed. This is another one of those preventable but it's set up to be a disaster. So I think people have died. I think this happened real fast. Now we have a camera burn over, and I want to first orient you with this, where we are. So we're at the McKinley Beach Marina. So it's looking due west. Wilson Landing is this nodule horn thing. That's better. The bridge is up to the north. So here we are. You see this thing here. It's like a horn sticking out. Right. I didn't get away. No, not McKinley Beach. I'm sorry. That was where we were looking last. It's the it's a marina. There. Which marina was it? I think it's the Hotel El Dorado. Either way, it's right there. So it's looking due west from like this horn area. And the fire is burning in here. Today, earlier, it was up here. So I have no idea why they didn't evacuate everybody down here. It's just common sense. What I think happened was this. The fire was over here. And the wind was going to go blow it towards northeast today. So maybe that made them complacent. But they're not understanding some things. This west side is looking down the barrel of a gun, and the east side's not safe either. Because even though the wind might blow stuff to the northeast, and maybe there's not much up here to be concerned about, this whole town should have been on evacuation. Because look at all the drainages that point down to the towns. Wind won't just go to northeast. It plunges down and gets stuck in these drainages, and it'll just push fire at lightning speed downhill. If your community is especially vulnerable to being erased in minutes, if you're looking down the barrel of a gun, do you have drainages pointing at your town that are the steeper the slope and the higher the elevation above you? That's the worst thing possible. Is the fire above you active, completely out of control? Yes, yes, yes. Expect that when the wind picks up that some of it will push the fire down. I don't think it went down this slope though. The fire was pushed over here, and then we saw the camera burn over right here. Fire went over this slope. So what I think may have happened is this part of West Kelowna was looking down the barrel of the gun. Maybe they did not understand it, the danger. That the fire, yeah, it'll go downhill, it'll go uphill, and it'll go across the hill, being driven by the wind and being, burning pieces drifting. However, did they not understand that it would plunge down like a roller coaster and the fire would be down here in record time? In the worst part of this town, this part's burning. This part's burning north of the bridge. We just saw it come down to the water line in this cam very quickly. So this is like a double-barreled shotgun looking down this Rose Valley area, this Rose Valley Lake, come down here. And then this part of this Magic Estates area, Knox Mountain and McKinley Landing, this is all on fire up here because the height of this mountain is perfect for long-distance embers just floating over. So that's our best guess on what happened over there. So people fled to the water. It's probably over there, but probably around Lakeview Heights or wherever they had to go. I don't know if they were all picked up or rescued, but they called for a citizen rescue. So my hypothesis was it came and spread down from this mountain to the north, from north to south, because we see briefly on that cam that the town is seemingly okay when it burns over. So I think it spilled down, and that's what we can't see in cams. Now, it's quite possible, though, that it spilled down from here and came down this steep slope. This is waterfall type steepness. I'm going to show you the current image. So that's that top, the mountain up there. We've lost all visual acuity over here and definition past the bridge. This is the road that goes down the bridge to the bridge, and the bridge is across like this. You can't really see it. And that's over here to the north, looking due west. Actually, we're on the east side looking west. Excuse me. Now, thing is I don't know that the south was on fire here because we can't time lapse this cam. I would love if we could. I'm gonna still. My opinion's getting stronger and stronger that it probably spread from the north to the south. Although I can't tell which is which. Like, is this triangle-looking thing that ravine? In which case we can clearly see it's not on fire. So we could try to get an idea. It could have spread from two different directions, like down the slope, but I think it just came from the north. If we look at a heat detection, that might tell us. There's Kelowna. This is a crazy one, Terry. I'm sorry. Like every time you come in here, there's a town burning down. That's like a ski resort. So Glen Rosa does this have a heat detection? It might. You may not be able to tell. It might be just all over the place. Doesn't. So my current hypothesis, and here's where the heat was that has the least hot signature over here. The wind has been out of the west, pushing it out of the west southwest, pushing it east northeast. So that would make sense why this is a lot more cool. It didn't find any new fuel; it just moved on. New fuel is behind it. I don't know what caused it. We're going to try to figure that out. So, Modus and Veers, it's more pinpointy, but these satellites don't come very often. So it's always outdated. This is 11:45 Pacific time, 4 hours ago. But it tells you a little bit of something. Veer's progression. Yeah, that'll change. But you see how it went over and ran up this mountain. So I'm going to show you the time lapse of that mountain, and you'll see the town's not on fire yet. It's a current view. Mountain's up over here, somewhere, like right up here. Can't see. So I think I have this figured out, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not usually wrong. Because it means that everybody got taken by surprise because it ran at record speed down, and the death trap neighborhoods, this is current. The death trap neighborhoods got overwhelmed first. And I fear that's where the fatalities were in the north, like where it ran down the slope. Now, the people furthest to the south had more time to look up in the sky and see what the hell is happening, but not that much. They probably raced. Now, this is from the east side of the fire looking to west, sunset or whatever. I don't know. Remember, they're further north than even Portland is, and in Portland during the summer, like it's twilight well into the 10 o'clock hour sometimes. So this is further north in the state of Washington. They have a long twilight. Their sunset, and by the time the sun is off the horizon, is much longer than lower 48 states. Not sure what time this is. What was taken from this? I pinpointed this location right about from this area, Worldview Drive, around 859 Worldview Drive, but down there, looking that way. So all these hills are on fire. So that's what the rest of the city looks like, looking around. And I don't know exactly where one of our webcams was, but it was like on this tower, I think, landmark 6. So we lost it. Okay, so where's that time lapse? Videos. Yeah, this was the tower we were looking at earlier. We lost it. God, where have I put everything? Sorry, friends. A million tabs, a million fires to keep track of. We're in hell. Welcome to hell. Maybe I put it in this group thing? I don't know. This is their ridiculous evacuation map where it says warning in the orange is already on fire, so that's just sad. Traffic cams, God, where did I put this stuff? This is when I was finding webcams. Evacuation orders. City of Kelowna. Eyewall replacement cycle. Yeah, let's look at that later. Go away. Tab. Yeah, we don't need satellite right now. Dang it. Windy. Webcams. So sorry, guys, I lost it. Yeah, Tenere's not having a good time. Come back later, tab. I may have accidentally closed it. Current view. Current view. This is on the west side. The God's name did I put? Here it is. So it looks like the camera burned over and it's down. We were watching it burn for a bit, the area. But here's the time lapse. Okay, photosensitive viewers, I'm sorry. Seizure warning. Should have said that first. We are at the top of that mountain looking south. This goes by so damn fast. For a brief time, see? Here's the wildfire smoke coming in from the east. East of the mountain, so it's above that town looking down. When we look south, here's the more safer east side. Here's the west side that's currently on fire. All this is on fire. Now it doesn't have a timestamp or anything, but you could see that it's not on fire yet down here. This is what's burning up here and down here. Just this swath. And it already came down this. See, this is like a chute. down here, it's like a plunging chute. And over that side, down. It will attack the town. So watch camera burn over. Mind you, the town's not on fire yet. But we lose track of it. Once again, uninterrupted. This is a very tall mountain. It's easy for embers to drift across the lakes. It's not a big deal. It's 6 miles. It's not a big deal for this fire. I thought we were looking at a neighborhood that was burning down. It looked like propane tanks and stuff were exploding. It looked like blue flame when we saw this. We were watching this live at first. Like, we were going, oh my God. I didn't see any trees. The trees have already been mowed down to nothing. I've seen this and I thought, what is this? Every time the wind picked up, you saw this big flash of activity and trees on fire, but it's just the flames are so huge you can't even tell individual trees are on fire. So, current view. Now that was that mountain looking up there. So my theory, my hypothesis, is more and more I'm increasingly thinking I'm right. Is maybe perhaps they just didn't understand how vulnerable everything was, but this is where the camera was looking south. Maybe they didn't understand that even though the wind is still continuing to blow that way to the northeast, that when wind runs into terrain like this, when it goes off a cliff, it plunges down, and some of it will run up the other side, and the fire did and took out the camera. But some of it will go and follow the drainage, especially if it's going downhill. It just sinks down there. So these powerful winds up there were just pushing a powerful wind down this drainage. I think this stuff got affected first. This Davidson Creek. Wow. I would name this Rose Meadow Park, Westlake Community Park, Rose Valley, Davidson Creek. It just plunged down the McDougal Creek drainage. Were they unaware? I mean, it's just kind of a no-brainer that anytime a big fire is above you on a hillside, that's bad. But if you have drainages aimed at your town, any canyons aimed at your town, that's just super bad. This is what we see when towns get erased like Greenville. It's looking down the barrel of a gun, in this case, a double-barreled shotgun. This one. And I'm sure actually maybe a triple, it probably plunged down here too. Unknown though. So where we have heat now. There. Our camera view is from here due west. So this may not yet be on fire, but it did cross over this mountain like it predicted it would. It's just because fire likes to climb. Now, this part of town over here, Smith Creek, Glen Rosa, West Bank, it's probably being spared because the wind is kind of still pushing it the wrong, quote, wrong way away from it, right? But it's got everything to fear with any kind of wind change. It's not safe. And Peachland is not safe either. I guess Peachland probably cannot be seen like I thought. Galatly, maybe what we're seeing on the cams in Aberdeen Park area. This West Bank. It's hard to know how wide the camera length, focal length is. We do see city lights over there. They still have power some places over here. So the big part where you can't see anything, the strip of nothing, is because it's a regional park and like down the cliff. So it's like a beach without lights. But up on this embankment, I expect all of this will burn because I don't know how they can defend it with such a massive storm like this. Yeah, you see the lights are still on. So I think the fire rushed down. Where's that again? From north to south down the chute. I think we've kind of rolled out. this because we'd have heat here. We see a big notch that's cold looking, doesn't have heat in it. Here. It's right here, like here's a mountain. Like here's a mountain. I don't think that's just a smudge on a camera lens thing. Like I think it is kind of smudged, but maybe not. Maybe it is just the contours of the mountain dimly lit by the actual fire. There's other smudges on the camera over here, but they're out of focus. This is a little bit too defined now for me to call it definitely a smudge. But over where the camera burned down to the water, multiple places, we had reports of people in the water. There's a boat going by over there right now. I think that was a boat. I mean, it could be bridge traffic. But I hope to God everybody's evacuated and everywhere on the West Bank if they have a high wind event and something gets moved. So that's what we're looking at, Terry. Unfortunately. Oh, sorry, did he leave already? Yeah, but yeah, have a safe day at work. This is nuts. We're going to be seeing international news about this. Express says good night. Leave the chat for tonight. Thank you for being here. You've been wonderful. Okay, Cheryl. Hey, welcome back. We've been wondering where you've been. 2 hours ago, Kelowna on fire. Okay. And at K Wildfires is my Twitter, and I am retweeting all this stuff. So sad. I've been looking, Cheryl. I think we probably lost lives. This is the craziest death trap neighborhood I've ever, not that I've ever seen, but it's really bad. Very poor design in the north end. Cheryl, did you just see my hypothesis of how I think the fire spread? Nick, you can now share links. Use your power for good. You don't have to be a policeman or anything. Probably have to train you on that. But I trust you. This is so sad. This is another Lahaina type situation. Yeah, what do you think, Cheryl? What do you think? I don't understand why people weren't evacuated. I'm infuriated by the Twitter that says we were put on evacuation notice at 5 p.m. This yesterday at sunset, all the fires exploded. That was just a taste. That was just a little kiss from the ocean of its wind offshore. It's scheduled to get worse, right? There's a hurricane coming in the Pacific and all kinds of shakeup happening. Oh dear. Yeah, it's okay, Nixie. Just give me a email here, and if anybody wants to share any images or just talk to me personal, private, this is my email in the chat. Send me images or whatever you want, or if you want to tell me about something that is kind of like not chat appropriate, that's okay. Rumors or what you heard, all kinds of stuff. I collect information. If you want to be off the record, it is off the record. Journalistic integrity. I'm not going to out you. Just let me know what I can't say. Like tell me what's private, right? And then you have to tell me. You have to say if you share pictures whether or not I am allowed to use them. So a lot of people forget that. Cheryl, how did this start? Do we know? Do we know? Hey, you're welcome. I just typed my own email address wrong. I'm tired. I should have been working this entire night. I'm running out of time to work on my court case and stuff. I have to do that. No matter what is occurring, I have to win this, and I have to submit files and papers, have my ducks in a row, and have a binder. So when I go to court, I win. So I am extremely behind in that because of all this red flag crap and sitting there watching fires all night instead of just for a few minutes. I just wanted to broadcast 2 different community meetings today. And then I was going to just put the Firestream on for mods to kind of hang out with every 4 hours or something, come back and do an update. And oh God, all hell broke loose. And the community meetings were not uploaded. Like they failed to live stream them correctly. They had internet problems. So I failed in what I wanted to accomplish. And here I am just sitting there watching another town meltdown. Three Winter said you'd think they'd have learned quick from what happened in Hawaii with a fire fanned by winds of a nearby hurricane. Well, the hurricane's not near Canada by any means yet. It probably won't make anywhere near it. They might get broken up remnants. But your point is absolutely on point. Don't take risks with people's lives. The fire was elevated above Lahaina. They were looking down the barrel of the gun. They had drainages that pointed directly to the town. Even though that elevation wasn't that severe, the fire was being driven there. They should have cut off all the power. Power company knew a hurricane was coming. Why the hell would you keep the power on? They were in a drought. They were in red flag type conditions. They knew a hurricane was going to go by in Hawaii, but it was not going to get any of the moisture. Just the wind. They left the power lines fall down energized. We watched it live on a webcam, not Lahaina, but a nearby town. We watched the Kula fires, or Kalua fires, I can't remember what they're called, that town. But we watched it live from a webcam in a marina, and they were not on backup power and generator stuff. The town across the bay had power, so I think they should nail the power company to the wall. They pulled a PG&E, and other companies have been doing it too. Pacific Power, Pacific Corp. It's like it's a new trend. So Cal Edison, with probably their equipment starting the Bobcat, this has been going on. With everybody's view, Town of Racing Fires is 2016. We should have learned this. We just got a refresher last week on the problems with not telling people to evacuate and in daylight. You know, tell people to evacuate in daylight when they still can see what the hell they're doing, before they get drunk and before they tune out and take their hearing aids out and go to bed. Cheryl says they have 3 fires in the interior, one in Boston Bar. It's tough making the drive. They got dam cams on the leg are not working. They could choose to be tough if they want to. I don't know. But yeah, 3 Winters. Yeah, you're totally right. So what I think happened, I'll just run by it real quick again because people come and go, and maybe this is news to new people. Sorry if I keep repeating myself. Is we're looking from this marina across due west. So what just recently happened is most of the fire was in between these little hills that we were seeing directly, and then we identified that the fire burned down the water line here to west. I imagine West Kelowna estates are a smoking crater right now, and this west side area too. So we watched when we first started watching years ago, this cam. We saw the fire come down to the water line. We had reports of people in the water, and a Dunkirk-like evacuation of people in their fishing boats trying to help. At least officials called for it, supposedly. So we have the wind. I want to get my magic pen out, but it wouldn't line up with this. Maybe there's a way I can. Let me see. I just want to do this once. It should work if I full screen it. Bear with me, it's an experiment. Okay. It's called Epic Pen, I forget. Capture display number 1. experiment. Fail. Fail. Okay. Display. How many displays does it think I have? It is display number 1. It thinks that's display number 6. Are you kidding me? Okay, Windows is messed up. All right. So now experiment to see if I can circle McKinley. No, it's off kilter. Why? You see what I'm saying? All right. Circle McKinley, and now maybe I can just line it up manually. Did it work? Did I just not understand it worked? Fit to screen, not stretch screen. Is McKinley? Okay, it's just slightly off kilter. Bring it down. Oh, it's bouncing around. Okay. Edge it up slow. Okay, calibrated. Fine. That's it. All right, you get the point. Okay. So, my hypothesis of what happened. Let me arrange this. See, if you look at, there's progression. It's totally outdated. But this is where we first get satellite images up here. I'm trying to figure out which is the best way to illustrate this topography. Yeah, I think that's more telling. So what's on fire is all the way down to right here. You know, this. Now it's curled around us. It was first in between, like this. Excuse me. Maybe I should use yellow. What was on fire was all that. This is what we know so far about what is actually on fire. It's what we can see from the cams. It burned down to the water line here. We saw that happen on this cam, right? So what I think happened, and maybe the reason they didn't evacuate people, which I don't understand. Okay, I just don't understand. Maybe they thought that here's the wind direction. The wind isn't blue. It's a southwest wind, right? So it would blow the fire east northeast. Maybe they thought it would do this. I mean, that would be conventional wisdom, right? But they're experts. They shouldn't just have conventional wisdom. They should have expert opinion. They should understand how this works. And the critical danger, like the town is only safe now by luck if the wind holds and goes that direction, if the fire goes that direction. So do not ever bet a town and people's lives on luck. That's just not acceptable. Look, I don't know what happened, so I'm not criticizing. I'm dismayed, and I'm just speculating. Maybe they tried everything to get people evacuated. And I don't. Maybe something failed, like a reverse 911. But people are on Twitter saying at 5 p.m. today, like 17th. Excuse me, we're already in the 18th now. But when these fires went insane yesterday at 8:30 p.m. because of some Pacific winds, well, they were going to pick up today too, right about just before sunset. Expect this thing to be exploding too. Err on the side of safety and caution. When you have fire above a town, that is extremely dangerous. It's way more dangerous than on the same ground level. And we know that towns like what happened New Year's Day, I think it was in Colorado, where entire neighborhoods got erased and people died just because of some winds coming off the Rockies. And that was a fire in a field that was traveling across flat land. Towns could still be erased on flat land, but they're going to be erased in record time if they're above a town and they spill down the hill. The fire goes down the hill. So a little bit of wind change, bam, That's really steep. This is waterfall type steepness. You wouldn't be able to stop flaming debris from going over there. There's no roads here because it's too steep, so there's no fire lines. So did they just count on it, just go into the northeast, if anything? I have no idea. They said nobody's fighting this. I don't know if they assigned anybody to it yet. I don't know when it started or how. But the moment it did, I would have evacuated this town because it's looking down the barrel of a gun. So many towns like Greenville we see get erased. It's just real simple. Is the fire above you in elevation? 1, 2, 3. Your town's really, in danger of being erased. 1, is the fire above you in elevation? It's a critically bad thing. 2, do you have drainages pointing at your town, like canyons? I mean, like this. 2, do you have drainages pointing at your town? This is the fast track to fire getting in your town. It would be this. But we didn't have the fire over here. So how did the fire get all the way down here and thread the needle and get this here? I think it came from above. Yes, there's a fire above you in elevation, critical. I would evacuate just for that reason. 2, are there any drainages pointing at your town? That's the barrel of the gun. So we have a double-barreled shotgun right next to the fire. And this little thing here, this little dividing mountain is going to split it. Some of the fire is going to go that way. Some of it's going to go that way. It's just terrain. Eventually it'll crest this thing, but wind moves fastest where it's funneled. So they may not have thought or understood that it's not just going to go that way. It's not. Wherever wind is blowing, sure, the prevailing wind at the mountaintops will continue to go that way, and that way, and that's why they did have spot fires over here. Now this is burning up there. But wind will plunge down mountains like a roller coaster, just like it does in Sierras with the Santa Anas and the Diablos, and that's what erases towns like Paradise and such. And Brush and Berry Creek. When wind is going that way, it'll go down the slope. Some of it will find its way up, and the fire does. And I'm sure some of it just floated there on the air. We see the burn over of that camera. But more importantly, with the burn over the camera is looking south. We see that this is not on fire yet. Nothing is on fire yet. The fire burns over this camera first. And I think what happened is it went down the barrel. It just went down the chute, rapid speed. And it went in between, threaded the needle, and this is on fire now. And what we see on the camera is it probably just crested this ridge, even though the wind is still going that way. It's still going that way. It doesn't seem to have changed. We've been watching it. That maybe they just didn't understand how fire can go down. And follow the wind, push down the wind by the slopes. I had a hypothesis, well, maybe it did this, but we don't have any heat over there. So this is what makes me think I'm right. North to south. We don't have heat in there. We appear not to have it on cam either. Because here's the mountain, and you can see this weird little notch. I thought this was a smudge on the lens. So here's where the fires originated, right on that ridge, but it's been going that way. This big, something like this. The camera was looking south, and I'm going to show you the burnover image. It plunged down. Fire plunged down. And then here's the mountains that went in between all the way down here. But this is cold on the infrared. That's cold. Here's the mountain. Here's the thing. I think the ski area is right there. Ski. I'm just eyeballing this up right. Fire started east of there, and it did not run down here. We would see a lot of heat. Black is coldness. Everything darker on infrared is colder. Everything lighter is hotter or light. light bulbs and stuff. Like, so here is the bridge. Like, here's the road that goes down to the bridge, and the bridge goes across like here. We've seen some traffic on it, but we saw pouring down this way. We saw the fire reach the water. That lines up also with our satellite tracking. What occurred? We saw it go down to the water's edge. Here. I thought at first it was this, but it's not. It's north of the bridge. The bridge is in the foreground. We lined that up. So I think people retreated to the water in these neighborhoods, and these are death traps, and they should be absolutely ashamed. Whoever approved of this should be absolutely ashamed. These developers just may be going to hell for what they did. And it seems like there's more under development. I really hope people sheltered in place had the wherewithal to not just flood the bridge and flood the roads. I hope some people sheltered here, like in the green grass of this elementary school, the beaver bog. And these homes are so close together. You cannot fit a vehicle in between most of them. It's just insane. Insane tightness. Look at that. One person reaches out their bathroom window in this gray house, and you could touch the arm of somebody else reaching out of that house. Can't drive between this. Look at the roofs are too close together. You can't defend any of them. Even the houses with pools in the backyard. The houses being too close together means the firefighters would be driven away by the crazy heat of the homes on either side if they try to defend the one with a pool in it. Usually that's how firefighters save lives. They find a defensible space. This one's not. Usually it has an endless supply of large or an endless supply of water in the backyard, so it's a creek or it's a pool or a pond, right? The house needs to not have any trees that can go up and fall on them or the house. So this is kind of disqualified in a way. But they know their neighborhoods and they know which ones they would save in a crisis. Maybe this one. Unknown. These trees may be too high. I'm not finding any good ones, but many of them are so close together. If not closeness together, then there's actually no way out because there's not enough roads. Too many of them are dead ends. Like this entire neighborhood has one way out. They have to get to the road here. It's this. This entire neighborhood. How many houses are there? Now, it would help if the people here could go this way, but they don't. It's a cul-de-sac. It's a dead end. It doesn't connect. So everyone is going over here in this street. Everyone on this street's going over here. Everyone on this street's going there. This cul-de-sac is going there. And all the people on this side, here. All of them are funneling to one point, which is right here. I expect that to be like a death alley of burnout cars. These pinch points, these choke points. Not only that, this entire thing is a freaking loop, and nobody can go out that way because it's steep. This is an indefensible fire death trap. A plateau where a fire can come up. Even a fire from below can come up. But all these people have to come out to the road right here. This is a death trap. I hope people got out of their cars and took refuge in this beaver bog or in this school's playground. There's elevation here too. The reason there's not more roads don't connect is the elevation. You just shouldn't build here because you can't defend it. Unconscionable. It's a traffic jam nightmare on a good day. Everybody trying to leave at once. So these officials should know what a death trap their neighborhoods are. They should be thrown into prison for allowing this to be approved. In a just world, these developers have handcuffs for building a death trap. Just like people that open a nightclub that's a death trap and you have mass fatalities, they should be in handcuffs. They usually are. But there's something wrong here on so many levels. It's the city. county or whatever, however they do it. Many different opportunities here were to make this area safe, and they missed them all. This is as bad as Pasadena in California. If you can't build road systems, and sometimes you can't due to terrain, to evacuate everybody, then you should have shelters, neighborhood shelters that people go to. Look, everyone funnels in one spot. And the home's right up against trees and stuff. There should be a defensible space in the backyards, a long way to the tree line. Like watered grass. You got a big lake here. You could do it. Run some irrigation pipes. You got a reservoir. You can do it. One way out. Right across this bridge. I can see why people ran to the lake and be picked up in it. Some neighborhoods are just so screwed. I can't really find a place to seek shelter. If these satellite images are up to date, just this one. Like maybe these construction sites, maybe these places where there's supposed to be green grass. Down here, you got more options. I expect more survivability. Once again, I don't know how up to date this is, but this stuff doesn't burn, right? These neighborhoods, the affluent ones with the golf course, I hope people took shelter in the golf course. I hope people were sitting on the edge of this pond. I hope people were driving out and camping out here. There's nothing to burn on the construction lots, big parking lots. These are all safe places if they haven't built this stuff up yet. But I really hope the city decides to not build a death trap when they rebuild. There's going to be a lot of rebuilding. City has a lot of explaining to do. The wealthier neighborhoods with all the golf courses, I expect a higher survival rate. And the ones further away from the fire, they could see it. But this is all awful. Now I'll show you the camera burn over video. This is the current image. So camera burn over video. This is taken from the East Shore. Where did it go? I hope I didn't lose it again. There's our useless evacuation map. Stuff that's on fire already currently is under watch. People on their own. Officials not giving them the info. Current view. It's dying down a little bit. It's running out of fuel. It's shoot through that area. Where's my cam burn over footage? Give me a sec. Told myself I wasn't going to lose it again. I was going to put it right next to this. Did I somehow get? I cannot see any chat. I'll be with you in a sec. Here it is. So camera's down. I assume the fire knocked it out. Oh, sorry. Seizure warning. Flashing lights. So this is for you, Cheryl. This is that mountain looking south. To the right is the chute where I think the fire went. And you can see for yourself. That the town down there is not on fire yet, even though the smoke's coming over because the fire's coming to take over this mountain. But the town is not on fire yet. Look. This mountain's on fire before the town. Look, it's okay down there. You see the fire burn over the mountain. When I first saw this, I thought this was like a neighborhood. I had no idea where we were looking. I thought these were like propane tanks, but it was really false colors through the camera, not knowing which color mode to be in. There's no setting for wildfire, right? It's like sunny day, fluorescent, whatever. So this is one hell of a fast-moving, crazy fire. But look, the towns down there are okay. At the same time, the fire's about to approach here. That's why my hypothesis is it came down from the north. to reach there in the south. Went down the slide. I don't know if I can make this bigger. Sort of. Play it again. Remember, seizure warning. Oh, it died. Come on. Seizure warning again. Sorry, friends. Gotta replay it. We're on that hilltop looking south. This is just nuts. So people are saying, could it be embers have flown all the way from this mountaintop to start the fires down there, which are currently in the East Bank, excuse me. Oh yeah, it's distance just under 10 kilometers, 6 miles. Easy. Look how high it is. There's a huge, tremendous amount of heat. Things were propelled high into the air. High into the air. Burning embers were before they rained down from above. That is my hypothesis. Now I have to redo everything so I can see chat. When I get my tri-monitor set up, that'll look better and be better. Okay. Which fire is that? The one erasing this town. Oh, maybe you're asking somebody in chat. Yeah. Through Winter says modern suburbs are a lot like that. You can barely walk between the houses. Yeah, these developers need handcuffs. First of all, we have to make it illegal to do this, to create death traps. And even in the 1800s, we realized that space between buildings was key. All those 1800s towns with the saloon door swinging, those wooden towns sharing walls and stuff, no space in between them or tiny back alleys. When they all burned down, which very few of those survive on Earth. Usually you see the gold rush towns are, quote, gold rush, but, well, the 1849 towns in California burned down. They get rebuilt and stuff like 1875. It's technically still gold rush era, but they're not original. And they learned the lessons. They put brick firewalls in between. They spaced out the structures. They put hydrants in and stuff and took precautions. Cheryl says this picture on Twitter looks like a tornado. I am sharing stuff on Twitter. It's at K Wildfires. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah, it's a mega fire. They all start to rotate. So when tremendous heat is pushed into the sky, the faster, the more stuff is burning, the faster it's burning because the wind is fanning it, right? The more the air is being pushed up into the sky, hot air rises, so it's being pushed up by the flames below. The hotter and hotter it is down there, the faster it rises. And there comes to a point, and it's just the law of physics, that to continue that speed, air twists into a cyclonic action. So it will rotate. And when it twists into a cyclonic action, that's a more efficient way of and faster movement. Just look at your phone and look at Twitter and at K Wildfires. I shared this on Twitter. And so it has to, but once it starts to twist, then it accelerates in speed. It gets worse exponentially just by the minute, because the more air that's being pushed up into the sky faster, the more it's sucking in new fresh air from all 360 degrees around it. It's like a chimney, it's all going up there. So it's like a vaguely round the twister, right? So air on the ground level, all around it will be pulled in. So much air is going up. It's like a vacuum. More air is coming to replace it, and that just gives it more fresh air, fuels it. It's just, once it gets going, it's a mega fire, and you cannot stop it. There's nothing in human power that can stop that. We had all the perfect conditions for this. The drought. Like, okay, what I was saying, is your town looking down the barrel of a gun? Therefore, it should be evacuated. Err on the side of caution. Okay, is the fire above you? Critical formula number 1. In elevation. 2, do you have drainages that point directly at your town? 3, wind in the forecast? That's it. That's all it takes for town erasing. The 4th is like kind of no duh stuff, like is everything tinder dry? I'll just say red flag or orange flag, like right beneath it. I need to know which direction this is looking. She said this is West Kelowna. Okay, but where are we looking at? Which direction? Wow. And retweeting another one is beyond belief. Yeah, I need to look at this early footage still in daytime to kind of cement my hypothesis, but I think I'm right. I'm retweeting a whole bunch of stuff right now. We are looking at the live image, looking due west from this marina where the river meets the lake. Yep, somebody is making the correct comment. The fire is so big it's creating its own wind. Yep. That means I can't get an idea of where this is actually. Cheryl, do you recognize this? Do you know what viewpoint what I just put in Twitter should be? They've been notified. Because okay, you're on Twitter. I posted a lot in the current fires on the interior of BC. Can you give me a private message on Twitter real quick so I can find you real fast? I followed so many people, I don't know how I could find you. Then I'll share some of your stuff. Prince George Fire Center in northern BC. 2 of those fires, the Boundary Lake Fire and the Red Creek Fire, are burning out of control near Fort St. John's and have doubled in size in one day. Yeah. Rath says it's an emergency. Shoot now. Questions later. Yeah. Use whatever facilities and personnel on this planet. Yeah. I'm in charge of the world. I wish. None of this would happen. I'd be touring the facilities, picking up slack, and pointing at what needs to be redone. 41 South. Hey, how you doing? I've been thinking of you. I've been watching for a while now without chatting. You dirty lurker. Dirty Tasmanian lurker. But you're doing a good, tough job with all this. I thought I'd say a quick hi and good day. Oh, good day, mate. How you doing? 41 South is awesome. One of my main supporters. He lived in Greenville for a time before it got erased by fire. So that's how he found me on the Dixie Fire stream. You think it's south to north? I wonder. Let me figure this out. You haven't been there, Cheryl? I'm just wondering. There's a very particular building, very distinct building, like a hotel. We'll find it on Google Maps, friends. I think I already know how this fire spread, but I just need to look at the before the fire images and try to put the two and two together. We're going to find it on Google, friends. It's already found where this image was taken. This is on Royal Drive. Do some sleuthing. It's the east side looking to the west. Ah, here's part of the smoking gun for my theory anyway. I just realized it. Now I don't know where this... I can't draw anymore. Can you see my cursor? Oh, you can't anymore. Why not? Oh. Did I screw up my letters this bad? Okay, now I can. Alright. Here's that mountain. You can see the fires across the mountain. It's obscured. Oh. There's its shadow. The mountain's shadow. Is that the mountain's shadow? This is current on the west side, I believe. Hard. I don't think so. It could be optical illusion. If it was taken from the exact same location, we'd get it, but it's just not. I don't have Google Earth installed. All right, so I'm not gonna spend too much more time on that, but we're gonna find where that building is on the west side. It's very distinctive. It's like a hotel. I won't spend a million years on it, but it's got a red roof. It's a white hotel with some weird orange vertical stripes. And I think it's the ramp and the view to go to the bridge. So maybe we could see something from an overpass. Not that building. It's like a hotel. It's not that. Wow, that's a weird looking winery. All right, let's just say hotels in West Kelowna, because it looks like a hotel to me. It's could it be the Fairfield Inn? That's a candidate. Where's it? Where's the picture? 179 photos of it. No, there's pretty distinctive, like an attic with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows. Next. Sides. I don't know if that's the right area. It's real sad about this place. Looks like they had a boomtown kind of a thing with development, and it looks prosperous, but they did not take safety measures. They just wanted to boom. Grow too fast for safety. Go, go, go. Develop, develop, develop. I never knew that the Okanagan was anything but a quiet backwater. I'm sorry. Looks like it's no longer. I don't see a hotel. It must not be a hotel. Sure looks like one though, and people are driving down a ramp. And it's in the view. We call it a resort or something. I could be on this hill driving down. That's that Mission Hill. There's a million resorts here. You'd think this would be like one of the world's largest tourist destinations or something. It's a lake. Okay. All right. Maybe they have good golfing. Let's look back at the horror. My hotel search isn't working so well. The Cove Lakeside Resort. Okay, thanks, Cheryl. Okay, I'm looking at what you just tweeted. I've just retweeted it. The people on the west side, east side, excuse me, looking at the carnage on the west side. Yeah, and you can see the hills are on fire before the town is. I'm right. I hate being right, but I am right. Now we just need to piece it together of how quickly this happened and when. Who got affected first and who died first. Figure this puzzle out. When it comes to human life, if there's any doubt, there is no doubt. Somebody's on Twitter saying extreme weather. Twitter, should I seriously consider evacuating my air bed and breakfast guests in Joshua Tree National Park or near it? It's not in a flood zone, but the roads leaving the cabin back to town both cross 100-year FEMA flood boundaries. I'm worried about the guests getting stuck. Yes, if there's any doubt, there is no doubt in a disaster. Just be on the safe side. Because what if your guest panics and tries to cross? Message requests. Okay, I don't see a message from you, Cheryl. Am I missing something? In Twitter, please message me. I'm guessing to be fair, not a risk, isn't it? It's okay. Yeah, you're awesome. Truly awesome. It may not be a hotel. It could be condos or something. Anybody has any questions, you can go ahead and ask. You know. All right. Just a stupor. When I see town erasers, I just I'm affected like I was with Paradise, and I need to get some blood sugar and put away my. I can't eat my dinner. I've tried for like 3 hours now, and it's like, no, it's been out for 5 hours. Crap. That's in the path of my air conditioning. I'm just hoping I didn't ruin this. I'm just putting saran wrap on it. It's 4 in the morning again. I didn't want to stream till 4 in the morning. I was going to stream for 1 hour. The half-hour meeting of the Lookout Fire, the half-hour meeting of the Bedrock. Then I was going to apologize. So I have to go back to work now. I'm not going to sleep for like 2 days now. I'm so behind. But how do you not try to cover this? Saran wrap. Away this food. I'll just eat some cookies. Okay, I'm used to the bathroom. I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. Okay. But if you guys just tuned in, this is what west part of town burning down. There's a fire in the northwest part of the east side of town, but that's across the river and a lot more safe. I need to have blood sugar before I can move around then. Just bear with me. Got some cookies. Need some milk. I need to take some shots of milk. I'm out of half and half. Oh. Oh, Superb got me half and half. What a saint. Alright, guys. I need something stronger than milk. Half and half will do. Excuse me, I'm still messing around the kitchen. We're looking to the west from this marina. It's crazy how the power's still on. These high winds, red flag things, but I don't assume that power lines caused this. Maybe they contributed in a minor way, but I would assume that terrain caused this and the failure of, I don't know, officials or whatever to understand the danger. People are saying they were put an evacuation notice at 6 p.m. They had 24 hours to understand how bad this could get. By looking at the other fires and looking at the weather, I do not understand why anybody would die in this or be forced. In fact, let's make a coffee. I've got half and half. We're going to make a coffee. It's going to be a long night. It's a bad morning. It's another town erased. Another day on Catherine's channel, another town erased. In the first world. At first I'm sad, and then I start to get pissed off as the time goes by, and I realize how easily this could have been prevented by lessons we learned a century ago. Or a century and a half ago. These officials should be ashamed of themselves for approving this development, the death traps, not calling for the evacuation. I don't know who the hell's in charge. Fire them. Oh my God. But it's a lot here that caused this. From approving the development of death traps and one-way roads, and then pinch points where multiple different neighborhoods all terminate in the same intersection. There's no way people could have evacuated by car all at once. I think that there's death alleys where there's melted cars in a row. Probably some people still strapped in their seats. They fled on foot. They had to run for their lives downhill to the lake. Anybody with mobility issues, I'm telling you, didn't make it. Just like in Lahaina, the nursing home. The children. The people whose window of opportunity of survival closes first. The disabled, the elderly, and the children, and then the women, and then the men. Men can run faster. That's why it's not just women and children first. It's just vulnerable first. If you're able-bodied, you've got the power to help them survive for longer. It's not a sexist thing. It's a reality. Men who run for their own lives and watch women and children die typically have depression issues the rest of their life, and they really can't particularly live with themselves very well. And so in the age of chivalry and gentlemanly conduct, that it became a rule for a practical reason, not just like an, oh, sexism. It's not sexism, it's reality. Sexism is unfair discrimination. Regular kind of discrimination is good. It means you understand reality. The word discriminating taste is good. It means you can tell the good from the bad. You can tell the difference between the fake and the real. That's discrimination. Unfair discrimination is BS. It's racial. It's ethnic. It's sex-based. Like when you think less of somebody because of something they can't change, their race, their color they are, whatever. So I hate how the word discrimination has been smeared when unfair discrimination is really what people are talking about. Anyway, it's a rant. Point is, a lot of men decided that that would be the way to go because they just couldn't live with themselves when only men survived shipwrecks and hundreds of women and children drowned below. They didn't have good survival rates of their own afterwards. I know that there's a bunch of heroism that just happened and probably sacrifice. Probably some people perished because I went back for others. But I do think people died. After what happened with Hawaii, I just cannot be calm about this anymore. For most of the night, I've been just soothing and stuff. I did a good job with that. I'm dealing with worse emotions now. Just bear with me. I gotta just take some coffee and take some shots of half and half and just put my big old pants on. But I want to melt down full Greta mode right now, I tell you what. I am not mad when just unforeseeable, truly unforeseeable disasters happen. All of this was predictable. There wasn't enough time. So even if lightning is struck right above that mountain, right above that community, and the fire instantly took and it just swept down with no time at all. They just designed this town a little bit with escape routes and shelters where people couldn't escape in time. Common sense stuff, and told people like with signs, shelter here in a fire. Kind of like the way they have signs for where to go in a tsunami. It should be at schools. Like, here's the playground. Good fire shelter is just parking your car here on this grass. Don't die in traffic. Don't drive past this golf course. It's a great fire shelter. Hang out here. Roll up your windows and read a book. Wait for it to pass. That's how people survived in paradise. Big box store parking lots. Big high school parking lots. Baseball diamonds. Football fields. Soccer fields. Big open grassy fields of any kind. Recently plowed land. Construction sites. Things where there's nothing to burn. Just bare earth, dirt. Recently harvested field with very low grass. That's okay. Golf course, it's okay. Culverts under the street, bridges. But I bet a lot of people had no idea that those kind of shelters existed and they didn't make it. Just like at Paradise. We went to the place where everybody died in Paradise, almost to a man. I tried to figure out, could they have made it? Most of them could have, and they were ignorant of usually within 100 yards away, 100 meters, a safe shelter spot they just didn't know existed. A lot of them just sat there, didn't know what to do. Died in their vehicles. Some people fled on foot just the wrong way. I'm sorry, I'm just pissed off, guys. Shut up now. I need some cookies. I don't drink, but things get like this. It's just cookies and milk time. Well, the rich ultimately buy up a lot of the land when people sell out too early or are forced to sell out too early. It's not a conspiracy to burn people out. You don't have to when governments are just stupid. It's just that post-disasters, the rich tend to fare better for obvious reasons. Society needs some fixing. I'll tell you what, there's more survivable areas in the rich neighborhoods, the wealthier neighborhoods. This looks extremely affluent, actually. It's one of the most affluent places I've seen. But out here, where these golf courses are, you have so many shelter-in-place options. You got this Shannon Lake next to the golf course. Nothing's gonna burn on the green grass of the golf course. This is where firefighters stage. Even though these houses are built ridiculously close to each other. Reach out and touch me. I can't. If your bathroom window is open here and so is your neighbors, can you hear them fart? Probably. So these houses can't be saved very well. They could just walk out in their backyards and they're in the safe shelters. Thousands of people could shelter here, but the only thing know about it. You got this green grass, stuff out here, it's sort of a triple soccer field. How deluxe. This town's for rich people, man. Got all these construction sites. I don't know if this is current. Maybe they're already built a lot more of this death trap housing. Can you defend any of this? Not even if you tried. The heat from one house next door burning down will drive fire trucks or firemen trying to defend this one away. They're just too close together. And these homes are just too close to the big trees that would fall on them, so you can't defend any of this. There's no defensible space here. But people could go on foot out here, just drive into this if they had the wherewithal to ram down the gates and allow themselves in. I don't know if this has been developed already. This nursery is probably not good because it looks like it has plants in it. But the closer you get over here to the way the fire roared down this mountain from the north, from up here, the closer you get over here, the less survivable this whole neighborhood area is. It's just a death trap. You've got this this ring of houses. They can't go down to this road because it doesn't connect, and this road doesn't connect down to that one. So all of them have to go up here towards the fire to get to Westlake Road and then down to Horizon Drive. Well, everybody else in the freaking world is too. Look at this death trap. Wow. It's because it's on these hills. Don't build here. You can't defend it. Even wildfire coming up from below, racing up the hill, you can't defend this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, sorry, I forgot these. There is that one big mansion. There's a fire station. Okay, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 43 single family homes. Oh, sorry, forgot these. Because these can't drive out their backyards. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. 51 single family homes. Of course they're going to take 2 cars, right? So maybe even the family can't fit all in one, but so what I just lost count, 50, 55 or something. At least 55 vehicles are going to try to leave at once. Traffic jam. This is their choke point. This is your death alley. Plus, what's this? Condos or something? Multifamily duplexes. So 55, 67, 58, 59, 50, 51, 52. Are these 3 stories tall? How many cars are coming out of here? There's at least, I'm going to say at least 100 then. Because I don't understand this. 75, at least 60, up to 75 to 100 cars leaving this one little pinch point right here. And joining Westlake Road, which everybody else says too. Everybody on Cahokia Drive getting stuck right here, but Westlake Road is jammed already. This entire neighborhood up here has no outlet. No other outlet. Everybody here on West Kelowna Road, excuse me. Every single person here has to get on West Kelowna Road, even the offshoots. And look, houses so close together. Can't defend these, even with the pool in the back. Sorry, kiss this goodbye. I don't expect that survived. It's possible. They've got more defensive space than normal. They don't have overhanging trees. Possible, but unlikely. I don't know. Maybe. All of them go on West Kelowna Drive because these are dead ends. This one is frustrating right here. See, it's cul-de-sac. If it only connected right down here to Parkinson Road, it's just too steep, so they were too lazy, so they didn't. This weird it goes off to nowhere. It's weird. Yep, it goes to nowhere. Can't escape. Everybody on that choke point. So that entire neighborhood is terminating here at Kelowna Road, Westlake. So is this entire one here. That entire one there. That's just the tip of the iceberg. There's no way to get out of here and live, because where do you walk? Where is your shelter in place option in walking distance, like the rich people at the golf course? You got a beaver bog right here, and you've got as many people as you can cram into this yard. It's this open green grass area in the elementary school, but how many people drove past it? They get panicky, they get television, they think they have to escape by car. I bet they rear-ended each other, and there's going to be some burned out caravan cars with skeletons in them. You have to walk uphill terrain. Are you really going to be able, if you live down here and you're disabled, to walk up this hill in time? You need it if they're going to build a death trap like this. You needed to have multiple sites where they put just a simple tunnel 100 feet into a culvert pipe. Just stick it 100 feet into the dirt wall there, and so many people shelter in there. I can see why the people fled down here to the water on foot. They're trapped in their cars. So you've got perhaps culverts and bridges here that they could have sheltered under. But maybe not. Did they pave over a creek? Or did they pipe it underground? Oh, nasty. Usually, wherever you see a road crossing a body of water, you have a culvert or a bridge to shelter under and fire. But nasty, they paved over it. If this is open still, like, people could have made it to there. If this was recently plowed or harvested or whatever, people might have been able to make it over here. But you understand, I'm pissed off. I don't. It's got all the makings of a mass fatality event, especially in that point of town. Yeah, Harley says all that I'm showing you right now is probably lost already. The guys who made the Lahaina before and after satellite thing, roll up your sleeves again. You got new work to do. You know, the little thing slides back and forth before and after. I just can't stand it because I know when I know the demographic of the people who died, it's no longer impersonal, and I start to picture like representatives of that demographic. I will depress the hell out of you if I explain what's on my mind. I'm not going to right now. Yeah, okay. I gotta put on my big girl pants, and I gotta think about something else. You can't control your automatic thoughts. That's why they're called automatic, and most of ours are. But once you recognize what you're thinking about, and it's not going to take you to a good place, you can start thinking about something else. I have to exercise some discipline. Like, I can explain what's going on now if people are new and have just come in here, if somebody wants me to. Harley, I don't see how life was not lost. The reason I looked at that in the first place was because I don't want to believe that it's like a mass fatality event or any kind of fatality event. I know that what happened in Paradise, like I grew up near there. So as bad as this image is, this is huge. It's a very large satellite image. That's the entire town of Chico, basically, right there. As bad as this looks, yeah, for scale, little buildings. That's Butte College, I believe. No, it's to the south. It's a college, though, I believe. You see the tiny neighborhoods. You understand the scale now. But this is the inferno. Basically, the entire town of Paradise burning down, except for the little individual homes and stuff that firefighters will successfully defend, and they will be the ones with creeks and ponds and endless sources of water in the backyard, or big sources of water like the pools, but endless sources like the creeks. There's thousands of people who could not evacuate, who are sheltering in place. They are surviving in this. They're in the culverts, some of them. Mostly they're in the big box store parking lots because they got trapped and just huddled in the store parking lots even while the Safeway and the grocery outlet and stuff burned. They're in intersections, just kind of sitting there. There was no way out, but they made it out. There's elderly people and swimming pools, and some of them had the wherewithal to walk out of their homes and go sit in their reservoirs and stuff, little ponds for things. But notice there's only one road out of town here. It goes to Magalia. That was blocked pretty quick. In fact, that's not a road. Sorry. Power line right away, I think. But there is only one road out to Magalia. Oh, that's the flume. Excuse me. It's like a canal for water. It did look a little bit too large and out of place. It's so weird how I grew up here. I kind of get lost in these images. When I went to film the aftermath several different times, I got lost in the town I knew very well. Took horseback riding lessons in here. And pulled over to a parking lot and looked at my phone, and I did not believe Google Maps. I'm like, I'm not there. I'm not there. I looked around me and realized I was. Holy. Anyway, there's one road out of town to Magalia. Magalia burned down too, anyway. Once the wind changed and it went up the hill. It's pretty doomed. But this is a hopeful picture. If thousands of people can survive in there, because they have places to survive, thousands of people can be surviving in this. But mostly, we're survivable spaces when in walking distance, once people have to flee their cars. Leave their cars. The rich parts of town, some of which are not even affected by the fire, the ones with the golf courses are the best, and you saw the death traps. So I believe what happened, if you guys have just tuned in, I'll tell you what I think happened. We're looking to the west. See how the southern tip of the fire is right there. I believe I know how the fire spread. It's not the way you think. That's probably why they didn't evacuate in time. Well, that's my pure speculation. Maybe they wanted people to, but by 5 p.m., people are saying they're on evacuation notice. Unbelievable. This image. Teddy Wong III, which has got to be a fake name. The view from our deck from the Dougal Creek fire as we enter into our evacuation notice. Note the time is like 5 p.m. Yesterday at dusk, all the fires in the area just flared up with the winds from the Pacific and grew up to gigantic mushroom cloud nuclear monsters. The one on the border with Washington State, the United States, blew up a giant mushroom cloud. So that's what happens. Just a little bit of the Pacific winds push in. This fire is above the town. Why in the God's name is it not hit the button? Mandatory evacuation, but please, guys, think of your neighbors and don't leave all at once. If your last name begins with this and this, please go now. 20 minutes later, if your last name begins with this and this, then you go. And do not pack anything, just leave. That's the only way to get enough people out in time. I have no idea. Please, if you're a civilian or like just anybody, if you ever see this, recognize the terrible danger that that presents and get the hell out of its way. Get away from it. The only thing that saves the view, the property, or anything in this view is luck. If the wind does not push it their way, do not depend on that luck. It'll change fast in a heartbeat. All of a sudden, the smoke will drift your way, and all of a sudden, you will not be able to see. Day will turn into night. You'll not be able to see 5 feet ahead of your bumper. You will not be able to breathe, and hot ash will start raining all over your head and your property. And that's when the panic hits, because you look at your cell phone, you pick it up, try to call emergency services. There's no dial tone. There's nothing. Recognize that danger, and if officials are telling you to get ready at this point, tell them to go to hell. Like, I am leaving. Gentlemen, the Marines are leaving. Cue the clip from Aliens. I do not understand. I mean, I do not have confirmation that they're just on watch at this point at 5 p.m. yesterday, but yeah. This is the view from the east portion of town. We lost this webcam, though. We do have the current one, though, at the marina. Cheryl says the fact is people should have signed to evacuate to get insurance or claims if they didn't. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah. Developers have blood on their hands now, but so does the city for approving this nonsense and stamping this stuff. It should be just mandatory in the first world, you know, if you're going to build any neighborhood. The developer explains how people can evacuate all at once because there's adequate roads. The developer needs to demonstrate how there's defensible space. And it doesn't matter if you're down in the water level or coastal or whatever, tsunamis, whatever your threat is. It could be a landslide. This is pretty serious steep slopes here. Mudslide, landslide, flood. Do people have the ability to evacuate in less than an hour? The general big broader part of town. Everybody left at once. It's a tall order, but especially in the neighborhood. Can a neighborhood be evacuated in 20 minutes? Can a big section of town be evacuated in an hour? If not, you got a problem. You should make some shelter-in-place options, especially for people without cars and those with mobility issues, blah, 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 blah. So I'll tell you the very weirdly strange way that this fire spread, and I think I'm just going to put, this is my hypothesis, I think I'm right. I was developing it earlier, I think I've confirmed it. Maybe this is why they didn't evacuate, or maybe even officials do not understand the danger of the situation, and maybe Californians like me do, because we've seen this happen so often. Our first satellite images here. Modus and Beer's progression. It begins up here. Oh, the dots changed because time has changed. If you look at the fire info for Modus and Beer's progression, 24 to 36 hours ago is where the fire was in yellow. The satellites have to come back around. This is going to look very colorful later. Orange is less than 24 hours ago. So we have fire origin points here. Carrot Mountain, near the A and Plateau. Now I want to direct your attention to just how damn steep this is. So there are three common factors, three most common factors, exactly what we saw like in Hawaii. Greenville, California, the Dixie Fire, Paradise too. Is the fire above you in elevation? Yes. First piece of the three things that needs for your town to be erased. You get close to disaster. Any kind of emergency official should understand when fire's above a town this damn close, everybody get out. That's it. And because of the elevation here, they should have really seen this coming a mile away, that the embers could drift over all the way to the east side of town and just follow the wind direction. That's where they're going to land. But this mountain is tall enough. This is what? What was our crazy meter? Is this in meters? I don't know. Because we're in Canada, I don't know if that's feet or meters. It's tall. Okay, it's a very tall mountain. It's looming above the landscape, right? So here, the fire starts up here above the town. That I would just immediately say, everybody start getting ready to go. It's more than 24 hours ago. Don't understand this. Oh, you want to see the pathetic map? Oranges, get ready. Reds, mandatory. Oranges, get ready. Much of orange is on fire now. Let me send this bird down to the water line. Get ready, guys. See the emergency map. It's like current. They just didn't update it. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's updated now. No, it's not. Okay. I'm gonna laugh with hysteria, which means nothing's funny. Okay. Yeah, that's behind the bridge. That burned down the water line live on this camera. I wish I could time lapse this, but I can't. All right, I'll tell you how to spread. I'm unorthodox, but I feel I'm right now. So we got a west wind pushing in from the Pacific. It was in the forecast. This is already in mega drought. Everything's tinder dry. So the first step to getting your town erased is it on elevation above you? Or is it upwind? Either way, it doesn't matter. If you're on flat ground, if it's upwind, distance is no measure of safety. But this is uncomfortable. This is a close shave. Like, there's no excuse. So, I guess maybe they thought it would go to the northeast because there's a west by southwest wind. Maybe they thought it would go up here. Now, if it did follow the prevailing wind pattern, yeah, I'd say Bluegrass Mountain, you're toast. Nice knowing you. I'm sure it's on fire now, or will soon be. Anyway, remember, we're not looking at the current heat. We're looking at the outdated satellite, which we'll have to update the next time they come around, which would be maybe hours from now. 24 hours from now, who knows? This is Modus and Veers, but it tells the story of how this began to spread. I'm going to show you time lapse. This is the mountain that has the camera on it. And what led me to the truth. So maybe they just thought that if the wind is held a constant direction, that the fire would go where the wind blows. That's a good thing. I say that all the time. I invented that. Fire goes where the wind blows. That's not the only way, though. Wind direction is different at different elevations. So do not tunnel vision that. See the expanded meaning of that. Expanded meaning that the full total big picture meaning of that is you should understand that when there's the higher the wind speed, it'll sweep over mountain ridges. So fire moves very rapidly over mountain ridges. It'll skip. Like Carrot Mountain, there's something on fire up here. The wind will launch embers to the top of the next ridge. It'll skip over these drainages from the winds that are up on the ridges. However, these ridge running winds, right? Blah, blah, blah. It's a tongue twister. The ridge running winds also sink down. So they plunge down mountains. They follow the slopes like a roller coaster. And some of the wind's going to climb back up this side. Some. But when it runs into a brick wall like this, it'll split. It runs into a wall, so it splits. Sorry, I have a totally backwards camera. Splits. Some of it gets jammed up in this drainage, but doesn't make it very far. I mean, it's kind of going against the wind. But this is a chute. This is a water slide. This is a plunging roller coaster. the fire would be pushed down here at a record-breaking speed because of just how steep that is. The steeper it is, the narrower the canyon, the faster the wind accelerates. It's like when you narrow anything, you accelerate it. Sticking your finger in the garden hose, it's more powerful, it's thinner, but it goes farther and faster. So this town is looking down the barrel of not just one gun, two. This is a double-barreled shotgun. Can you see it? There. And there. So what appears to have happened is the early images we have. Town's over here. It's not on fire yet. It's up there. It's burning across. This is the east bank. See the lake. This is looking north by northwest. It's coming off the mountaintop, and it's going the way the wind blows, right? It's also going to plunge down into the town and take everybody by surprise by all accounts that I can gather. So I wondered, why is this area down? If it threaded the needle. It came right in between these two peaks, these little things. This Shannon Lake Park, whatever, peak here. This Mount Bushari, whatever this is, Mount B. He was burning in between there, and that's what we saw in his cam. But as you can see that's that Mount Bushari right there. As you see, it came over and tried to come over the ridge. So I believe it climbed here. That's what we're seeing currently. Now, how did the fire get there? I had a theory, and it's easily disproven. I had a theory that this is what happened first. It went down this mountain, and you're going to see the time lapse. You're going to see how you won't see how it goes down the mountain. I'm still waiting for some footage of somebody down here looking up. If they survived it, I'm sure we'll see their footage. I've been looking at Twitter. I need to look more. But there's two different ways that this part of town can be on fire. It can come down here, and if the wind had been in a different direction, I guarantee you it would have. It would have just plunged down here and lit the town on fire at this point. This town has multiple guns aimed at it. Now, we know it didn't, though, because our current heat map shows no heat there. Just up on high, and we don't have any heat there. You can barely see it, but this wedge here, this dark wedge, that's that canyon, I believe. See it a little bit better now. See, it's dark. Everything dark and infrared is the coldest, like the lake. Everything that is light and or hot is white. So you still see this fire's origin up there by the word plateau. It raced across the ridge line. It hit that mountain, and then it plunged down this way, rolled back the way it came, just because the fierce winds were pushing it down against the prevailing winds, but strong enough that it went that way to the south. And so I think the progression map might show it. It may not. When fire moves so quickly, and the VIIRS and motor satellites haven't been there like to see it live, the progression map may not show that pattern, but I think the tale is going to be told by people's footage. I don't think it spilled off the mountain down. Well, it could be wrong. We're going to find out. But I think fire entered the town from above, still blitz blazing up there. Went down the chute because it threaded this needle. See how it's still being funneled, so it's still got its speed. Still got the speed. It will split around this weird little hump here. The fire coming down this way, the fire coming this way. Now this mobile home park didn't stand a chance. It looked down a small barrel of gun here. Fire probably toasted it first. I fear they'll find bodies there, because that's I don't know. Maybe some people took refuge in this creek. I just don't know. But the larger point I was making is, oh God, here's another mobile home park. A lot of times people without cars. All right. But I think it roared down here because of the wind tunnel, but it met the prevailing winds coming up from the southwest, excuse me. And that they kind of stopped around this point because it's kind of against the wind. The prevailing wind. The wind is still wind in general is plunging down this area. So it's going to kind of push it and stop it. Now, fire could have come down. It probably did come down this way, down these slopes, just because of something called rollout. Where things on fire roll down slopes like logs, pine cones and stuff. And so they'll go crashing down and they'll start fires at the base. But I don't know. I think it's much more likely that it came down and plunged down here because we know for a fact it was up there. Now I'll show you the current view again. Now the mountaintop is up here. I want to get you oriented on the map to what I'm about to show you. Remember, our camera is right at approximately here on Mount Haman, whatever this is called. Haman Lake or something. I think it is. Some lake or something. Anyway, it's up here on elevation. Maybe we can get a pinpoint location later for the cam. Could be here. Let's see what the Veer's progression is. Here's wow. Okay, that just changed. We got that update. Wow. Funny how it just happened. Okay. I no longer illustrate the point like it did before quite the same way. Dang it, why did it update right now? Okay, but remember, the orange stuff is the oldest. And it crossed over to Mount Haman right here. See where the orange is? So our camera is somewhere right up here on these slopes. Right around here. Probably the peakish, something like that. Now I'll show you the video. Where did I put it? I keep losing it up here in the tabs. There's so much to keep track of. Bear with me. I totally ignored California tonight. I feel like a jerk. I mean, earlier we started off with California, but I should have been looking at it all night. But just mesmerized by this. Where'd it go? If I accidentally close it. There, it's this one. So the camera's, okay, I'm very sorry. Warning, seizure from flashing lights, possibility. Can't control this. All right, watch. We're looking south from that mountain. So here's the day going by. Look at all the wildfire smoke coming because the wind is coming this way. Now here's a rare brief glimpse of the town. Here's the east side, west side, which is now on fire. The west side on fire here. Now, while I have a little bit of smoke that drifted down from the mountain, down that chute, the very south side of town, we never get any heat there, so it's just some smoke, but it goes to show that even though the wind is coming that way, it plunges down and sinks into the canyons and then runs the length of the canyon in whatever direction that is. So you're going to see the wind here on from the west side The fire's going to come, sweep over this mountain from the west-southwest, right? Notice the town's not on fire yet. It's okay. It's still okay. Now here comes the fire, but look, it's still okay down there. If it wasn't, we'd see the Veers progression dots down there too. It's okay. Watch what happens. Just insane. When I started watching this, I thought I was looking at a neighborhood or something. I didn't even know trees were around. Like, they incinerated the trees. Just insane. It's a firestorm. Still some flashing lights if somebody's photosensitive. I'm sorry. There's just so many frames of insanity. This is what wind-driven fires do in a mega drought kind of situation. So do you understand why I'm so upset that they didn't evacuate the town? I mean, this could have happened in an instant. This is lucky in a way that people could see the mountains on fire first in a brief couple of minutes before it pours down into the town. What if it had just been a straight up west wind and just plunged over the cliff? Everybody would just been, there'd been fewer survivors, I would say. I know they're not lucky, but luckier than, because at this point, see, people on the East Bank are seeing it running the ridge tops, headed east-northeast with the wind. Seeing the people in the west can now look up if they're looking and see that the mountains are on fire to the north of them. Unfortunately, they just may not have understood either that the fire can go against the wind if it's going down a chute. So what are the three things required for your town to be erased really easily? Fire either upwind or above you in elevation. 2, wind. Both things are present already. 3, you're looking down the barrel of a gun. A drainage or more than one points directly at your town. That's it. So all officials and such apparently failed to understand the intense danger. The only thing that could have saved this town was a wind coming up from the south, pushing it due north, away from the town. But I would still evacuate it anyway because you're just counting on luck at that point. I mean, wind directions can change, forecasts can change. We're not that great at predicting weather, and mega fires can make their own weather and then do what they want. It's like a hurricane. You just evacuate people in a swath because you really don't know exactly where it's going. Meanwhile, we've got a hurricane to track, but this is just insane. So I'm just waiting. See, there's that slide. That's the slide down. And we could start to see the definition of the mountain as things are calming down. The daytime images are going to be insane. Any bodies that sank will come to the surface eventually. Drowning victims sink first. Only bacterial action with decomposition makes them float. So downstream might have some nasty surprises. I don't know if anybody drowned or if people got picked up by the boats, but there was a call out for citizens to go rescue people on boats. I was very frustrated to see most of these boats just kind of sitting here and they could have been utilized. Are those insects in front of the camera? I think so. We saw some bugs in front of the camera. They're not flying like embers, but embers will look similar. If anybody knows about any other webcams, we have a few that we've been looking at, but I'd like to see more. This is on the west side. I just never wanted to see another Lahaina again, but now that you understand what you're looking at, please don't trust officials. They may not understand what they're looking at. or they may just be too stretched thin. Canada's juggling a lot. The city firefighters don't understand wildland firefighting. It's a totally different job. A brain surgeon's very smart, and a heart surgeon is very smart. But you swap them, they put them in the wrong surgical rooms, and they're not good. The brain surgeon's not going to do good with the heart patient, and vice versa. It's very different. They usually don't understand the different ways of doing things. They don't have the same sets of equipment. I don't even know if anybody at any time was assigned to this fire yet, or if they'd even really assessed it. But no matter what, the officials got to be ashamed if this was the viewpoint and they said, get ready. No, this was get the hell out. Yesterday at dusk, when everything blew up like a nuclear mushroom cloud, that was get the hell out time then. Should have been 24 hours of evacuation, orderly, and fire structure prep best they could, especially getting the vulnerable out. I don't know what went wrong. Maybe they called for it and technology failed and confusion happened. I don't know. We're going to find out what went wrong eventually, like we're finding out what went wrong with Lahaina. But that's pathetic. Sometimes emergency maps, evacuation maps don't get updated because everybody is engaged in trying to save lives. However, since the spot fire came over from the mountain, it's so high, it's easy. This is 6 miles from that peak to over there. Easily could have just been embers just raining all over here. Since it included the quote new fires, I mean somebody was updating this, and I have no idea why the whole shebang isn't red. Places like Peachland and such should feel vulnerable. If any wind direction change happens, this entire river / lake thing, whatever they dammed to build this lake, is its own wind tunnel north and south. Do not feel safe. Up at Vern and Coldstream, in fact, you're quite vulnerable. Do not feel safe. Summerlin, though, Pentacombe, Okanagan Falls don't feel safe. As a strong north wind will push it right down to you in no time. Be aware. This is our current view again. I mean, we're watching from the top. This Landmark 6 West, we lost it. So I don't want to get rid of that compelling image. So I'm just going to like duplicate it. And then refresh. Yep, it's just a lens cap right now. Why? This provided us with so much valuable information about what the hell was going on. This sucks. We were seeing the hills and stuff burn, and it was really discombobulating. I couldn't tell what we were looking at and where. But I figured it out via Google Maps and stuff. That lake is huge, yeah. It's no barrier to fire, though. There's another live webcam. Thank you, Nixie. Oh, thank you. Let's put it up. See the other one. So this is a similar image. It's from the beach on the east side. Now, they had mandatory evacuations and stuff because the northwest part of the east side of the town had those ignitions up there, and mostly likely from the embers. So where is this vantage point? What's 23 degrees C, precious, in Fahrenheit? Like, you know, like in real temperatures. We're quite a bit further north at a different marina. For information on current emergencies, look here. All right, evacuation register here online. Well, here's our crappy map. Okay. 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 So their latest update, firefighters continue to work diligently overnight on the interface areas of the McDougal Creek to protect property and infrastructure. At 2 in the morning. McDougal Creek caught. West Kelowna. The fire remains active and unpredictable. Overnight, officials have confirmed some structure loss. A full assessment of the areas affected will be undertaken in the morning. And that's when they'll be looking for bodies, I'm sure. A detailed update will be provided at 10 a.m. by emergency officials. Login information for the live streamed event will be posted here. cordemergency.ca. Currently, 2,462 properties are under evacuation order. 4,801 are under evacuation alert. Alert! All right, luck is the only thing protecting you. The wind shifts and everything changes in a second. All current orders and alerts remain in place, and the public are reminded to stay out of the evacuation areas, as they are an active fire zone. As per Transport Canada, drones are prohibited from flying over a forest fire area or any area located within 5 nautical miles of one. Evacuees are encouraged to find temporary lodging with family and friends. You mean you didn't? Okay, I bet they are full. All reception centers in West Kelowna. Why would there be reception centers in West Kelowna? Why is it still inhabited by anybody except fire personnel? All reception centers in West Kelowna, in Kelowna and Vernon have closed for the evening. An overnight shelter center is opened at Prospera Plaza, Water Street. For Kelowna for evacuees requiring a place overnight. Small pets, caged or leashed, are permitted. Okay. If they made the bad choice based on wind before, it looks like they're still doing it. Are they that confident that the wind is going to stay the same direction? This is why you got to think for yourself. When officials are telling you that's okay, get ready. Now get the hell out. That thing, the wind shifts direction a little bit, and all of a sudden, day turns into night as the smoke goes right over your town. You can't see more than 5 feet in front of your bumper. There's hot ash and glowing red embers raining down on you like blizzards and snowflakes in a blizzard. And the kids are screaming and crying, and they're raining on your head, going down the back of your neck, and you're starting to realize as the vegetation is igniting around you, you needed to get the hell out, and you needed to have done that much sooner. And then you hit the traffic jam, and then you pull out your cell phone and try to figure out what to do, and it's dead. Or all circuits are busy because everybody's doing the same thing. That's a serious emergency, not a get ready. So please be able to recognize danger on your own. That's the best thing I could teach you. Leaving before you're told is, wow, we went into just color mode. Leaving before you were told to is the best idea and the best survival advice that the experts want you to know. Don't wait to be told to leave. Sometimes it gets too hectic and you'll never be told to leave. You'll be on alert. The people in Paradise got a reverse 911 call in the early morning that says, and the day before, pack your bags, pack your cars, be ready to leave. But we'll call again when it's time. Nobody ever called. My brother's eating, thank God he's an early riser and he got the kids up early, and the wife was too, and they were eating lunch on their deck, and it was getting uncomfortably smoky. But the wildfire was pretty serious far away, but it was getting really smoky. to the point where like soot and stuff is landing in the breakfast table. It's like somebody picked up the phone, it was dead. Who knows how long the phone had been dead. There's no service in the cell phone either. And then a cop screamed around the corner and said, "Run for your lives." It's blocks away, not miles away. And nobody could believe it. Because everybody thought that Concal, which was this valley in this town that was east of Paradise, the fire was far east of Paradise, right? And a little bit north. Everybody thought that Concal was going to get it first. It's closer to that fire, but the fire was above it in elevation, high elevation. And the winds swept it and it skipped over Concal Valley. Huge distance, like 8 to 10 miles, maybe 15. I can't remember the measurement. And it landed at the bottom of the hill by Paradise, the bottom of this cliff. These hot embers lit the grass and everything on fire, and it raced up the near vertical canyon and then started erasing the homes that overlooked it just in a matter of moments. And then it swept over the plateau, which was the town from the northeast, east by northeast. Concal didn't get it for much later. So that was the mistake the officials made, those kind of assumptions. The other assumption was, the other mistake was telling people to wait, to be told to leave, and not too many people obeyed. The town actually had a lot of fire drills. It was way more fire prepared than any other, and so they had overconfidence in their system. They had tested reverse 911, it worked all the time, it was great. East side of town, though, was where the telephone lines were, and the cell phone towers, and the big electric lines that powered all that. Chewed through them, but they picked it up and tried to do reverse 911, and they couldn't push it out. Everybody who waited too long didn't make it. My brother, got the warning from the cop. He drove through flames to escape with the crying kids in the back. Neighbors who left a little bit later did not make it out. And unfortunately, he didn't realize there's a safer option, a shelter-in-place option. If he knew about it, I mean, I don't blame anybody for not knowing these things. The house across the street till he made it to the fire, because fire crews came by, gathered up some people, ushered him into that house, sat in the driveway, and they took a fire hose, they put it in the creek in that person's backyard, and they wet down the house. And they rode it out as the fire went past them, and then they picked up and drove off trying to rescue other people. So that house was chosen to be saved because the neighbor's house had defensible space, no trees looming over it that could be on fire and crush the house. That's what ultimately got my brother's house. A tree on fire fell on it. There was an infinite source of water in the backyard from the creek, so they stuck the hose in there and their fire engine ran the pumps. As long as they got diesel in there, they can run the pumps. And it had a nice green lawn. It had a swimming pool and two ponds, like koi ponds, plus the creek. It was perfect. But if anybody, even if the firefighters hadn't been there and hadn't saved the house, the culverts underneath the major roads were so huge they were about 6 to 9 feet tall, and they were 20 meters, 50, 75 feet, sometimes into the underneath the road, minimum of 30 feet long. Hundreds of people could have sheltered in there. So a lot of people got stuck in their cars and tried to outrun the fire on foot. They ran down the streets. The culverts were underneath them, and they had no idea that was a good fire shelter. That could be so. Now I have a better orientation of this view. It may have been off a little bit. But my hypothesis stands. There's something super massive on fire over there. see our current heat map. If the camera wasn't looking due west but slightly northwest, it's so weird. It's distorted by its huge wide-angle lens. Heat map. Yeah, we still have plenty of heat in there and wind in between Mount Boucherie. Right down to the waterline here north of the bridge. It's just burning out of view over there. So they seem to have fought it throughout the night, and they said they're still in a battle at that McDougal Creek, which is up here. That's where that chute was off that mountain. Hey, Ruth, thanks for being here. Yeah, I've been up all night again. No, I keep saying I'm not going to do this anymore. I have to stop saying this. I'm cursing places. Nobody dies a damn miracle a lot like Greenville. Oh, but people probably did. All right, where's our other views? I kind of don't like how it's not in infrared any longer. We just lost visual contact with a lot of the fire and the smoke. The thing is, smoke can obscure it so much. That's the other thing. People always think they're going to see a big red glow and big red flames. They'll know, they'll have warning, they'll know it's coming. It'll just be sucked in by smoke. It'll be like a fog, rain wrapped tornado coming your way. You can't see it. The fact we can see any of the fire now, like any red spots, it means it's extremely large. From this distance across this big lake, those are huge blazes, like entire neighborhoods on fire, really big groves of trees, mountaintops and stuff like that. It's such a weird contrast. The whimsical Christmas lighting on the boat, it's really cute. This looks like an awesome place to visit and play in and live in. It's a model town otherwise, apart from the death traps. But they can rebuild it to be non-death trappy, it'd be great. Anything the fire didn't take and still it's a death trap neighborhood, they have to remedy it by either putting in shelter in place options or just bulldoze it, start over, or bulldoze every other house for defensible space, something like that. This town is critically vulnerable from fire coming up from the water line, which can happen very frequently with people, on the beach and partying and their bonfires, or, somebody towing a boat down there. They drag their chain. Fire can race uphill. Everybody knows that. So it's a nightmare like they did. Set up places for disaster in places like LA. You don't put a neighborhood at the top of a hill with flammable material all the way to the top. And you have to terrace it and put some serious firefighting, like extra wide, extra pressure hydrants all the way around to the top of that hill. So as the fire's racing up it, just You can defend it like the beachhead, like the Germans on D-Day. What is that game? Beachhead. Talking about the game. It had one of the most amazing. See what I'm talking about? You gotta defend it like beachhead, but with water. So you gotta expect that that's gonna happen, and you have to have defenses lined up already, and then you just have to man the defensive stations because it's gonna go fast. So you have to train everybody in the neighborhood to do it. They may have to start hosing down their own backyards as fire crews arrive. And that's the thing. It's not just people escaping. It's if you don't have roads connect with each other, it takes forever for fire crews to get to your location. In the event of a regular house or garage fire, people forget that. I hope you guys can understand. Like, if you're interested in buying property, just don't buy property into death traps. Learn to recognize what they are. Anybody have any questions? We're going to look at California in a second. I should be going to sleep right now. I woke up around 6 yesterday. Yeah. I had a horrendous stomach ache that kept me from sleeping yesterday. Last night after I got off stream at 4 in the morning, but I'm a little worn out. Does anybody have any questions about us at all? Condolences and stuff in the chat are okay too. I just don't want to feel like I'm talking to myself. It helps me to go on, and I see horrendous things like this that do trigger everything about Paradise and losing my family friend to wildfire and seeing what happened to almost everything I grew up in around, like with the Dixie Fire, pretty much took most of that. Lahaina was not easy to watch. This is not easy to watch. I tend to stream long hours because not just because of a sense of duty, but I get support from you guys too. Like even if I feel like crap, like and I say I'm just gonna stream a little bit and go back to bed. Like I don't, because you guys are supportive. You're wonderful. And a special thank you to everybody who donated to PayPal. I have not paid attention on my phone. I never want to run advertisements on this. It's just not appropriate. So we're donation funded, and I hate being an internet beggar, but if people hit the like button, that helps for free. So that people get connected with fire information, but the algorithm doesn't. I don't give a damn about popularity. But the algorithm will not connect people with the information they need. They will only connect people with what's trending and popular. That's why everybody on YouTube is begging for likes and subs and constantly reminding people. I hate to do that too, but it's true. I tend to go live only in a crisis. Every time there's a crisis, unless like I'm incapacitated or not home. But I don't work. I stop work every summer, and summer fire season should be ready in a moment's notice to get on the computer and try to help people, even if it's just with support. But mostly fire survival training, so that fewer of these things happen. So let's stop looking at it for a moment. We have massive problems in Oregon. This is our current view of Death Ball Mountain. It's not quite done in Oregon. Been streaming for 11 hours and 6 minutes. I just realized I have to restart this stream. or adjourn by the time it hits 12 hours, because YouTube doesn't save a 12-hour video. Any video going longer than that. Excuse me, I didn't mess with the air conditioning. God, it was another 12-hour stream. Okay, let's look at Oregon. This is the Smith Ridge Lane. Now, I covered Oregon and California in the beginning. Gotta do a roundup. This is last 6 hours of the lookout fire. I hope they're gonna post the damn community meeting. I was supposed to go live for a half-hour community meeting for the lookout fire and a half-hour community meeting with the bedrock, and I was gonna say, I gotta take the night off, guys. I have to work. I do have to do some things that are critically important that cannot wait. Hard deadlines. This is the Eastern Oregon Cascades, and the fire spilled over the edge. We're at the same time. Fires in Canada blew up, just west winds from the Pacific hit. So let's look at Death Ball Mountain Cam. This is let's do a 12-hour of the lookout fire east of Eugene, Oregon, at Cascade Mountains. Now, what just happened in Canada, where officials or whoever's in charge and the citizens failed to understand their really vulnerable spot, looking down the barrel of the gun. The same thing was happening here in Lookout Fire. You've got fire in elevation right above steep slopes and drainages that point directly at these towns of Mackenzie Bridge, Belknap, Springs, Rainbow, and all the scattered houses and cabins and stuff along this east-west highway. We're looking to the northeast here. But we warned everybody here, well, anybody who was watching, they need to get out many hours before the officials did, and I'm very proud of that. At least the American audience here got a bit of a following in Oregon and California. At least we're able to do that. I took a screenshot, this screenshot. I posted it on their Facebook page, and when they were still telling people that it was okay, that they don't need to evacuate, they'll be told if they need to. I said, please explain, now that the fire just breached the containment line up there on the ridge, please explain how everything down here is going to be safe. What stops the fire from continuing to go down the ridge? You can see that it made a mushroom cloud earlier in the day. Once again, I don't think it's stupidity by officials, but they have a bureaucratic red tape nightmare where they have to get something approved by somebody else, confer with somebody else to get something approved, to talk to that one guy who approves it with the main people, and then you can tell the public to evacuate. So you always need to tell the public before night falls. Give them at least 2 hours of daylight, like 6 p.m. If there's any doubt that the situation may become unsafe overnight, you have to tell people by 6 p.m. while they still have some daylight, and while they're still awake and listening to you and the news, to go. You can't wait until night falls and people are asleep and in their pajamas and go door to door at that point, because everybody's got their phone on mute. You got to err on the side of caution, but this mistake keeps repeating. So at 8:30, just at sunset, I put this. See, it says 9 o'clock. And just at sunset, it poured over. It just looked like the lines aren't going to hold, and I put Chris Luttrell from this chat, and then me. I posted this and said, please, why aren't you evacuating people? Like, how is this going to be okay? After a bit of time, finally, in the middle of the night, they told everybody level 3 evacuations, but for some reason, only on the north side of the Mackenzie River. Like, seriously? Like the fire can't jump? Like we just saw in Canada? That's no barrier, a knee-deep river? So people are still on the south side of the river just on the lookout. I disagree with that so much. But here we are. This is why we inform the public. Look how huge. Look how huge this lake is. The fire jumped to the other side. We still have current heat. It looks like it migrated north here. It just continued to run this ridgeline and then spotted over again. You see the gray here. This is 6 miles. And this point here, at this taller peak, the Mount Hayman, this is 6 miles. It's a giant lake. This place is going to get it next. I don't know where it is or what's down there. I don't know that that's going to be saved. They might be able to save some buildings in the water line with, like, say, fire boats. I don't know. Are there any fire boats out here? I don't expect Trader's Cove to make it unless there's some serious, like, goes to a dead calm and starts raining or something. That's in grave danger. It looks like it's next. Let's see, is a Google car or anything ever been over there? Oh God, it's a neighborhood. I thought it was a campground. Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. You're gonna wish you removed that tree. Knees and knees. Above ground lines. Ready to fall and block the one way out. Telephone looks like it. Interesting shape of this house. Mm. You're gonna wish that tree was removed. It's half dead. Poor thing. I love old trees. I love old big trees, but the firefighters wouldn't bother trying to save your house. First of all, that's high skill precision falling to even not land that tree on the house or that one. So they're not going to save that one if the fire approaches. I assure you the embers will start lighting that tree on fire. They will not try to save a house or it's going to fall over and potentially hit it. So this property here, I don't know if it's owned by the same person. I would be pissed off if the neighbor had that tree. I wouldn't buy that property. Here's another half dead tree. They're going to wish that had been removed. I bet it's beetles attacking. Hello, Rob. How are you? Oh, God. And this old Google thing, these clouds are behind there. Since July 2023, those aren't clouds. This probably is a wildfire. How ironic. This is very recent. This is last month? Okay. Boy, the dry grass. It'd be better to terrace this and complete like rock, you know? What do I know? This place is next. So where is the fire going to approach and come down on here from? The barrel of this gun? It's a slip and slide for the fire. And it's just going to roll down this slope here. It could be one of those weird miracles where, like, freak changes in the wind and stuff. But if the fire's up here on this Knox Mountain thing or wherever this is, it'll roll down from rollout, like trees on fire and stuff. Logs will just be on fire and roll down. If they can catch them and try to, it looks like this is a cliff face here. Maybe the wind has died down. I don't know, but that's challenging to say the least. I thought it was a campground. It's got to be under mandatory evacuation, right? Please say. It is good. Good choice. Good choice. Wow. It could be one of those miracles, but okay, what's the time? 12:40. This is 7 minutes ago. Remember, it's the margin of error, these big squares. But there's a massive heat detection up here where all this red is at less than 10 minutes, 14 minutes ago. So it's here. And we don't know if it's just right here yet or if it's gone across this, but I imagine it's going to blow down Bear Creek into the provincial park thing right here. That would be affected first. That bridge is wood in its toast. Is it wooden? Oh God, did they just culvert it and like redirect the creek? The creek doesn't reach. There it is. Kind of. Okay, it's just hidden. Maybe it goes up underneath here. Or, okay, it follows this line. It's just hidden by trees. So this would be where the bridge is. This wood? Probably. It's got wooden posts, so it's probably a wooden bridge with concrete paved over the top. It's so hard to tell. So it may not make it. Dead trees and stuff. Dying. Struggling. And these, they don't have thick enough protective bark. They'll just go up. Dry grass. It's a beautiful area. But I imagine we'll roar this way towards the lake. This is our live view. This is the south end of the fire, sort of. There is fire on the other side of this mountain that I assume is still going. We just can't see it. Somebody wiped the lens. Maybe that was a smudge after all, right up here. Well, I really appreciate them keeping this view up and clean. This has been extraordinarily helpful to understand the situation as it unfolded. If not depressing too. It's a very large bird right there, flopping around and hovering. What if it's like an osprey or an eagle? It's underneath where it says 44. It's doing that thing where it's looking down like birds do when they look for fish. It might just plunge and try to get a fish. Meanwhile, nature just continues on. It's flying back. So the winds are still going. I hope they're moderating, but you can see them on the water. The water's choppy. Some places got spared, like right here. We never saw the fire get down here. Miraculous. Stuff right here south of the bridge may be okay, I'm not sure. All right, let's look back at California. I feel so bad that I neglected California. Wild Frontier Cam, 6-hour time lapse. Hey Rob, sorry. It's great coverage, but it's time to terminate this one, start another one, or get some rest. You're right. 11 hours and 21 minutes. How much longer before you lose it? Oh, do you have a countdown alarm to remind you to stop this one and start a new one? Yeah, just you. I should. I totally forgot that already. Wild Frontier 2 basically has the same viewpoint, different level of zoom. Oh god, it began rotating? Oh, that's gonna make us ill. Never mind that. High divide. Last 6 hours. It's near the Oregon-California border in the far northwest of California, where all hell is broken loose. Whoa! Did you see that? It formed a pyrocumulus at night. At least briefly. Holy crap. Rewind. Watch here. Right side of your screen. These are multiple lightning strike fires. Hundreds. Some of which have merged. Boom. I think it, at least for a while, formed a successful pyrocumulus cloud. Oh, crap. This is north of the town of Gasquet, and I just believe that this town should be evacuated. There's fire on 3 different sides of it. I don't know what they're waiting for. Oh, that's old Lahaina stuff. Okay, this is a current view in Canada. I've been taking some screenshots through the night. It's just eerie. I'm not sure where this camera's located. West Kelowna somewhere. Somewhere. And this was their bridge. I still see the fire in the background. Just wish we could time lapse it. Just give you an idea of where the fire is, because it's the bridge looking to the west. It's up on that hill. That means in Canada, rolling back to Canada. Now I've seen that. Here's the bridge. This hill's on fire. Here, by Rose Valley Elementary is what I interpret. Here. And we could try to verify that by putting Little Gold Man on the ridge and just lining up our vision. So, wait, is this the same bridge? Yeah. However, far side like that. Can I get on the far side? Like, is it? Yeah. Get on the far side. For a similar view. Oh, this damn crane stuff in the way. Oh, they were building the other span at the time. Oh. Okay. So the view is further back. I'm back here. Nope. Nope. Not there. Wrong. What? Is this the old version of their ridge or something? So perplexed. I don't care anymore. We are running up against the clock. It's 11 hours and 27 minutes. I've been live, friends. Thanks everybody who has donated to the PayPal link, especially, which is pinned in the chat. Anybody who hasn't hit the like button, please do, for, helping us reach people with this information. The Reed Green says, hi, wind will be coming from the northwest this afternoon. Are you affected by the stuff in Canada? Are you talking about Canada? Jay Connors, good morning. Good morning. All great coverage as usual. Sadly, yeah, I wish we meet under different circumstances. I can see this ramp here. My best estimation is that hill by the elementary school is on fire. I had a rough night. Same general view. But as you can see, the town is down in here and not on fire yet, and the fire clearly went to the north of the town first and stretched across the mountains, and then the town's on fire. We know that it did not go down. Our hypothesis of it spreading from the north and going down the ravine, I think is correct, because we never had a heat signature down this one. Fire began up here near the A and U and Plateau, and it spread across here to the top of Mount Hayman. I believe the wind pushed it down these two barrels of the guns directly at the town. It split around this hill. I mean, eventually it probably drove the fire over it, but it split, and this mobile home park may have been impacted first. As far as a lot of structures, went down here, went in between, it threaded the needle down to this other mobile home park. It was burning here in between this Mount Busheri, whatever this is, this thing by Shannon Lake. And I believe it lost momentum and stopped right about here, and that's where we have the end of our heat signatures, because the prevailing wind was from the southwest, west-southwest, and it was plunging down this mountainside and kind of pushing it back. And so it was in conflict, and so the fire then just kind of spread back this way once it was being pushed by winds from the prevailing direction. And I don't know how this all went to hell up here. The fire could have just come down the mountain this way, but it may have just followed down the lake, down that creek, and then just run uphill, because once it's here, I assume it ran up here, perhaps cut off most of their avenues of escape. These two roads I can't think were any good for escape. Ran up the hill because it's being pushed by the wind uphill. It loves to race uphill. This is the prevailing wind direction. Probably obliterated this neighborhood. This is where people probably ran down into the water. Safety, because they had nowhere else to go. Still big, fat, red heat signatures. This is a death trap neighborhood. Everything dead ends. Every single one of these houses are built too close together. And the way these roads are, should never have been approved by development. This road, all the houses on this, they have to go down here to this road. So do all these houses here. Same road, go down to here. All of the houses here have to meet at this road. So this is a huge pinch point death trap. It's probably a line of burned out cars there. And everybody in some places had to drive towards the fire, like down from here, to go away from it to the northeast. This makes this road probably another death alley of probably cars and a massive traffic jam. Now, every single one of these cars has to go to this specific intersection. They built a death trap. Are there any shelter-in-place options that people can walk to? On paper, yes. There's a great beaver pond thing here, bog or whatever that is, plus the playground and green grass of the elementary school. But actually, no, it's not good at all. This is way steeper than anybody knows. So anybody down here is not going to make that steep climb up to the top and walk up there and outrun a fire racing up the hill from here. And it's too steep to go down that way. Death trap. Should never been approved. Only approved with, say, built-in fire shelters at the ready. I would assume it's extremely vulnerable to fire breaking out down here too, for any reason, and just rushing up the hillside. It's a death trap. Larry Green says wind in Kelowna coming from the northwest this afternoon. Okay, thanks. When these things erase towns, they start making their own wind. But yeah, that's a good thing from the prevailing wind. That means still think that that cove thing is under grave danger and might be hit next. And winds, we must remember, down in canyons and following waterways can go different directions than the prevailing winds. They kind of sink down, they follow the canyon. This entire lake is a form of a pinch point. Wrath says, don't forget you got a fleet of starships up there, babe. All the power of the galaxy at my disposal. Yeah. Morning, Jay. Okay. 11 hours and 33 minutes. It's one of the current cam views. I'm going to share this cam view in the chat. Current conditions. Hey, Urban. We're at 11 hours 34 minutes, so I think I am going to log off here. I do want to make sure about some things in California. But here's the other view at the dock. French. I tweeted all the really seriously messed up views of fires, the red glows and the hills on fire, and some really messed up stuff. It's at K Wildfires on Twitter. Now I retweet everything, stuff that may be traumatic to fire survivors. I try to spare them here and not show stuff burning down close up, but you will find all kind of stuff on the Twitter. I'll just share everything relevant. So it's at K, the letter Wildfires, on Twitter, or X, whatever the hell it's called now. Now, morning updates for these fires will probably come much later anyway. What in God's name? Why are there more? The wind blew up the sleepers from the lightning, and/or they finally just got around to naming them. They called them all a complex for a bit. And I guess they're just giving them independent names again for some. The head fire is almost no info about. Last update is 7 hours ago. 0% contained, 44,000 acres. Inversions put smoke down into the communities. Structure protection is a top priority. Red flag remains in effect for abundant lightning on dry fuels. Probably just had new lightning strike fires like we were seeing a little bit of the flashes yesterday. Due west of Reading, we saw something. It's not showing up on watch duty. The rain could have rained some of them out, but some of them could still be sleeping from yesterday's lightning strike. Pilot fire over by the Hoopa Land. Wow. Bulb Jesse too. Now, this is Gasket right here. It's got fire in 3 different directions. Due north of it, and it is looking down the barrel of a gun from that drainage and the slope. Due east of it, higher in elevation too, and looking down the barrel of a gun from that canyon is that right there. I just do not understand why it's not under go now. They did expand a little bit of it, not enough. It's still on Get Set, Gasket, Rowdy Creek, Pioneer, and Panther Flat. Oh, well, I disagree with that. Prospect Fire. Let's look at some of the scary ass cameras. Yeah, we saw high divide. Let's pull out. Let's pull out. All right. So Fort Jones would look at the head fire if possible. 6-hour time lapse. I don't think we're going to see much of this. It's such a long distance away. It's over a ridge. I mean, we're seeing the glow from its activity. I don't expect much. 11:38. We are going to adjourn right before the 12th hour because YouTube doesn't save any streams past the 12th hour. But I think we got time to just look at some scary cams. It'll be several hours before we get any meaningful updates or videos. By 10 a.m., most of them should be updated. Yeah, we didn't see much on that. So let's look at the cams right now. See if any are particularly scary looking. Now that it just flashed into morning view, I did this slightly too late. A lot of the fires go invisible in daytime, especially surrounded by smoke. You see through the smoke with the infrared. Bald Jesse too, though. Whoa. 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 That's unusual. What's it looking at again? It's by Eureka. This has got to be the Lone Pine Fire then. Or is it the Pilot? The Pilot is east of Fortuna. Lone Pine is east of McKinneyville. Yeah, that ain't normal. East of Fortuna. Oh, Fortuna. Cue the opera music. So that's the Pilot Fire, and holy living God, do we have a early morning pre-dawn cumulus cloud. Look at this. Excuse me. All right, now look at this. Bald Chesu, that's current. That was a bloody sunrise. Ugh. All right, this time lapse at 12 hours. Hold on to your butt. Okay. Time is 8 o'clock last night, 8:30. Night has fallen. Here it is burning through the night. Kind of too zoomed in though, and it didn't look that impressive. If they had zoomed out a bit, it would have been quite. Maybe Bulb Jesse 2 was zoomed out. Yikes. We saw a little bit of that every once in a while. We glanced at the camera, then we quickly turned to the emergency in Canada. Wow. Wow, that's hot smoke reaching high into the sky. Out of focus, for God's sake. These cameras need to lock infinite focus at night and just stop. It's trying. It's trying to make that pyrocumulus. Without the heat of the day, so what's the temperature going to be? 11:41 on the clock. I've been this live stream 11 hours and 41 minutes. If you'd like to support me, please hit the super chat button and throw me a dime, or hit the PayPal button, please. That's a pinned comment. I don't want to put advertisements on what I do. I want to keep this real. I appreciate everybody who has. The super thanks button is there too, but YouTube takes 30%. That's why I prefer PayPal, but no worries. You can just hit the like button. That's a free way to help, or just share the stream. John Robinson says, morning, what happened to BC last night? Oh, God. Lahaina. But I don't know how many people died. If nobody did, it's a damn miracle. I went over that a few times very recently. I'm trying to do a quick roundup so I can get off the air within 15 minutes. Anyway, I've been on live and talking for 12 hours and I can't lose my voice. Urban says, is that a new fire off to the right, the column? I don't believe so. The pilot fire always had two different sections of hot spots. A lot of lightning struck here. I expect them to go together. So the Lone Pine had its own camera, I thought. So far, the Wild Frontier has not exploded yet. It's been saved by the wind. But the Wild Frontier cam, look at those propane tanks. When the fire was coming straight towards it the night before last, we will probably see a camera burn over because its trees, for some reason, were not removed. But I expect these propane tanks to detonate if it ever comes over. So I was looking at some of the same fires, but the town of Gasquet needs to be evacuated. I don't know what's going on. So, Pequon 1. Yeah, that's a great view. Pequon 2 is it? Oh, it's rotating. Never mind. Let's look at Nevada County, excuse me. The high, the highway fire near Washington, California. I know that's confusing. Sierra Buttes 1 and 2, we're looking at it. Okay. I still think things are going to be okay down there. That's not 6 hours. Was it offline then for a bit? I hate this. I didn't ask you to do that. I just want to see the Sierra Buttes 2 cam, and not a stupid thing like this. I don't care anymore. Okay, so it's still smoking. Can I just refresh? Get it out of that. No! Oh, whatever. Okay, I'm done with that. Now, what is weird and scary on the cams? Do we have eyes on the deep fire? A lot of these are just not being shown yet. Not Rainbow Lake. Now, one was just west of Whiskey Town. Docket. 11:46. Oh, just a Milky Way going by. Right. Over here by MacArthur, I don't think we ever had eyes on that one. Maybe, oh, maybe we do. Likely Mountain too. Maybe not. Nope. It's by MacArthur. I wish it would show heat detections, not just confirmed fire perimeters. This makes my life hard. It's a big time waster. Is everything all right in Quincy? I never got a confirmation of whether or not Poker Flat had the fire taken care of or not. If Watch Duty didn't name it, hopefully it's okay. Er, er, er. What's the blue fire? It's not Poker Flat though. 5 acres. Okay, well, as long as they don't name it, maybe we're doing okay. That would be a nightmare to have fire near there. Slide. 11 hours ago, slide 1 fire in the Yola Boli. Can't make this up. The Yola Boli Middle Eel Wilderness is 656 acres. Containment is 5%. Fire behavior is low, creeping on the ground 11 hours ago. Smoke jumpers and the Mendocino hotshots. Crew 12 have been able to go direct on the trail system. Yes. On the eastern edge of the fire, strengthening that line along a natural barrier. On the southern edge, crews worked hard along the Ides Cove trail system to strengthen that line. Aircraft support crews on the fire line with bucket trucks. Though the fire has grown in acreage, fire managers are pleased with today's success building containment lines and will continue to confine the contain strategy using the trail system. Oh God, trail system. Yeah, all their supplies need to come in by mule. Remember, we need fire access roads for God's sake. That means they're trying to control this with a rake. Not with hose and not with engines and not with water, with rakes. So also today, 4 smoke jumpers and the Elk Mountain Hotshots crew 4 were joined by a heli attack crew on a rock fire in the Sanhedrin Wilderness in the Upper Lake Ranger District. 2 helicopters supported the fire crews with successful bucket drops. Though much progress was made, containment is at 0%. Resources on scene will continue working. Weather pattern is still showing active scattered showers and thunderstorms tonight through the weekend. Hold on to your butts. Fire personnel remain alert and ready to respond. Great. What is the current situation with the weather? Not that much happening on the radar. Lots of wind in the Pacific. Where's that hurricane? Now it's forecast to track through Nevada and not through California. That's awful. Oh God, guys, this is awful news for fires in the West. What is this damn hurricane going to do then? If it does this path, probably displace all the hot, dry winds of Nevada desert and Oregon's desert and push them to the west. The hot, dry desert winds. And if the moisture, which is only probably near the eye, doesn't, it's probably not going to fall anywhere else. So it's just going to push the winds, fan up these fires via winds from the east, the hot, dry winds. Just like Hawaii had hurricane winds, but without any of the rain. This could be a serious nightmare. It's the track keeps changing all the time, though. But God, hold on to your butts, guys. Just theoretically, this would push very strong, hot, dry desert winds to the west. Time limit Yeah, 11 hours, 52 minutes. Thank you. Catherine, I would log off this feed and start a new one. You could review last night's reports for yourself. I will. We'll run up to, we got 8 more minutes. That's terrible. Now, they're forecasting the hurricane, if it tracks that way, to lose steam because of cool, wet, of course, the cool, icy kind of current that comes down from Alaska goes through the summer. It comes from Alaska down to the south. Now, but the Baja California, this Gulf here, is different. It's got the warm waters coming up from the south. So the cool, edgy Arctic stuff from the Pacific doesn't go in there very well. So if this hurricane tracks through Baja, it could maintain a lot more strength. And we don't want to see that, of course. San Diego is going to get pummeled with crazy mudslides and insanity, torrential downpour, blah, blah, blah. You know, it'll probably cause deaths down there in Southern California. And then we might have a massive flash flooding and stuff in Nevada. I don't know Nevada very well. But if any of these fires are still going out here, we might have the nightmare situation where we have the north winds coming down out of the desert into the Shasta Redding area and the Siskiyous. We could have an almost like a Santa Ana wind event and a Diablo wind event in the Sierras. I hope to God everything in the Sierras is put out and discovered and to put out ASAP. Or that's going to race for the valley. So far, there's just seriously bad news. When it was tracking over California here, we had hope of it raining all the stuff out with torrential rain. Wish I had better news, but you got to know the worst case scenario to prepare for it. This is our current view of Canada burning down here. Okay, if you want to know what happened in Canada, I explained it pretty well within the last hour several times, and the hour before that was even better. If you can get to the point where I was drawing pictures on the screen, I illustrate extremely well what I think happened and what most people would consider unusual fire spread. But if you're Californian, it doesn't look unusual at all.